Talks back to the upside here this morning to kick things off in a brand new week where we get Tesla deliveries coming up later in the week, expected on Wednesday. Just reading through a couple of data points on that. Tesla expected to miss once again. We'll touch on that coming up here. As far as the overall market is concerned, context coming out of last week going to be key as we look towards possible new trade deals to come, or the possibility of some trade deals to come in the next few days or possibly even weeks here. That's a look at the NASDAQ right now. We're holding on to 551, 552 right now. Nice gap to the upside, extending that gain as we went into the close on Friday. A lot of buying came into play here. Yeah, a whole bunch of Fed speak to come coming up throughout the day today. We'll get Bostic, we'll get a few others, Goolsby included later in the day. Chicago PMI, the major data point here, coming at 9:45. Holiday shortened week, remember that as well. So volume could be a little bit on the light side as we head toward. I was also just checking the calendar here. We're right around the corner from earnings season starting once again. It just
already
comes back just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah.
No, this is the nature of this job,
Yeah.
though. Everything's super quick. You and I always talk about that. There's a lot to talk about today. Let's start off here with Canada pausing their digital service tax on the United States. That had been a major point of contention for Donald Trump. He did cancel all negotiations with the new trade deal that's being discussed right now between Canada and the United States until that tax was suspended. It has been. OpenAI basically looking at diversifying their chip game, Brendo. They're no longer just buying exclusively from NVIDIA. TPUs, a tensor processing unit out of Google for inferencing here. Palantir with another deal. And Tesla, oh yeah, they're delivering cars now autonomously.
I saw that
Fantastic
video.
Look there on X. That was quite...
First one ever.
And by the way, went on the highways, went on single lane roads.
No problems.
It navigated.
Didn't go on the wrong lane.
No.
Got to the right place. Delivered on its own. That's next level. Tesla, however, downside here to start things off so far this morning. We're chopping around. I mean, it's been a little bit of a volatile pre-market, but we'll see what happens. Again, deliveries expected coming up this week from Tesla as well. Bitcoin kind of hanging out here a little bit this morning, showing a little bit of relative strength versus some of the equity side. MicroStrategy I saw picking up a whole bunch more Bitcoin because that's what they do. What was it? Almost 4,980 additional Bitcoin going into Michael Saylor's pockets over the past couple of weeks. So expect another offering here, I guess, for strategy in the next couple of days.
That and the amount of companies starting to copy him. It's not just GameStop anymore, Brenda. Every time we look, there's another company adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet. Feels like 2023 when everybody was including AI in their name.
Raheem was telling me actually last time he was in. There's a little venture stock here in Toronto that's doing the same thing.
There you go.
So taking a page out of Michael Saylor's playbook. But anyway, Neil, with a couple of days off here today, Obi is in this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Obi. How are you doing today? This is green, but you can't really tell it's green probably, but we're ready for the green markets today.
Almost looks the same.
We had quite the rebalance there, it looked like, on Friday.
Oh boy.
So that was really fun. Did you do anything this weekend, or?
Sorry?
Any busy weekend this weekend, or nothing? You didn't do too much?
Just chilled out.
All right. The weather was great, though.
Yeah, the weather's good. A little humid. A little
was
sticky.
it a little? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the humidity is definitely a little there, but I think if you can get over that, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
but
no. Pretty good.
How about you? Any plans?
Well, no, I went. I was golfing on Friday, and then we had 5 baseball games, and we lost in the championship game, but we had a great time. The girls were fantastic. We had a fantastic weekend. Saw the parents. Ate at the food court twice.
To the finals.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. We had to. We had games in between, so we had to go to the food court, and that was really fun. Watching 12 girls run around a mall's food court, and then they had to go to Sephora, so we might have to go to LVMH stock today and make some of that money back. But no, that was fun. We had a great weekend. This is what summertime's all about.
Oh yeah.
You know, spending time with the family, getting out there, doing what's best. Today they're trying to go. Well, they are going to be going, so we had to pick up some memberships to Canada's Wonderland.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Has started.
Been in the longest.
Baxter will be taking the 2 kids there, and they'll be doing that today. Not that bad. You know, we've never got passes before.
Okay. There was a time in my life.
But it's, you know how much it is? It's $125.
Damn.
For a season's pass.
Yeah. I mean, if you go like twice, you've already paid off the ticket.
I'm not talking about the fast lane. I'm just talking about season's pass.
Ramin saying to get the.
Now my kids can wait their ass in line. They don't need no fast pass. Then they can wait in line for 3 hours. I mean, honestly, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I think the fast pass is like an extra $100 or something like that. I think.
And that's just for the day.
Yeah, but you get to go like butt in all the lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, today's going to be insane there.
Yeah, they've
like,
really
I
increased
told
their
them.
price. I remember last time I bought a season pass, it was like $80 or $90 or something. So inflation, I guess. But yeah, no, there was a time I think it was around high school where we would get season passes every single year, and I did that so many times I just got so tired of it. And I haven't been to Wonderland in many years, probably because of that. Because I'm like, I've seen so much. Like they'll bring in a ride, like a new ride every few years. And I think the last one that was new was the Behemoth when I went. And
they have
one more.
They have at least 4 more since then. Yeah, they have like Leviathan now. They have something called some sort of Thunder.
Yeah.
Something.
Okay.
We have no idea.
Yeah.
No, but anyways, we come in today and see Big Bear AI up again. So it's another small cap move. I mean, I remember last week we showed you guys this name. I've been talking about this name for a minute. So there it is, $6.30. Big Bear AI. Nice move to the high side there today. I see Oracle's trying to make some dancing moves here right now. Oracle in the filing. Oracle's off to a strong start in FY25. They just some sort of a note to shareholders here. Huge move up there for Oracle, going up 6 points right there, like bang, bang, so super quick now. Why did Uber just cross my path? No, maybe nothing. Okay, so, wow, oh yeah, Uber also rate. Oh no, that's, look, I type in Uber here, it doesn't change. I'm like, Uber's at $200 now. Yeah, Uber is not doing anything. Okay, so, yeah, lots of fun there. Circle today, I know you guys have paid for some Circle shares to go short. Unidare looking at this one today as well. Circle had quite the move down. I mean, look, it's not rocket science. We've been, ever since we touched 300 and fell off, we were all like, this is a short, and this is a short. So there goes Circle back into the downside there again, and it's I think its home is here, 100. I think you can get 100 at some point there. And then the only stock I've written down, I have multiple ideas here, but I really like Amazon. I mean, they're not. The problem is we've had this little move down there that Brendan was just talking about, how it's been somewhat volatile here in the pre-market. And I think it's, we did have those huge moves there in the imbalances. I was watching from home. I actually picked up some Palantir shares in sort of the swing account, just at 131, because I couldn't believe that move down that Palantir had there on Friday. So I was just sitting there at home, and I know you and Neil were just kind of watching this play out, but I sat there and bought a little bit thinking that I could probably flip it this morning. And, even into here at 136, it's not worth it. I didn't put enough money in to just flip it for $5. But we add to our Palantir position a little bit there. We got some out at 140 and, to buy some back there at 131. The thing is, Palantir is a very volatile name. And I was saying to Obi, it's not one of those things where you just load in and buy a huge amount down there, because if today's market opened up lower, then I think Palantir probably hits the dirt a little bit there. But we had a nice recovery in the aftermarket as well for PLTR. So, with news of more contracts and whatnot today, I'm pretty excited to trade Palantir. I just got to find the right spot. And then your Toronto Blue Jays today, I believe it's today or it starts this weekend anyways, like this July 4th, against the New York Yankees. Okay. And they're only 3 games back, I believe, of New York right now for the AL East, and nobody would have thought that on June 30th. So we're really happy for the Leafs, or the Leafs, and the Leafs actually. Leafs had great news this weekend, but for the Blue Jays as well. So yay sports!
Go sports, yeah. Shout out to the Jays.
As Obi says.
No, I think Palantir's a great watch with the kind of action that it had. But I like Google and Amazon as well. You can see that. Yo, what's up, Randy?
Hey, what's going on, my guy? How's it going, Randy?
Thank you very much.
Are things going dandy, or? Oh, I like the shirt. No, the shirt matches the color of your arms, bro. Look at that. Nice. All right, Randy. That's a new T-shirt. The wife bought that shirt for you for sure. Yes. Nice. All right, looking sharp there, Randy. I'm excited for you for some reason. Yeah, I just had one, but I still have. That's the beauty of the Yeti.
Yeah, it'll hold.
Look at screen. Okay. I was saying that about Oracle. Am I looking at screen for Oracle?
Yeah.
Okay, breaking news. Oracle is off to strong start. Oh, the chart. Yeah, we did. I did call up Oracle, didn't I? ORCL. I'm hearing my ear look at screen. So, yeah, there it goes. Oracle up 7%. Yeah. No, that was what I was talking about. They had that memo going out there. But I think that's, anyways, that news, I think, can we put that back up? Because I think that's awesome that we can do things like that. Like, we'll be throwing up stories as they come up, and there we go, right? And so, yeah, thanks for bringing that part up to us. But multi-cloud database revenue continues to grow. So Oracle, nice to the upside right there. You know, some other names that were getting some bumps on that news. We'll look to see. We had a bank stress test also on Friday. All the banks passed the stress tests in the aftermarket there on Friday. So we'll look to see some buybacks. Now they can announce buybacks. So I'm thinking that JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, all the big ones, potentially are going to be announcing some buybacks coming up pretty soon. So yeah, look, it's a big move up there for Oracle, but look what the Nasdaq's doing, a nice little pullback in right there, right now. Okay, so I'm going to start going on some notes here. Obi, is there one particular stock you're looking at besides Oracle now?
Yeah, I mean, well, you pulled up Oracle, and I'm like, I wanted to look back. This is a weekly chart. Look how strong this thing has been on the weekly, and yeah, this is already adjusted, but you can see very, very aggressively strong chart on the weekly and pushing fresh highs on that news, 225.70s. So definitely going to be on my watch list now, coming in off of the open, probably one of the more top names because it is one of the freshest pieces of news. But other than that, I think, Sean, Google and Amazon, going back to kind of what I was saying before, aggressive kind of imbalances that we had, and aggressive action as well to follow through with that. We're getting that continuation in the pre-market with that market gap up, and you can see so far Google's been holding its VWAP pretty well here. I got eyes on Amazon as well. Amazon not really holding its VWAP as well as support, but maybe pulling back into some of that overextension that we did get going into the close on Friday. So I'll be watching those two names. Thank you very much, Randy.
Yeah.
Be watching those two names for sure. And yeah, let's see what Oracle has in store for us, because I think with some fresh news, I'm always down for some fresh news to see where that'll bring us. And all-time highs, the market's also pushing all-time highs, so we have strong confluence on that one as well. And I'm sure some of that buying pressure coming in due to some of those reasons as well. But we'll see if there's continuation off the open. Extremely strong stocks in action for sure.
All right, I believe we have another strong individual that has a lot of action plays and a lot of ideas for us. Coming weekly, coming twice a week. One of the best friends, good friends, best friends. Yeah, why not best friends? We're in a best friend moment here today. It's fantastic. And I hope the weather's doing great out east for our good friend Michael Noss from Stats Edge. So let's go throw over to the desk and find out what's happening with Mr. Noss.
We'll get to Mr. Noss here in a second. I was just noting, guys, Apple downside a little bit. There's a budget, quote unquote, budget MacBook that's been announced. That was a little while ago, 20 minutes or so ago, but Apple downside a little bit on that, just be aware, versus the overall market. But anyway, as we said, yeah, let's kick things off with Michael Noss on a Monday, as we always do, to have a look at, I'll be completely honest with you, Michael Noss. We touched on this a little bit back on Friday, but I opened your email for the very first time seconds ago. So lead us here and let us know what we're touching on.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday or Friday, we talked about, hey, the market's at all-time highs. You know, this is obviously a bullish thing. And you just kind of mentioned, and I've gotten a lot of feedback, just traders throughout the years, about being uncomfortable buying new all-time highs. So as always, I'm going to try to convince you guys that buying strength is better than buying weakness. So the way I look at it is that if I can prove this with data, maybe it'll make you feel a little better.
Yeah,
probably not entirely, but maybe a little bit. So this first chart is just a very simple back test that I ran on the Russell 3000. So that's like 97% of the tradable universe. What happens if you just buy stocks that have not been at all-time highs for around a year, then they break all-time highs. That's the only requirement. So under all-time highs for a while, now breaking all-time highs. What if you just buy them there and then you hold them for roughly a year and then sell them? You can see a very unrefined equity curve, but an equity curve nonetheless, and moving in the right direction. So you can see that this could be a premise for a potential strategy. That's what we do over at Stats Edge, right? Is we build systems and we let those systems guide our decision. But again, not something I would trade, but shows the line goes up, and that's what we want. It's over time, the line goes up. This next chart is what happens if you do the exact opposite, but you're buying all-time lows. You can see, regardless of where I started the back test from, I tried a couple different places. The equity curve goes to zero pretty quickly, pretty much all the time. Any sort of bear market wipes that out. The idea is that if you're buying stocks that are hitting all-time lows, they're doing it for a reason. And if you're buying stocks that are hitting all-time highs, they're doing that for a reason. So as someone who is a technical analyst and is trying to avoid fundamentals, just hitting new all-time highs ends up being something that's interesting. So I just brought some examples of stocks that we all know and what would have happened if you'd done each of these. And the first one here is AMC. And you can see all the all-time lows that happened, right? That purple line is the all-time lows. If every time it hit an all-time low, if you bought, you started buying around 10, and then you would have bought around 7, you would have bought around 5, and then you would have bought around 3. Maybe that was the low for a while. Maybe you can get a little bit of a bounce from there. But you can see, again, buying all-time lows, generally not really that fun. And then we talk about NVIDIA. And let's say you missed a lot of the big moves in NVIDIA. Say you missed a lot of them, right? You only started buying in 2024, which is the third arrow from the left there. Still a good trade, just buying these all-time highs, right? There might be once or twice that I pointed out there that would have pulled back and cost you a bit, because again, it's not a 100% strategy. I don't even think it's going to be a 50-50 strategy. But when you're hitting all-time highs, it means the company or the market is valuing your company and saying, hey, this is now worth more than it's ever been. And generally speaking, that's not going to be the exact top of the company when it hits all-time highs. You can see, again, a lot of moves here as well. So the next chart is just zoomed in on NVIDIA. You can see, like we talked about on Friday, a whole bunch of names hitting all-time highs. NVIDIA was one of them. The names that I brought you guys on Friday were really random ones to show you guys that it's not just big cap tech, but a lot of names were hitting all-time highs. So the question is, right, if we remember that big chart of every time we bought an all-time high in NVIDIA was a good thing, is this going to be any different? Again, we don't know, but we know it's way better than waiting for it to hit potential all-time lows and trying to buy it there. Last but not least is just the S&P 500. Again, we're hitting new all-time highs. We're up a little bit this morning. So the question is this going to carry that first chart of potentially buying new all-time highs, or the second buying new all-time lows? Again, I know it's not comfortable. We are programmed as kind of investors and as humans that we're looking for deals. We're looking for things to move lower before we can buy them, right? It's just programmed in, whether you're buying a car or a sandwich or whatever. If there's one that's $1 cheaper, you'll probably reach for that one. However, when it comes to the market, an overwhelming demand for your stock, which is what will cause it to hit an all-time high, can't be a bad thing. So it's hard, it's uncomfortable, but in my opinion, it's definitely the way to go.
So here's the next step in this, I think, which again, a lot of people might have this issue included. When you follow plan number 2 and you're maybe even just adding, on each one of those breakouts, add a little bit more, add a little bit more, add a little bit more. The next time we get back to all-time highs, whether it's the market or whether it's an individual position, a lot of people have the tendency to want to take some and say, okay, we got to where we've never been before, I'm well in the money. I really, really, really want to take some. If there's data maybe that we could look at where it shows the difference between, do we take a little bit off, do we take it all off at all-time highs, or we just continue holding the position for ever and ever without any sort of profit taking throughout the process? What does that look like in the end?
Yeah, you've had me at data, so I'll definitely take a look at it. But what I have found in most, if not all, trend following strategies out there, which again, buying new all-time highs is by definition a trend following strategy because you're buying it as it's going up. Generally speaking, profit targets or taking some or selling some when it's just moving in the long run is not the move. It's some sort of trailing stop metric, whether that's kind of ATR based or moving average or just, if it breaks a 20-day low or something like that. Generally speaking, that that's going to be the best move. But what I'll do is I'll take that all-time high break chart and I'll just apply a bunch of different trailing or a bunch of different exit methods to it, and I'll bring that to you guys on Friday, and we'll keep going down this this all-time high rabbit hole until I convince you, Brendan, and then in turn hopefully a bunch of the audience.
No, and it's one of those things, right? When volatility drops and there isn't the crazy scariness that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, these are the type of things that you should be looking at to understand a little bit more how you can optimize further.
Yeah, you want to get the plan now when everything's calm, because we know that at some point there's been like 5 bear markets in the last 5 years. It's been a lot. So it's going to happen again. We have an administration that we could say is volatile, one is a way to put it, where there could be more tariffs. There could be more of the things that started the bear market to begin with. So we want to take every eye of the storm, every calm moment. You want to build your plan so that when things go crazy, you have a plan in order to rely on. And that really helped me out, is having these systems that we do over at Sets and Trading. So even though the world was kind of going a bit crazy, I could just come in every day. I could look at what my systems are telling me to do and just do that, knowing in the long run that it would end up working out.
Great stuff. Michael Noss back with Joe. Joe's on the recap tonight at 4 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Awesome. Talk to you then.
Yeah, we've often, thanks, Michael. We've often talked about that, and that was buying those all-time highs. And there was, in the S&P 500, I talked about this.
See you guys.
See you, Michael. Last couple weeks, months, years, that I had read a study, the same thing, that if you always bought at all-time highs, you'd actually be better off doing that than buying like the 31st of every, or like it's not the 31st of every month, that doesn't exist, but the 25th of every month, something like that. Just arbitrary day, yeah. And but dollar cost averaging, it's all the same thing. It's just a matter of when do you push the button, right? And I think that exactly what Brendan was bringing up, and then Michael countered and everything like that, is psychological. Like, you don't want to do that. I remember when someone, and this was way back in the day, this was pre-NVIDIA going crazy. He had mentioned to me, I said, I just bought NVIDIA, breaking through that $100 mark. It went to 2,300, right? Or whatever it split at. And it was like, are you crazy? Like, why would you buy NVIDIA at $100 when it had just come from 30 or whatever it was? But it's working. The stocks are working. And it's like, once you get to those levels and you can get through your head that, hey, the best thing to do is buying strong names in strong bull markets will create forward moves. I find like my worst, basically the only trades that I've screwed up, that weren't, there's been lots, but in my longer term portfolios, it was marijuana stocks, because you get excited about buying those things because you get like a little bit of FOMO. This is the next big thing. And I just look back and I said, let's just say I dropped 50 grand, which is evaporated. If I put that 50 grand into the S&P 500 or into a NASDAQ 100 stock or something like that 8 years ago, when we were throwing money into these cannabis names, then you would be right now 4x or thanks for saying more, Obi. That makes me feel so much better. But yeah, at the end of the day, those are the decisions that all traders have to make, and it's tough. And we've all lost money on garbage stocks, and we've all made. Well, maybe not all of us, but most people that trade these names make money on them, lose money on them, and that's is what it is. But I think for a strategy like what Michael was just talking about, that works great for the market. Buying the highs for indexes that you believe in are great plans. Like, why is XLF at all-time highs? Because the banks are working. Like, that sector is working. Why when uranium was breaking through $15 or whatever it was on URA, why was that a great trade? Because it was working. Yeah. And I think when you buy the index, you take away that single stock risk. Obviously, I'm not saying anything that people don't know. So yeah, thanks, Michael, for bringing that up and giving us maybe the courage to do more buying in ideal times that we feel are necessary. So yeah,
I think that's definitely more than valid. It goes back to the point, like we always say this, sure, it's cliche, but the trend is your friend. And what more to confirm the trend than fresh highs? Being like, all right, we're going to continue doing more of the same. which is print fresh highs, and that's yeah, it makes a lot of
sense. I was gonna say, I even think that that's been working for the notes. Like I look back and I try to review like the sticky notes. What was I talking about last week? What was I doing? And it's like most of the names we're talking about are names that are having
over and over again.
Yeah, they're positive stories. Yeah. They're having continuation, right? Like, and we got to go to Adair because we do have lots to cover here, and I don't want to keep this for too long. But just because Michael was talking about a little bit of NVIDIA there, like. Once it broke that high, then it's just like, okay, you can go with it until even it comes back and retests whatever that next support level is. And you may get a $20 run when your risk was maybe $4 or $5. And I just think like one story begets another story, and it just keeps going. And this is when you're in a bull market. And the same thing is true. Like remember when it was in April when we had those tariff moves, and it was the same thing. It's like we couldn't get away, and this is going to collapse my chart probably because we have the split there. But back in March and April, it's like the stories were just coming out like day after day, and it was like you couldn't get a positive story on anything. China's doing this, and then you don't want to go long. And then the next day was something else, and then something else, and then eventually the positivity outweighs everything, and there goes NVIDIA up to 160. So there's lots of these names around, but okay. A lot of swing trading ideas with that kind of a strategy, right? So I mean, it's just like I was saying to Obi, I bought Palantir at 131. On Friday. I think I was telling you guys too. And it's just like, you buy when stocks are on sale and you hope that they go back to regular price at some point. All right, Adara over now at the screen. Let's find out some upgrades and downgrades.
Pretty stacked list today, especially in the upgrade side of things, starting with Disney. Getting a positive note here from Jefferies, a $144 price target. Oracle, nicely to the upside, already at $225, I believe, with a little catalyst here, but price target of $250 and an upgrade from Stifel to boot. This should certainly be a name to watch. CRCL, Circle has been another name to watch as of late. This one here getting a positive note from Needham, but it's also had some negative notes as well from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. You can read all about this on our Trader TV Live watch list. Medtronic here rounding up the upgrade side of things with a positive note from Wolf Research. Kick off the downgrades here, we have Rocket Lab up on the day, but getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Compass getting downgraded here by BTIG Research. Goldman Sachs here downgrading these last two names as well, Galactic and Planet. So keep an eye on these tickers. All of these downgrades names actually green on the day, but getting some negative analyst feedback. Back to you.
Yeah, no.
Take it. I mean, you already had Rocket Lab up, so why don't we?
I got Rocket Lab up. The first thing I did, I was like, all right, I know they've been running, they've been in the news over the past week or so. They hit some fresh highs, and I just want to see if there's going to be continuation with a little bit of a downgrade as it pushes some fresh prices. Could be interesting here. But last week we got that aggressive push on Thursday, bit of a sideways consolidation, but holding pretty well here. Again, right under all-time highs. 37.66 is currently trading at 36.74s. But yeah, this consolidation a little bit higher along with the rest of the market. I really like that as well. I'll be watching for a little bit of continuation, maybe an alert near some of those highs to see if it actually catches that momentum and continuation push to the upside. This little double bottom I'm liking as well. You can see that after that aggressive push, every time we kind of got back to 35, which was twice last week, we kind of bid up a little bit there. So this 35 is going to be interesting, as well as that 37.66 is definitely an in-play name when it comes to maybe not necessarily intraday. There's definitely going to be intraday opportunities, but a bigger picture kind of a trade going on here with Rocket Lab. So I do have eyes on it in a bigger picture perspective, but I think I might put on some alerts to see if we can get some intraday opportunities as well on this one.
Yeah, let us know if you're enjoying so far this morning. Obi and I are going to be taking you through until 11, joined by Joe and Sharif at that point. We have Adara on the news desk all throughout the day. And then, of course, both of us throwing down some trades and some ideas. So, hit the like button. Let us know in the chat if you appreciate all. And I apologize, man. I was at 5 games this weekend, yelling and screaming, and I actually got my first warning from an umpire.
Oh, no way.
Oh, I didn't like the balls and strikes. I mean, I didn't think that they were favorable for my team.
Yeah.
So I had a little discussion with them. I called some timeouts. In between innings, I had discussions with them and just talking about if it's not a strike here and then we're down 6 inches from there, 12 inches, then is that a strike? And we were talking all about that kind of stuff. And I felt like, you know, my girls are working hard out there. It's warm out. They're throwing all these pitches. We got pitch count limits. You know, you can only throw a certain amount of pitches per game. So when he's not giving us the calls, you know, I told the girls I'm going to have their back. Nice. So I was really nice about it. Everything was fine. But then he goes, Coach, all right, that's one warning. I was like, all right, you know, I gotta let these guys have it a little bit, you know. But they're like 17. These kids are 17 and 18. It's not like I'm not going out there and kicking dirt or something at these guys.
Yeah.
But it's fun for the team too. It's fun, like the parents. It's not. We played this team from Quebec. I don't know. They're probably not watching or anything like that. But it was just like I was hearing some tabernacle. I was hearing some this and some that, and I was just like, you know. And we have some people on our team that speak both English and French, so it was going a little bit back. It gets pretty heated. Like sporting events, are pretty. So they complained. The French team had complained that our fans were cheering too loud. And then so the umpire comes to me and is like, look, we have a complaint that the fans are cheering too loud. I'm like, at a baseball game, really? You know, I'm like, okay.
All right.
So what am I supposed to do? Yeah. But anyways, no, it just
you don't coach the crowd.
Well, apparently that's I mean, we're getting the crowd is hyped up. Yeah. But no, at the end of the day, the big important thing is that you don't bother. It's like when a girl's in their warm-up or a pitcher is in their wind-up getting ready to throw and things like that, you know, you don't want to be yelling things like that. And that wasn't happening, but that's what we have to watch out for. So, no, just overall an absolutely fun weekend. We lost our first game on Friday, came back 1-2 on Saturday, then had a huge barbecue, which was tons of fun. The league put on this great, who was hosting the tournament, Royal York. They put on this great barbecue with dancing and everything like that. It was great times there Saturday night. And then we came back and won the semifinals 9-3. My daughter pitched a complete game, 5-inning, 16-1 victory. And it was the first time she's ever pitched more than one inning, so I was really proud of her. And I am proud of the team that we have here at Trader TV Live, anchored by the two fine gentlemen at the desk. We're just here.
Yeah.
We're just here. But let's go throw it back over to the guys that drive the ship or steer the ship or whatever you do. Let's watch out for those icebergs and give it back to Brendan and Sharif. And the sticky note's about to be posted.
It is about that time. There's, as we were saying, a ton of things to understand, not only today, but throughout this week. We'll get to a few of them coming up here. Let's have a look at the market, though, to first kick it off.
Absolutely, Brendo. We're gapping up already here from the close on Friday, 62.22 with the overnight high, guys, 62.55. So we did momentarily breach that 50-point area of technical resistance. We're going to continue to use it as a resistance level on the day until we clear it decisively. We're currently trading at 46, so we're right there. So if we lose for whatever reason the bid, we're looking at 6,200 as support, and until we clear 6,250, that is going to be our resistance.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything on it every single morning that is moving around in the pre-market and why. Then you come join us at 8:30, and we get you set for the open. I was just having a look at Robinhood here. We'll get to it in a second, but it's trying to break that low, or attempting to break that low back to the downside. We'll get to that in a second. Low of the pre-market, even though it is higher on the day. Palantir, pretty ugly on Friday. Got sold off really, really hard into the close, but gapping back to the upside here. Hey, there's another deal for Palantir. It's almost a daily thing here.
And another commercial deal.
Yeah,
we keep talking about this, really expanding into the commercial business after really relying on government contracts for the majority of their existence. So Accenture, Federal Services, and Palantir, Accenture, by the way, ACN on the NASDAQ, I believe, announced a landmark partnership naming Accenture as a preferred implementation partner for the U.S. Government clients. Essentially what they're going to do, guys, they're going to focus using AIP, so that's Palantir's advanced AI platform. They're going to use it for enterprise-to-edge data fusion, predictive supply chain orchestration, operational finance intelligence, all that good stuff that you need at a corporate level, Brendo, but without the manpower to support it. So AIP, another win.
Yeah, trying to regain some of these levels that we lost on Friday, guys. What do we do with Palantir today?
Yeah, it's a great question. What do we do with Palantir, Sean? I think we kind of talked about some of those reference prices where that selling came in. Going into the imbalances, you can see that I already have an alert there at that 138, 350, right? Those imbalances come in, you can see the volume, and that's kind of that undisturbed price before sellers really stepped in. Interestingly enough, I like that, again, we're holding that level as a little bit of resistance in the pre-market, but after stepping up and reverting pretty much a decent chunk of the selling. So that 138, I think, is going to be pretty telling. If we get a little bit of market tailwind as well, don't forget, both the NASDAQ and the ES are gapping up above some of those prior levels here today. So let's look for that potential tailwind. I like some of these consolidation highs, maybe 141. You can see that's the kind of the first place where even off of the open, the selling was just as aggressive going into the close. That was really interesting to me. And any sort of bid, the first bid that ever came up, could not get past that 141 as well. So I think that 141 and that 138 could be potentially interesting if I'm looking for a potential continuation. But again, sellers kind of showed themselves at those prices. I do have to be wary to see if they show up once again. So that's my look on Palantir. Definitely have it as one of the top watches on the day today. But let's see if any of these opportunities potentially fall into my lap. But let's see. I don't know. I can't really tell the future on this one.
You can't? Can't use the Palantir? Okay, so yeah, no, for me, look, I was actually watching the show there on Friday, and saw this huge move down. I was out with my brother on Friday. I had a great game of golf, so we were really excited. My first round of the year, so that was a lot of fun. So glad to have done that on the day off. But yeah, came in, and this is the thing about Palantir. Look at this, right off the open, whoops. And then again, whoops, right there. So some definite selling into the Russell rebalances, right? I mean, I'm not sure why it was such a surprise because, we see the huge selling off the open, then it just continued to happen on the rebalance again. Like I was watching and I said to Obi, like, why weren't you guys short? And it's tough to get short, but there it goes to the downside right there on that play. So nice move. And now it's starting to get back. So I actually bought some into like my swing account down there, and I actually got long, and this is, whatever, and I even put this in the chat on Friday when I stepped into the chat, was giving some plays from home, but I went long at 131 down there on Friday, so just a couple shares, but, was expecting this bounce back. It's not. The sticky note, I'm just going to edit it a little bit, push send, and then get this out. I don't actually have Palantir on there, and I know that's going to sound a little bit crazy-like, but for me, it's not really, and Obi just went over some levels, and obviously we appreciate those. It's not really, to me, at a level that I'm super, super excited about yet. Like, I'd like to see this thing break through 140, and if we can get to that, then let's go. But for right now, obviously it's already up that 5%. I've just seen Palantir so many times get hit on what I thought was good news. The stock does not actually, like I said, I was buying it for that little dip buy there. Just couldn't believe like how far it went down. That may not be a great price. Like, I could see Palantir retesting 131 today. I don't have clear vision on this today. There's the 140. I guess it's like a 140.30 or something break. If we can break back above Friday's highs, then to me that would be, I mean, obviously the highs are in the pre-market, but that little bump right there, if we can get above 140.50, then I think it's time for me to get excited about Palantir and then start to use some of these levels as support. But I'm a little scared to make a call when we have the last 3 days, huge downside moves early. And I just, there has to be some selling. We got news that Jensen and the group has been selling off NVIDIA in all of June. I think you're going to find out news about Palantir and insider sales as well, because it's just, I feel like we're dumping this stock, and it's a little, for me, too early to get excited about a long for Palantir. So if we fall back into this support area, 131, 132, fine. But for me, for right now, I could see a Tesla, Palantir-like drop happening right off the open. I hope I'm completely wrong and we rip to the high side, as Palantir is a huge position for me. But we were pairing it off. I thought it was a good opportunity to get a little bit more back in. So again, I like the name. Their PE is through the absolute roof. It might be the highest PE in the NASDAQ 100, to be honest with you. So I just feel like be careful with it. It's a great day trading stock. For me today, until we break above that 140.50, I'm going to put my hands up in the air. And wave them like I do care a little bit. Oh, I do want to talk about Disney. That's going to be on my sticky note, but we have names to run through. I don't want to forget about Disney, but we'll maybe talk about that near the end.
All right, let's jump to banks here. Back to the upside once again. This is the XLF, so the entire group. I mean, Sharif and I were just talking about this off camera a little bit. I mean, we're right here, right now. Closing high, at least, right here, right now. We did get up to 52.66 or so on the intraday high for XLF, but all of these U.S. banks higher once again.
Yeah, they were tested for a stress test on Friday, Brendo, and all of them passed. So basically, all of them, all 22 banks that were tested can absorb $550 billion in losses, yet continue to lend. So the predictions here by Analyst is you're going to see a wave of share buybacks as well as dividend increases to put the money back in the shareholders' pocket. Goldman Sachs seen as the biggest benefactor of this move with the most capital flexibility. Wells Fargo, the second best performer. They have a different catalyst because they had a cap requirement back from that scandal that they were opening bank accounts without clients' permission. And then M&T Capital, Brendo, back in third here, the third best performer. But just to summarize, share buybacks and dividends, supposed to be a wave coming with these banks.
I mean, when you incentivize employees based on how many accounts they're opening, guess what's going to happen?
Exactly.
They're going to open a lot of accounts. That Goldman chart that you were talking about, like this is crazy. That's a daily chart for Goldman Sachs, guys, just ripping still.
Obi, I'm now incentivizing you to get more subscribers for us.
All right, guys,
Immediately.
like and subscribe right now because apparently my life depends on it.
I didn't say life.
Oh, okay.
Financial well-being.
So basically my life.
Okay. Yeah. No. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. But yeah, we saw Wells Fargo. They got in a lot of trouble for that. Opening up just tons of accounts and signing people up to like irresponsible mortgages and that. And they got hit. There was a downside play on them years and years ago. I don't know.
Oh wait.
I feel like. No, it wasn't 08. It wasn't that far ago. Maybe 10 years ago, something like that. Maybe even a little bit less than that. But that brings me just back to that idea. And TD Bank had similar issues here in Canada as well. But all of these charts. It's funny that you brought up Goldman Sachs because that's basically, I own two U.S. banks, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, and it's just been boom to the upside there. You talk about that Michael Noss segment there from Stats Edge and breaking through 280, it's all-time high and just continuation, man. Now you go 290, the next level. I think that's going to be another name in play. Capital One, a favorite of Jim Cramer, has loved this name. I mean, I've been listening to this guy talk about this for a while as well. Apparently, they're about to do one of these buybacks now that they've been unlocked, and that's just right here, unlocking. Capital One had a deal. I can't remember. They merged or bought another entity. People in the chat would probably know this. I got to look that up. But there it goes, breaking through 210. This could be another one. Without doing the research, I just know it's a Cramer fave. And then you have Goldman Sachs, as Brendan just mentioned as well. DFS, Discovery Financial. So thank you so much to Rivian Millionaire. You got that one, Discovery. Thank you guys for all of that. But yeah, Goldman Sachs also up and away. So I'm just going to look at COF because Cramer was talking about it, and this breakout is one of the ones that has just happened over the last couple of days. So I think that for me, the look now, I may actually dump. I mean, we're long JP Morgan at 230 off the 200 period moving average. We really like that play. But I think getting into some COF right now, breaking highs, we talk about making those plays, taking names that are going higher. Capital One seems to be going higher. And you have to think like a lot of these names, sure, tariffs. We got that pullback now from the Canadian digital services tax. There. They've canceled that. Like, I just feel like there's a lot of plays right now that are very U.S. centric. And, if we're going to get Chicago PMI coming out soon, if that number can pop, I really think that we have a possible winner here in COF. So for me, that would be my play, but I do really like a JP Morgan. And, again, an XLF type of thing. Obi and I dropped some of those names as well earlier. When you get the ETF looking like this, and here it is right here trying to break through these highs, like this is another area to look. If you're not sure which bank to take and you want to get some sort of exposure, grab XLF. And I don't know, you have holdings. Oh, you have the holdings up right there.
Yeah,
so why don't we flip over to your screen and you can go talk about that in the name.
Yeah, so first thing, when Brendo did mention XLF, I was like, yes, definitely one want to be watching, especially with the banks as strong as they are. And something I like to do with these ETFs is just figure out how they're weighted, right? And I didn't even know that Berkshire is actually the top weighting, BRK.B, coming in at over 12% here in terms of the index weighting. And then Visa, MasterCard, and American Express as well, some of those, I guess, credit card companies, BAC, WFC. So again, Visa and MasterCard have been pretty strong over the past couple of weeks, if I remember correctly. So I'm going to be watching some of those because they did kind of sell off into the end of, I guess, past couple of weeks. Well, they've been strong for, when you look at the weekly, they've been strong for quite a minute there. You can see very, very strong continuation and strong trend as well. Visa similar on the weekly. But yeah, Goldman Sachs currently as well. Look at this gap up that's happening in the pre-market on Goldman Sachs. That was interesting to me. Not really a lot of the other banks are doing this specific kind of action in the pre-market. So yeah, Goldman Sachs definitely the strongest out of the bunch. You can see that BAC not really doing too much, and WFC was up there as well. Wells Fargo is, yeah, sure, Wells Fargo pushing up after the close, probably on the results of that stress testing. So ones to watch out for sure. But Berkshire kind of hitting me off guard there. Let's take a look at that one and see what that one's doing in the pre-market. Nothing too crazy here, but sideways consolidation from last week's levels. But I think you guys are definitely right. If you want to be playing the banks as a whole, XLF is one of the vehicles that you probably want to be watching as well, if not directly trading at the very least. But yeah, banks are pretty strong.
Coming up here on Wednesday, we'll touch on that in a second. Just be aware, Google just took out the highs here. We're at 182. There's a couple of things to note for Google today. We'll get to that in a second as well. But they just announced a fusion power deal with a spinoff that came from MIT that's called Commonwealth Fusion Systems. That's going to be online by 2030s, they're saying. So
crazy.
Offering power by the 2030s. So hedging their bet on the nuclear side, I guess, a little bit is Google. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's not skip over Tesla here. Expected to have quarterly deliveries coming through on Wednesday this week. Again, another month, another quarter that we are expecting a huge downside tick.
Yeah, so the car sales continue to bleed, Brendo. It's not a good look. We've seen it in Europe. We're seeing it in North America. But there is a silver lining, a successful launch of the robotaxi last week and on Friday. Oh, yes. Now the cars, Brendo, are delivering themselves. This Model Y over here on your screen, Andre, if I can show the screen, please, delivering itself on the streets of Austin, fully autonomous there. We'll skip over to show you as it gets into the streets area of Austin. Very kind of tight area. It goes right to the guy's apartment there, so not a bad look for Tesla. We'll keep an eye out on that. Obviously, this is part of the fully autonomous FSD that was launched last week with the robotaxi. So now they're using it to also self-deliver.
Anytime, I mean, when you buy a car, typically from a dealership specifically, I mean, there's that whole.
Good point.
You go to the dealership, you get the key, you get the, that book they give you, the license, the whole thing.
And the guy who actually got the delivery made that exact point.
Yeah.
He's like, it felt very anticlimactic. Yeah. I was supposed to, go.
It's almost exciting to like go to the dealership. Yeah.
No, there was nothing of that.
Yeah,
so.
I get it though. It's cool, I guess.
Yeah, no, Tesla, I think, is definitely, again, been very much in play over the past couple of weeks. We saw what happened last week as well with an aggressive kind of sell-off and continuation. Sure, you can argue that this is just kind of sideways consolidation as well, but we have been making a few lower highs and lower lows as well. But let's take a look at it on a higher time frame. Let's go up to the 3 hour here. I'm not going to bring up my indicators on Tesla just yet. I know if you guys are avid watchers of the show, my Tesla chart may not be the cleanest, because it has a lot of lines, a lot of indicators. Not yet. I gotta ease them into it, right, Sharif? I can't just be like, boom, look at all this. No, because none of that really matters. But here's the thing. What I do want to point out is this right here. So a little bit of a consolidation going sideways. And yeah, do something for sure, Sean. It's not really doing too much other than just consolidating on top of that 300. This 200 hold was absolutely mint. I really like this action here, and we have been stepping up on top of that. Now we can bring some of those in here. And the one I do want to point out is, I've already bolded it. This is an anchored VWAP from all-time highs. You can see that finally, after all of this chop, And after all of these anchored VWAPs have converged, we're starting to see price accept and hold above some of those levels. So again, does it signify any sort of strength? I don't know. But what I do know is that Tesla has been pretty much in a bit of a stair-step squeeze for years and years and years, because there's been so many people who aggressively bet against them. And if they're holding for long enough, they end up getting squeezed out anyway. So
squozed.
Yeah.
So for me, this is the thing for me, and I'm probably in the minority here. But I actually like going, like, for me, I like going into the sales office and talking to these guys, you know, these sales guys, and then just like working them a little bit, you know, doing all that. Like the guy that I got picked up the Tesla from there at the dealership was great, and you know, we sort of built a little bit of just a friendship type of thing like there. And then you go and you negotiate and you take it out for a test drive. I mean, I know Tesla's a little bit different. They're all made just pushed out. Like one Model Y is going to be the same as the next, same as the next.
Cookie cutter.
Yeah, like, but I don't know. I kind of like going, picking the car up, doing that whole thing. But I get it. That's not, you know, I think this is huge for Tesla, and I love the autonomous driving. And I was actually speaking with some people this weekend that were asking me a little bit about it. And I just think the FSD is huge for different reasons. I mean, there are individuals that aren't able to drive as well, and this may unlock that. And I don't know the rules about all of that kind of just, you know, people that would have different medical conditions or whatever that may not be able to drive. And I don't know if full self-drive helps that at all or anything, but I thought that was an interesting look. But at the end of the day, you know, you're still coming back down. The market's blasting today. This is down 0.61. As much as Chef Joe and everybody else in the chat, if you're here, Chef Joe, what's up? I haven't been on the chat too much here yet, but you're coming back into this 311 area, and this is kind of an area that we had talked about earlier. So if this comes through, I think it's worth trying something down there. It's the 200 period, it's the 50 period moving average. I like the long. It did not make the note today for Tesla, but if there was going to be a short, you know, I'm thinking that this is probably the right one. And just looking at a daily chart here, you definitely had a lot of consolidation. I don't think it's not rocket science to look at this 325 area and say, look, we got to get above this before we get bullish. So for me, a move up into there, and you know, I said Palantir can have these dramatic moves. I mean, look what, and I again wasn't here on Friday, but Tesla looks like it did it, and I didn't know this. So looking at it now, it opened up at 326. It goes all the way down to 320, which is only $6, not that bad. But then within the next hour or so, it rips up another $9 before, whoops, losing its way there throughout the middle of the day. I guess on the Canada news there on the digital tax, making that move down. I don't know. The whole market kind of moved down, right? And then we wound up back up, all creating all new all-time highs in both the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. So for me, for Tesla, it's kind of a keep away right now and wait for something. I also forgot, like on Friday, it was actually really nice to be, so we went golfing first and we were home in time to see our kids' last day of school. So that was like another huge benefit that I didn't even realize I realized it, but we're in Disney mode today. Anyways, so there's Disney breaking through highs. What's on my note? We've got Google, Amazon, BigBear.ai, and Disney. So those are going to be some names. And then here we go. I tagged up Adara's @TraderTV research page as well. Go find her over there. A lot of great posts coming from Trader TV research. So on watch, June 27th. Obviously, that's for Friday, but all different stories on here, calendars, events. Here's our weekly calendar that Adara's created for us as well. Today we have Chicago PMI, Fed speak coming through. It's a real light week as far as earnings are concerned. So, you know, we don't have much on there. Quantum. Not sure exactly what that stock is, but Quantum right there. And then we have Constellation Brands, obviously the big company tomorrow coming through as well. So, okay, that's just a little quick look. You can go find Trader TV research with lots of notes on there as well @Trader TV Sean for the note. But here, when you buy a car, yeah, man, I go, you buy a car. Right, okay, so okay, we've established that. All right, going to the dealership. Does it say when you buy a car? Okay, when you buy a car, waiting for delivery, can't afford a car. Yep, can't afford a car. That would be me now, but all right. So that's what we're doing now. And that's another point, actually, like, are people actually looking to pick up new cars right now? We do have a rate environment where we're gonna get cuts in the next year, right? That's for sure. We've talked about it's 93% chance already by September, by October, that we get at least 25 basis point cuts. So that's most likely going to be coming through. So maybe it's not the right time to pick up some cars right now, but interesting poll. All right, I'm talking way too much. It's 9:25. Let's go. We have imbalances. We have Google coming up, and then we have Robinhood's crypto event.
Lots to know with Google this morning. Here's the chart right now. Just pull back from session highs so far this morning. Huge rip into the close on Friday on an imbalance. Huge imbalance for Google at the close on Friday. A couple things to understand if you missed it. I was just mentioning that, again, fusion power deal that Google has done with a MIT spinoff. They're going to have fusion power available apparently by the 2030s. Crazy. So it's not anytime soon, but kind of cool. I guess hedging their bet a little bit with the nuclear side of things.
This is like the next level of, this is how the sun makes power. So this is like next level stuff that they're able to say 2030 to me. Quite impressive, Brendo. Let's talk about this other headline that they have with OpenAI. So OpenAI has begun using AI chips made from Google. You'll recall that they're called TPUs, Tensor Processing Units, a first major move away from their exclusive reliance on NVIDIA. Previously, they had been relying exclusively on NVIDIA chips for both inference and training. Now they're going to use these TPUs for inference. They'll continue to use NVIDIA chips for training. However, Google is reportedly not leasing its most advanced TPUs to OpenAI, which is obviously a competitor to Gemini 2.5. Instead, Google's reserving the cutting-edge hardware for its own project, Brendo, including the Gemini model suite. So we'll have to see how this partnership continues in the future. Yeah,
this is the company. I was just trying to find that name again. Commonwealth Fusion up here. It's tough to see. Commonwealth Fusion Systems. So this thing apparently going to be ready by 2030.
Yeah. So I can start. I mean, I have Google on my list today. I think it's going to be a huge name. I mean, I really like that break. I cannot believe that it actually went back into 165. Like, talk about, I could have righted the wrong there. When we had sold Google at 161 and bought Eli Lilly, I could have righted that wrong 4 days ago and got back. Not that it's been wrong. I mean, Eli Lilly has been great. But it's just like a matter of the fact that, look at this huge move back up. Like, there's been a lot of traders that have liked sort of the catch-up trade there, and that is like trying to trade off of, say, names that are a little weak, not just necessarily going after the NVIDIAs and the Amazons of the world, but trying to find like a Mag 7 name, like an Apple, like a Google, as opposed to Meta, Microsoft, and those other names that I've given. This came right back into that 50-period moving average after already kind of showing strength. So that was a huge dip buy for sure. But yeah, so I had just written down on the list today that I like the 180 long, but I don't know like if we're going to get that breaking through this level. We're probably not going to get it. So I'd written down, what about VWAP? Here's 180 right there. It's the 200-period moving average. So I like momentum names that can retrace back into the 200-period moving average. Google's up 1% better than its market right now. The Nasdaq's up 0.6. You got 1.6 here. You do have the imbalances that just came out. I'm just trying to speed through these because we've kind of got to get going. I don't see much there. We have Google as a small sell. We have Palantir here as a buy. That's now up to 138. So woohoo. There goes Palantir as well. And then nothing stopping Oracle, by the way. Oracle's up another 7%. This is starting to get a bigger position in my account. I don't want to get out of any of it, and I'm glad that it's doing what it's doing. And the biggest of the bears going for a dip right now. I'm looking for $6 right here on Big Bear AI. But I like Google. I'm bidding already 180.25. Hopefully that will come in and we'll deal with it when that does happen. But it looks like for Google, you may have to break the day's high to get into this, and that's going to be 182. That could come right off the jump. I don't want to break that, but you know, that might be the trade that I have to make. If the market wants to go, I think I'm a go on Google 182.
Yeah, no, I like the continuation for Google as well. So you can see that, again, aggressive strength in the morning, holding up pretty well. We talked about it, how it's kind of hugging that VWAP session VWAP, currently being held pretty well. So let's see if that continues to be the case coming in off of the open. Yeah, 182 current pre-market highs. We see how strong Google can sometimes be off of the open there. So I do have it on watch. And again, just a little bit of an anchored from where that strength came in all the way down at 176.5. So if we do pull back, maybe I'll be looking at it over there to see if there's anything doable on Google there. But yeah, definitely one to watch out for. Let's see if we get that market tailwind as well on Google.
Let's go quick.
Under a minute to go here. Robinhood just actually taking out the highs right now. It came back real quick. There's a live stream event coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. The future of crypto going to be discussed. What was it? To catch a token.
Yes, we were trying to figure out what that
is the name of
meant.
this event. To catch a token.
And they got a price target upgrade from B of A today, Brendo, boosting from 95 to, from 65 to 95, maintaining the buy.
Hood looking strong here, guys, to kick things off today.
I was just saying to Obi, you know what? I'm not really sure I like Google that much after all, because I have to remember why we sold it. It's getting a bump up. You have to remember the search business has changed like dramatically. Okay, Robinhood, yeah, let's just pay attention to that crypto event. Robinhood's been on fire, and but it's been on fire for a minute, that's for sure. All right, let's drop this countdown right now. We will look at more Robinhood. This brought to you by Orangenics, listed on the NYSE. OGen, thank you, Adara. 3, 2, 1, we're open right now. The clock that I have, I think, is like a second off or so. So we're going to have to get that going. All right, so I'm just going to go right over to Amazon. I like Amazon early right here. It is dropping a little bit. I'm bidding 222. I'm long something. I'm long Google right now. Google's in the building right now, finally at that 180. So here we go. We're long Google. We're going to have to watch to see what happens. And we're long Amazon. We've got both of them. Oh, boy, Obi. There it goes already for a winner on Google. Like, I hope you guys are having fun on Friday, but here we go. Bang, bang goes Mankind right now, but we're long right here at 180. Let's see what's going on. We're also long on Amazon. Bang, bang again right there for Amazon. So let's just wait to see. Early shares loaded in off a nice little dip there. Let's see if we can get some more excitement coming through right now. There goes Google. Watching out for 180, man. If it breaks through this level here, 179, I'm gone. I don't really want to put too much risk into Google. I'm not in love with it as much as I thought I was. So, yeah, we don't have to be married to this one. Watch out for 170. Let's see if we can even maybe get a little bit longer here in Amazon.
Yeah, no, I like that push on Google there. Let's see if that can bring us in a little bit. That
there it goes, a dollar club, baby.
So yeah, that 180 was a pretty 180 hold was pretty aggressive there, Sean, and we're getting that push to the upside as of right now. But yeah, let's see if we can sustain some of these levels back through VWAP on that one. So again, buyers potentially showing up once again. Let's see if there's any sort of real continuation here on the markets. But yeah, you can see the futures. Futures not really doing anything too decisive just yet. I got eyes on the Mag 7 as well. It seems that Tesla may be the strongest of the bunch as of right now, pushing 325s. Oh boy, Amazon catching a little bit of a bid again. And yeah, SPY kind of to the downside. So being patient, waiting for some of these opportunities to potentially set up. Let's see what falls into our lap here. Oh boy, what's going on?
I really like trading. It's a lot of fun, but it's even better when you get some things right. So right there, we've been getting out of some Amazon right there. You know, we got out some Google there at the top side. This could all fall apart. Look at the market, man. The market is really coming in right now. So look at this. It just went doot, 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 doot. So we got our best out there, 181.20 right there on the high side. I mean, look at these outs for Amazon right there. Look, I'm still hoping that Amazon comes in and we're able to do some more damage down here at 222.25, something like that. But for right now, it's an oh boy kind of a movement there on Amazon and on the market. The market's really slipping up right now. So there was a question in there. I think it was from Skull. I do want to start looking at more of the cues. See, look, there's that Tesla move again. Wow, right up to that 325. I was like, if we got some action into this 325 area, that would be the sell. That's crazy that it came right back up into there. All right, Amazon is taking my, my smile and turning that upside down because, remember when I said I like trading? Nah, I don't like it anymore. But here comes Amazon. Amazon turning red. So we were not expecting that one, but we are now, okay, we're loaded right now on Amazon. So, hey man, your potential big trade of the day for me might have to happen right here, right now. But we talk about trying to be responsible with, being wrong on trades because that's what happens. And 221.80 or so, this little area down here let's go 221.50 where we're wrong. 221.48 out of I'm going to say all of it. I don't want to be in it for too long. We don't have that many shares on Google. We've switched up our plan here on Google, waiting for a 179 break. The market's not helping anybody out right now. So we got to watch out for that. 178.99. Oh, I did it on another screen. That's where my stop is for Google. 178.99. Breaking through 179. We're out of this long. The long is wrong so far here today. So, you know, I feel like the stocks are fine. It's not really tank city here. Is Apple going to the downside at all? I will look at the chat momentarily to see some names. Yes, so there goes Apple. The weak names get weaker, which reminds me that, hey, maybe Tesla will, again, you know, have another leg down because if they're, oh, shit. If this market, okay, well, we averaged into Google a little bit. That just went back up to 180. And again, this is part of the show, right? Like we will miss spots just by hosting and by looking at different names and things like that. I am going to try to get out of some Google if it comes back up into that 180 mark. So here it comes in. There it is. We're taking a little bit out. We're long at 179.85 right now on Google. So let's just wait to see if it gives us that. Now I'm going to try to hold because 85 cents worth of risk is fine for me. If this loses 179, let's go. We just got out of another little piece there. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside. I know that Obi and I are on the same names, but for right now, man, Amazon for me is a look. Let's go. This could be a big one. What's going on with Alex Karp and Co? Not much right now. It has that huge move up. We did not get that move down. So I think Palantir can hold. Watch out for a pre-market break right there or an open market break of 138.50. That's looking pretty sweet. Chicago PMI 945.
Oh boy, that's coming in 10 minutes, so we got to watch out for that one. This 180 chop is pretty aggressive here. So we did get sellers coming in off of that VWAP here on Google, holding that 180 with a little bit of a grind here. But again, Google's moving pretty aggressively, like I said, closing pretty aggressively as well on Friday, and we're seeing some more of that action coming in to follow through here. Wow, Amazon catching a little bit of a bid as well.
Yes, sir. Day's goal.
Let's see where the market takes us. ES though, oh boy, not really showing us that aggressive of a bid. The market's coming in real hot to the downside, coming in off of the open. The one stock where I was like, all right, well, this is pretty strong here, giving it all back on Tesla. Tesla's back down at 320, so we could not successfully hold that 325 just yet. And let's see, the market catching a bit of a dump. Let's see where that buying can come in, if it can, or do we get a little bit of a continuation to the downside? I have no idea, but I'm being patient. I'm waiting and watching and seeing if this 180 can have an effective hold here on Google. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. Where is the next trade? Let us know in the chat, guys. I'm going to be watching a lot of different stocks today, but only a few definitely in play. The market seems like it's the most in play, man. That flush?
Maybe, man. I mean, we've got Amazon right here. We're dancing like Disney right there. It is your trade of the day, long at 222. Like, I can't really do anything else. There's 222. We gave it to you. It's the trade of the day. It's on the sticky note. It's all completely for free. There it goes right there. We're partying like it's... I don't know whatever the best year for Disney was, but that's what we're doing right here, right now. Disney, man, making the best of the least and just ripping, or sorry, not Disney, Amazon going good for us right there. Let's have a quick look at Disney, man. What the price that we had liked for Disney was, we actually didn't even give a price. What we were looking for was the break of that high from last year, 224. 124. Come on. It's from last March. If we can, there it is, right there. So this is what we're looking at for Disney. Oh boy. Okay. This is getting exciting around here. I hope you guys are entertained. Right now it's 2 times daily goal on Amazon right there. This is your sticky note trade of the day. Now $1.50 in the money, and it's starting to get excited. Again, I'm actually going to just say Google. That's a nice story. See you later, my guy. I don't really care that much about Google. I'm not giving back what I'm losing, what we would make here on Amazon. Let's get some more out on Amazon. And oh boy, Obi, remember we were talking about, you know, your job is to get more subscribers?
Yes.
Let's go, man. We're doing it today. Thank everybody for being here. This has been a great day. And again, there's the trade for me. It is straight there. It's off the note. We did exactly what we wanted to do. We bought Amazon down there at 222. So we're doing the old Barry Horowitz. Tap ourselves on the back right there. Shout out to WWE 1985.
1985. What happened in 1985?
That's just when Barry Horowitz was around, 85, 95,
Yeah.
that area. But you have no idea about that.
No,
so,
I
don't worry,
remember
Obi, man.
that. But
you know what, Obi,
markets
man?
here,
Just go and camp somewhere and start sniping, Obi, man. We're talking Obi's talk now.
Oh, boy.
But we're ready to go. We're huge. Like, we've had a good trade there on Amazon. Really super excited about it. Maybe we'll get those kids that damn fast pass after all. I'm just waiting to get that note from them to say these lines are too crazy. But I think it opens at 10 o'clock.
Okay. So they're there for the whole day. I think that again, today's not off here in Canada, but tomorrow is for sure. But yeah, we were talking about how a
July
lot of people,
1st, some sort of a day.
taking days off on today
Canada
as well.
Day.
Yeah, Canada Day, of course.
The hell?
Market with a little bit of a wick at the lows right there. So aggressive bid coming in here, kind of taking back about 50% of the sell-off there. Google not really showing us any sort of similar sentiment here as it kind of trades a little bit lower and lower. I do have to cut this one off soon enough if it continues to not work for me. But yeah, Apple with a little bit of a bid. Amazon was the one that caught that bid and maybe pulling the market up here as well, alongside with Softy. So Softy as well, but Goggles, well, giving it all back. It seems like that aggressive action from the from that close is a little bit reverting as of right now. So let's see, with the numbers coming up in about 5 minutes, could be interesting to see where this action potentially takes us, but got to be patient and see what it'll have in store for us. So
just getting a note here about Fat Pipe, Adara, FATN getting added right now. Take it easy over there, my guy. Sharif getting excited over here. But no, I'm
oh boy.
The pipe is fat. Fat Pipe right there. Added to the Russell 3000 there. So watch out for Fat Pipe getting fatter by the day. But no, this is one of those newer IPOs that really hasn't done that much and apparently not moving at all on this news. So yeah, Fat Pipe right now trying to do something, but not really. I thought there might have been more of a move there. So apparently not right there for Fat N over there right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, so I just want to let you guys know, Fat Pipe, the volume is minuscule. We are talking, as of right now, just over 3,000 shares. So that is not a significant amount of volume at all. But again, being added to Russell 3000E and the Russell Microcap indices came out a couple minutes ago. The stock is not doing anything of any note as of right now. Also, again, just a reminder, at 10 a.m., we're going to get Fed's Bostic speaking. At 9:45 a.m., we're going to be getting that Chicago PMI. I'll be giving that live for you guys. So just a quick reminder, 9:45 a.m., Chicago PMI, no data coming through, however, at 10 a.m. At FATN right now, getting a bit of a bid, but still very low volume. Back to you.
Good job, Adara. Thank you so much for that one. Boom, Randy. Look what's going on SoFi. We may sell some SoFi. SoFi right here up huge, man. We're up on this day. We've really liked SoFi right now. Fly so high, like SoFi. Good one, Randy. Hey, man, ever since you got this new shirt on right now, Randy, come on. Andre, I love to get one of those shirts. I think that's a hot looking shirt there. I love the color right now. But there goes SoFi flying high. Right there. Nice move on that one. And we had Robinhood being talked about earlier as well. That's up another 4.5%. Look at some of these names, Randy. I mean, the market right now, everybody was like, boo-hoo about tariffs and this and that, whether or not that's right or wrong. We had a huge dip buy opportunity. SoFi right into $32. Triple up. SoFi is a triple up. What does this think this is? Big Bear AI over here? Big Bear AI. Whoopsies, that's the warrant again. Big Bear AI, Randy, we're long this one at $4. This is now $6.60 right now for Big Bear AI. Wow. You always smell brisket, Randy, and I apologize for that. But for right now, here it goes. It's a nice move.
You're saying, are you trying to go for brisket today? Is that what's
always
being
trying
said?
to do something over here, man.
Okay. We still never went to Cabanos.
I know.
Have you tried Cabanos? Oh, it's a great.
It's a burger joint.
Yeah,
here
just down the road.
Love it.
Yeah.
But there goes Big Bear AI. There goes Amazon, man. Google, we lost on Google, so we'll go 1 for 2 today with that. But just to let you guys know, I'm up 6 times Amazon what we lost on Google, and they're both idea 1 and 2. So it's just like, this is what I'm talking about risk management, and we talk about it all the time on the show. And it's just like, have your plan of action, have the stocks that you want to buy, and trade them with the appropriate risk and share size, and hold the winners and try to fat pipe out the losers, you know? And I mean, you just want to get in and out of all of those names. So let's just wait to see what Palantir, yeah, okay, so boom. It fades right off of those levels. We talked about that 138.50 level, maybe to potentially go long, but you can see right now, that this looks like a good little trade there for Palantir off of that. We only have 1 minute till the Chicago PMI. So what are you thinking right now, Obi?
I don't know. We'll see what kind of action that'll bring in for us. So we'll see. I don't know what it's going to
Did you have a plan of action on your Google trade? I know
yeah,
that you held it through that bar.
I think I'm holding it through it right there, but yeah, we'll see what that PMI brings us. A little overextended to the downside, but we'll see what Adair has with these numbers coming up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're a little bit early. I do want to talk quickly about AAPL. We do have some news coming out on this one. Reuters reporting that apparently the company actually had the U.S. Supreme Court rejecting its appeal of a ruling that barred a JetBlue alliance. So either way, AAPL has a ruling against the company. We're going to move on now here to Chicago PMI. We're getting here in about 10 seconds. Previous print here, 40.5, forecast 42.9. So we're expecting here a little bit higher than the previous print. We're going to get this in a couple seconds now, so let's see what happens with our only economic data print of the day. 40.4 I'm seeing coming in as the actual print. So that is below the forecast of 42.9. It's also below the previous print of 40.5. Here is AAPL. Let's move over here to the NASDAQ to see what's happening. A little bit of a pop, but generally still lower highs, lower lows for the QQQs. It's also worth noting, currently we do have Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, speaking on Bloomberg News. He hasn't said much about tariffs. As of right now, he's mostly talking about the big, beautiful bill, but keep an eye here on, I guess, the market in general as Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, makes remarks. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. We do want to remind everybody that we are going through, I don't know if we have the Studio 8 renovation button. I don't have it on my board right here, but we are going through a big renovation here, taking the biggest show bigger and better. So we appreciate all the patience for everybody as we are, once again, look what we're doing. Like, this is how crazy this project is. We're taking up the damn floors, you know, not the floors apparently, which are really nice, are not good enough for what we're trying to do around here. So there we go, man. The floor's coming up. Man's working hard in the back over there, man. We want to say a big thank you
taking the floor.
for that one.
Yes,
yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
He's just, I think he has his headphones on right there. But yeah, so there it goes, man. A lot of action happening on the studio floors right now. So we want to thank everybody for, again, their patience while we do all of that. I did not get a reload in Amazon because it didn't come down to my price. We're being as patient as a punch here with Amazon. I noticed you're being pretty patient with Google, so we'll have to watch out for that. Yeah, Tesla and Palantir has had a hand in paying for this studio. That is for sure. But right now, Tesla's not paying anybody unless you're just in a net neutral strategy, because right now Tesla's flat on the day, but down day over day, but flat right now for a day trade as we look to make a little bit of, okay, there we go. So we just reloaded our initial position here. So looking out for Amazon, this could be a disaster for that, you know, taking back that fast pass for the kids right here. Thanks, Amazon. Let's see if we can get back up again. We just bought that same level. We're long here at 222.25. That Chicago PMI number, we were a little bit excited about it, but it doesn't seem to have done too much there for the market. Let's wait to see if Amazon can do anything. The biggest of the bears, man, when this happens, you kind of want to wait for VWAP trap back. So we'll wait 650. Let's see what winds up happening there. I don't know, man. It just hit that 680 marker. And when you're looking at that, I may log into the account. We were talking about getting out at 650. I think we have to be a little disciplined right now and possibly get something out here on Big Bear AI, because that's a huge move up right now. I don't ever want to get out of anything on the show, of course, because I'm doing this, but Big Bear AI, just looking at the daily chart, don't get too like FOMO'd up, man. This goes back to those weed stories, right? Is where, you know, you get into a stock and it goes up 20 or 30% and you think, when moon? But I mean, you're already back in. We've already taken out this level. This could be pretty key right there. That's 625. So those highs right back there from February, 6.25. All right, so I see Google and Amazon, the two positions that we're in, are right now coming back into the downside. I'm not in Google, but I'm in Amazon, and that's falling through as well. We got to have, wow, that SoFi is continuing, man. The bank sector must be a fuego right now. 221.85. I already told you where my stop is, 221.50. Let's buy a little bit more down here and hope that Amazon can hold. It's a good thing we've taken out a little bit of profit, though, on this space. We're going to give it another run right here on Amazon.
Yeah, for sure. So, guys, Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up, try for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TraderTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. So thank you very much for that. This Google, man, this is definitely not working out for me really well, and I definitely held the bag a little too long on this one here. 178. So we thought that 180 was going to hold pretty well, but it did not hold. And this market is coming in so aggressively to the downside. I'm definitely going to be extremely wrong on this one. But yeah, we'll see. We'll wait and see where the next opportunities are. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading as well. I want to know, again, did everybody think that this market was going to blast due to some of those imbalances coming in at the end of the day on Friday? I definitely did, and I am very, very wrong on that as of right now. But again, day's not over. Opportunities still galore, I would say, in the rest of the market. But got to wait and see for some of those things to pop up and fall into our lap, right?
Yeah, we had to punch out of our Amazon right here at the level that we said we would. So I'm pretty happy with the discipline there, but not happy with the end result, as we will turn red there on Amazon. And again, just talking properly there, I think we want to explain that, yeah, that was a losing trade. I'm going to assume that Disney it's coming back in at some point here, maybe, potentially. So let's wait to see Disney. Nice move back in, still up that 1%. We'll wait to see. I do want to get longer, though, in everything. So I'm going to play Amazon breaking back through 222. Let's just see if it did indeed get a little bit rinsed down there to that downside. Also, the futures right now made a play back in, wondering about buying into some of those dips in and around $82 for these TQQs. If you kind of go back to this level, this was that area from Friday that we were bouncing around here at 82. It's also the 50-period moving average. So feel like this is something. It's now 951. I don't have a problem necessarily playing off of this 81.80 low right now for it's 81.90. So I'm going to try this and just think that potentially Amazon could bounce back a little bit. Some of these names could get going, and we may have an opportunity to pick something up on the downside here as far as the futures market is concerned. So I'm going to buy a little bit of NASDAQ right now at this 82 marker, see if it can hold. We're going to give it that down to like 81.80. If that breaks, then we're going to get out. So that's 81.79 or so on this. And it's just about catching this. It's a downside play right there. And we're just going to hope for the best and see if we can come up with a trade here on the TQQs. Gives ourselves 30 cents worth of risk. I think that that's worth it, man. 30 cents worth of risk for what we could possibly have right now, I think is worth it. So we're going long right now on the futures. Over to Adara.
I'm in Leaguer. Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, is speaking right now on Bloomberg. He just said that there will be a flurry of trade deals going into the final week before the July 9th deadline. God. So that would, I guess, be these next 2 weeks. Keep an eye on potential trade talks. He also said that he, in terms of if he would be the next Fed chair, he says that he currently likes his job. So right now it does not seem like that's something at least that he's interested in. He also said that the Fed seems a bit frozen at the wheel, and that if, I guess, once we get that new Fed chair, he will be working with this Fed chair in the coming weeks and months. So no indication as to who that's going to be, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be current U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Again, in about 10 minutes, we do not have any economic data, but we will have comments from Fed's Bostic. Just got another comment from Scott Bessent of interest. He said that if countries are recalcitrant, tariffs could go back up. Back to you.
All right, shoot, man. We just punched long in Amazon there. We could have got out for a sweet, sweet victory there, but we're only giving this 20 cents worth of risk. So we're actually long now at 202.04. We could have got more out, so we're going to get some more out right now as we make some back here on Amazon. So there, oops, that's the TQ, sorry. There's Amazon right here. We told you we were going to go long on 222 break, so we did do that, and it did go nicely for us, but it didn't really continue. The best trade, the best outs we got were right into here, 222, 17s, 18s, 20s, things like that. So we're going to try to get this out at 221.80s. If we break back down, the most we got there was 20 cents. So we're going to stop out at 20 cents on that one. But so far, so good here on this futures trade for us. Again, trying to give this 20 cents. Let's take 20 cents. Come on, Amazon. We get green on Amazon in a couple pennies. So let's see what happens here with AMZN. Comes right back into the level that we liked. So we bought the dip there on Amazon. So let's wait to see. The TQs, again, just a level. We zoomed that back out. We had bought it off of those dip buy opportunities right into some, hopefully some support right there. Resistance right there, turning into support. Let's wait to see what winds up happening there for the TQs. I am addicted to trading. My name is Sean Katina.
Yeah, definitely can say that. Palantir, actually, we made that, we put that 138 alert on Palantir in the pre-market, and that kind of came in right before the open. I got an alert on that, and I was like, all right, well, 138 potential break, but look at this missed trade here, Sean. We were talking about that 138 being a little bit of an over-under, and you can see that rejection of 138 right off the bat, and we get that pullback into 136s. So I kind of want to go back and look at what we looked like. Oh boy, Hood, Robin Hood, we were talking about that one. Look at that one push as well. But yeah, Palantir here on the day, a little bit of a lick grab potentially of that push there.
I see what you're
pulling into 136s right there. So Palantir looking quite nice here. And yeah, people in the chat talking about Hood. What's NVIDIA up to? I'm curious to know.
What the hell?
And again, NVIDIA, look at that. Definitely. What is going on here?
What the hell?
Straight to the downside. What's going on?
You don't know that song?
No, I have no idea. I think I might have heard parts of it, but yeah. NVIDIA pulling back aggressively into that 155 halves as of right now. So yeah, no real bid on this market. I was thinking maybe some of that the market. The economic number there could bring something into it. We're getting a little bit of reversion off of that 22,800 as of right now. So let's see if this bounce can carry us through. NVIDIA catching maybe a potential bid off of this 156 as well. I want to quickly go through Google. Yeah, Google is not really bouncing. I was definitely wrong on that one. And there's that IONQ alert. Oh boy. All right. So let's see what some of these quantum names are up to as well. So yeah, a little bit of a push on IONQ. We saw that last week was pretty consolidative. We pretty much went sideways from Monday all the way into Friday, not really making any distinct higher highs or higher lows, but coming into the beginning of the week, that's some continuation right there that we're getting. So that alert coming up for me as well. So let's see what Adara has real quick.
We're here. We have more comments coming through from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He's saying that the stablecoin legislation, or the Genius Act, could be done by mid-July, and it will be a source of demand for U.S. Treasuries. Just be aware here. Here's COIN not moving too much on this. CRCL also a little bit choppy, giving up a lot of its earlier strength. But either way, just be aware. Scott Bessent here talking about the stablecoin legislation, which could be done by mid-July, according to him. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, Palantir trying to go as well. Right now, we brought to you guys SoFi this morning. Damn, Daniel, like we had this call, man. We should have stuck here when we were in Amazon and just like watching Amazon go. But here it is right now, looking like it wants to go to. This is not all-time highs on SoFi, is it? Because SoFi had some huge moves early in its existence. Hold on a second. Is it? I don't know. No. Okay. I was going to say it. I didn't think so. But we're getting close. Again, this is. So when you talk about all-time highs and things like that for stocks, you got to. It's not going to be an all-time high because price is true, right? But at the end of the day, like that's a huge move up right there on SoFi. And again, that's due to its initial sort of IPO bump. But this is a monthly chart, right? So if you're looking at a daily chart, oh boy, how impressive does SoFi look right now? I mean, it's, again, another name that was $6 a year ago. It comes into play now 18 and change, looking to take out that 1850. I think we should just push this through 1850, man, and take that long, breaking through 1850 and just start play with some action there, because this is fire, man, and it wants to go. So SoFi 1850, I'm going to go long. What's up, Adara?
So another interruption here. We have more news, this time on AAPL. Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple is going to be delaying the rollout of some of its features in the EU due to regulatory hurdles. So here is AAPL, near low of days here right now. Again, guys, no 10 a.m. numbers. The Fed's Bostic will be speaking. Back to you.
Right. Yeah, so right now I'm just holding on to, I mean, these futures trade on the TQs has been pretty hot as well. I mean, it says we only were looking for 20. Remember where our stop was? What is set right now at 81.79. So let's just take out some more. I'm at 31s. There we go. We get the 31 out right there. So now we'll take about that 1-to-1. Right, a little bit more than 1-to-1 right now. If we can do that, trading the TQs and nail some bottoms, all we're really doing is getting more confidence. So for me, yeah, man, I mean, I'm all about that. All about the good vibes, all about the good feels. So right here goes SoFi. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. Hit it for Neil, who's not here today. Hope he's having a nice time doing his car camping. But here we go. Let's go, SoFi. We are now long 1850. We got a great punch through, man, on that price. So we're long at 18. I think it shows 18. We're at long 1850 change. So I don't know, but either way, here we go, man. We're long SoFi. I am trying to get something out at just for a quick 4 cents there, and then we'll let this thing start to go back up to the high side. There it is. We get a 54. Just pay for some of our execution fees there, and now let's get going on SoFi, man. Next stop, if we can get a 57, let's do that. Oh boy, Obi, this is starting to work out nicely for us here today. As we've got SoFi, we've got the futures. There we go, man. We're here in the building one more time. So glad to be back with you, man. Like I said, early initial wingman off. Enter new wingman Obi right now. So let's guide through this market and see what we can do. But there goes SoFi right now, man. 1865 there for SoFi. That's Amazon, my bad. There's SoFi right there. We did it. We got SoFi right now. Let's see what we can do and go over to Adara, then back to Obi.
What's happening now here is a bit of an interesting level for the NASDAQ. We're near Friday's highs are in that 549, basically 550 level. Will we push lower or will we bounce? We just got a bit of a, I guess, bottoming tail candle on that 15-minute. So this could potentially go either way. We have comments coming through from Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, happening right now. He has basically said that tariffs could potentially, these tariff deals could start being rolled out or announced within these next couple of weeks, heading into that July 9th Liberation Day pause deadline. We also have Apple on watch. AAPL, Wall Street Journal, reporting that the company is delaying the rollout of some of its features in the EU due to regulatory concerns. And Palantir, PLTR, this name got hit really hard last week into the close on imbalances. This morning announcing a partnership with Accenture with regards to a collaboration on incorporating AI into federal agency workflows. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Obi. We're rocking. We're back to Greensville, by the way. Nice. So yes.
That Palantir, I'm trying to get involved here with this 138. So we came all the way back with this one into this 138. A little bit of a double topping action, if I do say so myself, happening here on Palantir. Here, we take a look at this chart a little bit clearer. You can see that day high 138.55 is pulling back almost $1 off of that. Still holding above VWAP there. We got bought up pretty nicely. We kind of held that pre-market lows and attempting to push some of these day highs on top of 138. I liked that push into 138, so I did take a little bit of a dabble there, but couldn't quite get back up through that day high 138.55 just yet. So maybe you got to let this one cook a little bit and see what other action can potentially come out of this here. Market still attempting to push a bounce right there. We got the first 15-minute green candle after the first candle off the open was aggressively red, as you guys saw. Maybe we get that bit of a bid and reversion happening. But here's the thing, man. A lot of these stocks aggressively kind of pointed towards the downside here. Here's a 500 failure to follow through potentially on Softy as well. It's been holding up quite well in terms of a higher time frame, higher highs and higher lows as well. The grind up on Softy is interesting to watch as well. But Apple, you can see, I was talking to Sean about this one in the pre-market as well, and I was just like, all right, well, Apple last week we saw some aggressive buying and some aggressive selling throughout the market, some shake and bakes, but Apple held its own pretty well throughout the week, not giving it up too much on either side, right? So this is what I was watching. This is a 3-minute chart. We can go up to a 15-minute, but pretty much sideways consolidation on this one here, as it doesn't really get anywhere. Maybe just digesting this action on top of that 200. We were talking about this last week with Neil. We were like, oh well, can't really follow through the 203s and can't really follow through below 200 either. So kind of a sandwiched consolidation happening here on Apple between or on top of that 200 mark. You can see that NVIDIA, we just looked at that one as well. Tesla was interesting right off of the open as it came in with a hard push to the upside, but you can see since then straight chop sideways. So that's I don't really know what to do with that one there, but choppy sideways action on Tesla as of right now. And Levi in the chat talking about Reddit, and then 4-1 is who I am. All right, so and Nike. So thanks for pulling those up. Nike was definitely part of one of my stocks that I wanted to watch today, and I didn't really quite get involved. But wow, yeah, Reddit continuation through that 150. Look at that. That's kind of what I was looking for here on Palantir, to kind of break through its opening range high and get that continuation. But oh boy, Reddit's definitely doing it really well with that increasing volume. So shout out to anybody who had that Reddit trade as well. So let's see if Nike is just doing it. We saw that earnings day one on Friday was pretty aggressive to the upside, sideways consolidation for the majority of the day. And it seems like as of right now, we kind of started selling right off of the open. Again, this selling was interesting here as we did extend pretty decently off of VWAP, and we kind of reverted back to the mean there. And let's see more of that continuation happening off of the open. But again, that 70 level off open was a bit of an interesting level, and that's being held once again here on Nike. So good look there, keeping eyes on for the day two move. Again, wow, look at that strength, man. That strength is coming in pretty aggressively. Palantir as well, holding that 138 as of right now. So nothing too crazy just yet. Can't really get past it, but that 138 halves is what I'll be watching for. Let's see if we can get that little bit of action as well. Yeah, I see you guys calling out Palantir in the chat. Definitely got it on watch here. And SPY, again, I had SPY on watch for a potential continuation with the gap up, and guess what? We kind of sold off right there. You can see it alongside with the rest of the futures, but still holding above prior day's high, which I guess is a good sign, but not really showing me the bid that I was looking for necessarily. So we'll be patient, we'll wait and see if this Palantir follows through this 138 as of right now.
I was just saying, I'm getting a little nervous here about SoFi. We're out of more than half of SoFi right now, but just about half. So we have about 40% left. And it's really stopped. Our best fill there was 69, and then it just dropped off of that 70. And now there's a seller on here, so I'm going to be very, very careful and see if the sellers push it into kind of like a VWAP area right there. I'd hate to turn this winning trade into a losing trade. So in order for that to be true, like we'd probably have to stop out here if it breaks 40s, which is a good dip buy opportunity. But at the same time, I don't know. Like, you see what I'm saying? It can't really go up anymore here. So I'd be careful. Like, it just tried to break through 50 and a 49 showed up there. So I'm a little nervous about this play, to be completely honest with everybody, on SoFi right now. So I'm not super excited here about this SoFi play. So just be careful with it if you're in it. SoFi right now trying to pull back just a little bit. What's up, Adara?
Commentary coming here from Fed's boss, saying that it will take time before full clarity arrives on the trade policy, and that the Fed is still dealing with some uncertainty as to where trade policy will go. So more kind of cautious comments from the Fed. Again, there are a couple of Fed speakers, including Fed's Waller and Fed's Bowman, who are saying there's potentially a July cut. Basically, every other Fed speaker, remember, including Fed Chair Powell, is expecting a lot more skepticism as of right now. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for that one.
I think we got to watch out for the volatility when people are.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially people who have the ability or have shown to have the ability to move markets. You can see that tape kind of getting a little aggressive here, so maybe market potentially reacting off of some of those statements. I have no idea, but Palantir pulling back aggressively back through that 137 halves here. So back through almost back at VWAP just yet. Yeah, almost back at VWAP 137.30. So we did kind of pull back in all the way back into VWAP on that one there. So let's see if buyers kind of step in. I want to be there to take it through that 138. But again, if it's not going to be there, then I got to be a little bit more patient and like Sean said, manage my risk a little bit better there. But yeah, let's go through some of the stocks that I was watching in the pre-market and see how the first half hour has kind of dealt with them. And I'm not going to really repeat some of the ones that we already went over, like Nike and Alphabet. But we know one name that came to the top of my list right in the pre-market right here that I did not have on last night, and that's with Oracle. Oracle with that strong push in the pre-market. Bit of a failure to follow through back through those highs. We saw VWAP or moving average trend was holding, but not anymore, as again trading below that VWAP as of right now. Still technically holding above reference prices of this, so you could say that it is still uptrending. Higher time frame, bigger picture, it is definitely still uptrending pretty nicely. But that 220, let's see if that holds. That's current day low right here, and that reference low coming in just above that $214 level. What is that specifically? 214.07 is the low right there on that candle that first brought in some of that volume. With the news on Oracle, what else is there? We looked at Palantir. We looked at Circle was the other one there. So yeah, borrowed shares for this one in the morning, but not really showing me what I'm looking for on the intraday. Again, bigger picture stuff happening here, like Sean pointed out earlier, where I do think that again, it's a little bit of the backside of the move here. You can see on a higher time frame, Palantir was absolutely crazy. One of the best IPOs I have ever seen. Again, I haven't been trading for very long, but Circle, one of the best IPOs I've ever seen. And you can see how well it did off of the open. Again, reference low right off of the open into the highs. So within the span of about 15 days, Circle was up over 360%. And you can see a little bit of a backside once sellers do start to claim a little bit of the action there. Backside.
Got it.
Yes, on Circle. So the swing short working quite nice on this one right there. And that 300 failure to follow through, I guess that was really. Oh boy, Palantir coming right back in, so it's a good thing we got out of that one.
Nuts, eh?
There, yeah, Palantir just chopping sideways, I guess. So it kind of wipes up into that 138, wipes back down, and again taking everybody for a ride here. It would seem, like I said, I can't really tell the future on this one, but consolidating sideways as of right now is what it's showing me currently. So other than that, didn't really have anything else too much on watch. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys were watching. What was your top idea in the morning, and did that follow through in the first half hour? I would like to know. So throw it in the chat if you guys have any of that. NMAX, wow, that's a name I haven't really heard in a while there. NMAX, it's so somebody in the chat saying shorts covering on Newsmax. Maybe is it doing some sort of a relative volume? Yes, it is. It's doing over 2 times relative volume, and it has been, I guess, only 500,000 shares traded today. So nothing too crazy, but in terms of relative volume, definitely there. There's that follow through and that continuation here on the NASDAQ. But yeah, some of these names not really following through. NVIDIA maybe with a little bit of a bid here. You can see nice little curl back up. Starting to do that bit of a reversion that, again, I was looking for on Google, but take a look at Google. Google is aggressively selling to the downside, not really showing any sort of that reversion. And again, maybe some of that buying already done going into the close on Friday. But yeah, this consolidation low right here, we're holding that as of right now. Current day low 177s on Google. Nothing too crazy there. But yeah, where is the next trade? That's what I'm watching. Meta 146 saying YG13. Let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Oh boy, this is where the reversion's happening, Sean. Look at that. This is the only name that's really breaking highs out of the Mag 7. Nothing else is really pushing except for Meta, and it seems like Meta is the one really kind of giving us a little bit of support here. And yeah, not really seeing anything else. But Meta, oh boy, we kind of talked about that being potentially on watch as it had been doing some interesting things, not on Friday, but over the past couple of weeks. You can see that when you pull up Meta on the weekly, bit of a gap up push on the weekly as of right now. So pushing all-time highs through, what was that prior price? 739.68. So wow. So we were kind of, I remember back in just going into April, we were like, oh boy, how much lower are we gonna get? There's a lot of fear in the market. People are like, oh, these are the tops, we're done.
What?
And everything just gets bought right back up as that sentiment shift comes in. So
no, I remember saying this. I was on the show, and I was bullish about it. I think I was one of the only ones that was thinking that we could get back to all-time highs before the year end. Was the question that we had there in the poll. It is June, almost July. Happy July 1st, Canada Day to everybody. Tomorrow, Obi and I will be in, and we celebrate U.S. holidays here because we trade the U.S. markets. And although we do have the ability here at Real Trading, of course, to trade all of the markets. I want to thank Real Trading for that. There's even a promotion this month to trade some of the off markets there, Vienna, Brazil, things like that. So if you're part of Real Trading, you're part of the best prop firm around. So join up with Real Trading. Go to realtrading.com immediately. Do not go to Ramin.com because she does. I don't know if she owns that URL. She does own it. I'm going there immediately then to see what is up on Ramins.com. She's selling fast passes for Wonderland. She's trying to get me to buy one. But I don't know. I don't know if they're real fast passes or not. No, just kidding around. But okay, so out of some of the market there as we ripped up, right? I mean, the TQs got a little extended there. I don't know if they got extended they did get extended. Whenever you go from the bottom of the day, we have the bottom of the day, and it went right up there to VWAP again. But you know what, man? Big Bear AI, we do have a offer at 685 out for Big Bear AI. Ciao. Out of the account goes 10% of Big Bear AI, long at 421. There it goes. Nice move up there for Big Bear AI. I just hope a lot of you, man, look, I mean, every single time for the last 3 months, Big Bear AI been talked about by your boy every day. Right here. So yeah, man, we are going to pat ourselves on the back. We are going to talk about Big Bear AI because there it goes. This is the stock this is not just a low flow runner that we're like, this may be worth something. We're in this name. And I liked it. We discussed why. I gave you the Big Bear AI case, which was a bull case, of course, for this last week. You guys asked me about it. We talked about it today with Palantir's, deal coming through and AI space, all the rage, right? I mean, Big Bear AI again, nice move up there. I think it's worth taking something out. So we did that right there at 685. 685. Out of Big Bear AI. I'm pretty happy about that. We did have a nice run back up on SoFi there, but again, we said that we were going to buy the 640 level. That is what we bought. It does come back up to 640, 1840. Here it comes. I'm at 50s, right? Am I not at 50s? Right? Oh, no, I'm not. Did we already fill it? No, we did not. I'm going to put an offer even right here. Oh, there it is. Let's take the 52s. Let's take the 53s. Oh, boy, Obi. This day right here, it's good. I'm happy with trading so far here today. It's been a relatively flat day because Amazon is not moving. I just keep getting out here at VWAP. Again, I like these trades to get out, but it's not like a huge day because this screwed me. Like we were long big, and then we got stopped out there. We went long big again, and now we're just, making it back now on Amazon. So the other trades have been good, man. Google, very responsible for me to get out here. I feel like, again, Obi talked about his bull case there as well, but that continued to fall. So eventually we both got out of that one. And then the other trade, of course, is just the futures. Bostic is speaking right now. Besant, there's a lot of talk here, and the market's going to move like that. But technically, the market was sound today. We got to the bottom, we broke down from VWAP right here. We broke down from VWAP right there. So, I mean, this is what we're supposed to be doing. I don't have lines. There we go, the floor continuing to be worked on. That's tough to get that out, isn't that? Like that is a B word coming out there, and it's not boombastic. That is, so I'm going to be, maybe instead of going to the gym today, we'll get over there.
Help out in the back, yeah. Get some.
Normally, it's like a pile of what, and I'm digging myself out of it. But right here, that looks like a much better. And you know what? Thing about it is, it's nice and cool in here. It's not an outside kind of a job. But we want to say thank you so much for all the hard work that's being done back there. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, one of the hardest working people in the building for sure as of right now. SPY. Man, I'm looking for a bounce, but these sellers are coming right back in, and I have a close eyes on the SPY because usually I'm like SPY is my compass, right? At the end of the day,
crushed.
Everything is getting slammed into the downside here, so definitely got to watch out for that one. We looked like we were going to bounce.
Is expecting one cut only.
Yeah, so again, with Bostic talking, we definitely have to watch for that intraday volatility. Let's see what's going on with Adara.
Yeah, we do have some commentary coming in from Fed's Bostic saying that the Fed has the luxury to be patient and that the job market is solid. He also, in terms of with regards to him saying he wants one cut this year, that's not quite what he said. I just want to clarify. I guess talking about how many cuts he's saying, he said he's still there with regards to expecting one cut this year. So we know they usually don't give out and out projections. He's not out and out saying he's expecting one cut, but I guess it sounds like he's still within that ballpark of expecting one cut in 2025. He did talk a lot here about there's uncertainty over the outlook, though it's not necessarily purely driven by trade, and that people don't like it when monetary policy is volatile, so they should be a little bit slower and more patient here as we send you back to the guys.
Dip buy on SoFi right there. Like, I don't even know. Like, this is what we're talking about, Obi. Like, you look for strong names, you try to stick with them right now, and boom goes the dynamite. Nice move to the upside right there, again, for SoFi. So, I mean, we talked about buying that level of 1840. I mean, we just dropped it down, looked for a level right there, and up goes that. So, nice move there on Big Bear AI, but nice move on SoFi as well as that continues its march higher. Let's go, Big Bear, man. There's some people asking me like for new price targets, because when it was down here at 350, I said price target $8 was where we would start to think about getting out. I still have to stick with that, man. I mean, that, like the move, it had like 3 basically nasty days off of that level. So I'm still expecting to get something in and around there for Big Bear AI. And if we can get $8, man, then maybe that's a spot where we think about getting out of half. So we've already got out of 10% there today. Let's see about getting out of half if and when those levels are taken. But yeah, it's SoFi. That's gone. And again, just trade your book, trade what you wanted to. We didn't notice SoFi until it was somebody in the chat. It did not make the book today, the sticky note, but it did make our P&L. And SoFi is actually my #1 stock today. Like the TQs is going to be close, but now we're pulling back a little bit. And Amazon, I don't. Like on that Bostic talk there about the 1 rate cut, like that kind of sent this, reeling down there. But I'm just going to try to play again a name that I thought was strong and it's not. Like Amazon's down 1% as a lot of these mag names are getting hit. If we break through 221, man, I just got to say my bad. And this one not working out. We do have a big position now on Amazon, but we're only long at 221.50. So again, retracement back up would be real nice. But I played this one wrong. I don't want to be long names that are against the market. And I feel like I just looked at Amazon today with rose-colored glasses and probably should have got a little more aggressive getting out there at VWAP instead of waiting for that, that home run there on Amazon. So instead of, that, we do suffer that ill fate right here on AMZN. But on that note, I'm going to take out a little bit more here. If we could take there, I just took a 35 out because, again, realizing that it's easy to correct mistakes for small losses. The problem is that when it comes into your account and it's an oh boy moment and you're like, oh boy, what have I done? And I'm trying to avoid that. So if we can get out here before it breaks through 221, then that's what we're doing here for Amazon. So what's up, A?
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at the small cap recap. I apologize, I forgot to mention that. So let's take a look here at these small caps. IWM struggled with that 217.50 area on Friday. Now today on Monday, we didn't even get their pre-market, currently trading around 215.70. So some weakness here for the IWM, though we're still well away from Friday's lows around 214. Here's JOBY, Joby Aviation, announcing this morning they've completed a series of flight tests in Dubai, trading higher. These next two don't have a ton of volume. It was a bit of a lighter day for some of these small caps, at least as far as I could find. BZAI here getting some funding, or here securing $56 million in Edge AI deployment across Southeast Asia's smart infrastructure. So $56 million deal for BZAI. Then we have MDAI here, again, a little bit of a lighter volume play for today. Spectral AI, this one submitted de novo 510K marketing clearance application here to FDA for its Deep View system. Back to you.
Very much on that. Yeah, no, market's coming right back in. So SPY at, or tried to push that low a day right there. So watching that one real close. Palantir made it all the way back. So yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake within range. Only kind of ranging as of right now. So the question becomes, are we going to find buyers again in the low 136s? We're going to find sellers at that 138. I attempted a bit of a push through that 138, did not work on that one there. Kind of patiently watching this this SPY to see if it kind of holds to stay low. 616s is prior day high, if you guys remember here. So let me pull that up and show you guys what I'm talking about as well. So going to a 15-minute, let's pull up the spider. Wow, Meta is just doing its own thing, man. So right here, so that 16 area, we're just holding that prior day's high. Specifically, that's sitting at 616.39. So this consolidation happening as of right now underneath VWAP. So going to be watching this one here, see if we can kind of find some sort of a bid. But if we're going to chop sideways at the beginning of a shortened week, I do want to stay a little bit patient here and wait to see if the bid actually does come in. And that's what I'll be watching for. And if it doesn't, I definitely have to do much better at respecting that there as well.
All right, we got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you go to visit. It's full of active traders trading and sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com and scan that QR code on your screen. We want to thank again Trade the Pool for sponsoring our segment here today. What's sponsoring my day so far has been SoFi. But again, we've been giving up too much money on Amazon because, you know, trading some strength into SoFi, up 9%, dude. That makes sense. Good little rebound day there for SoFi as it's trying to come back in and up to that upside. So again, not bad. I like that play for sure. I don't mind the futures. We did buy back into some Amazon right now, so let's do a little bit more of that. You know, we tried to buy the 221s. Again, we bought, lost, tried to buy it back up for that move higher. Just definitely understanding that these futures, if we now lose that bottom, and I hate bottom picking all of this, but we were right there until one move there. Then we were right here, and then one move wipes it all out again. So I'm going to give it one more shot into there, not buy anything really until we get a little bit closer into that level. That's 220.75. That dropped down. So maybe into 221 again, we'll look to buy. But we just did add back there. So now let's give it a go here. As more news about Hassett, but I'm going to leave that to Adara. She's all over this. So if there is, yeah, exactly. If there's anything coming through, she'll be on that immediately. So that's going to be definitely a look here for the futures. And like SoFi is absolutely like, oh my, on SoFi. This name just keeps on ripping to the high side. And we're just going to be getting more and more out as this keeps happening for SoFi. We're long at 1840 right now. It's at 1885. Congratulations to all, man. I am long on SoFi here and in the PA. And I think that we should be getting something out in both cases here with SoFi. So, yeah, we're ready to go. Was that a call for Adara? Then let's go.
You have comments here coming from Kevin Hassett, who is a White House economic advisor here, of course, for President Donald Trump. None of these comments are super market moving, but one of them is actually pretty interesting. He's, I guess, saying that he and the administration support coal, natural gas, and nuclear for AI power. Take a look at some of these kind of nuclear adjacent plays. Here's CEG not doing anything. Some other nuclear plays like SMR. Last time I checked, we're also not doing anything. Here we are. Also, now he is the second member of the Trump administration this morning in the economic space to be asked whether or not he'd be Fed chair. Scott Bassett kind of skirted the question, saying that he has the best job in, I guess, Washington. White House senior advisor Kevin Hassett declining to comment. Both of these men were potentially in talks to be the new Fed chair, so neither of them actually acknowledging it, really. Also of note here, speaking of the Fed, Kevin Hassett did say that Donald Trump has, quote, strong views that the Fed could be lowering the interest rate. We already knew that. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, that SMR, that's a stock that I haven't really been taking a closer look at. But again, with some of the news that's been coming out over the past week or so, I think definitely one worth watching and seeing as it kind of builds up. Again, if you look at this one on a higher time frame, we've been kind of stepping up since the beginning of the year here. Sure, a little bit of a pullback, but yeah, that April bid that kind of brought the whole market relatively back to their all-time highs, pushing this one as well. 45.31's current highs on this one, but yeah, let's see if that can continue to hold. What is continuing to hold as of right now is that prior day high on the SPY. So again, I got that on watch. Kind of looking to get more involved into that one if it shows me more of what I'm looking for here. So a little bit of a hold as of right now, but you can see this market's attempting to push a little bit higher, but a lot of these constituents not really showing the same kind of sentiment here. Palantir, oh boy, yeah, coming right back into the low of the range. We talk about it potentially being a double top right there, failure to follow through into that 138 level, and we're pulling back in. So now the question becomes, can we print some fresh lows? Can we get back below this day low of 136.11s for a bit of a continuation downside? Oh boy. So okay, so SPY coming back up right here. So hey yo, let's see if we can get that break of that consolidation. Let's go back to that chart right here, and let me show you what you guys I'll show you what you guys yeah.
Show me what you're working with.
I'll show you guys what we're working with here. So this consolidation from off of the open here, just below that 617, we're pulling back up into it. So a little bit of a lick grab of the lows right there. 16 held pretty well as 615.93s is the day low as of right now, coming back into that VWAP. Let's see if we can get that continuation. So this is what I was watching for. Let's see if we can hold a prior day high on the SPY to give us a potential continuation coming into a shortened week. It seems like as of right now, sure, off of the open, we got some aggressive selling. But as of right now, maybe we're starting to get a little glimpse of some buyers here. And let's see, we got a little bit of a super chat here. So Timmy, thank you, Sean. That's what he said. He said, just want to say thank you, Sean. I bought BBAI at $3.50 when you mentioned it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Timmy Tran. You know what? I mean, that $50 means a lot. You didn't have to contribute. That's a lot. Thank you so much for all of that. And I'm just glad. Like, look, man. I mean, people love Big Bear AI. I've been loving Big Bear AI. I know I got my guy Brian Shannon on Big Bear AI. Look at this thing. This breaks $7, man. We are really happy with this play. This is almost a double up there. It's a double up for almost for you too there, Timmy. So great job on that as we get going. I just got some out at 685, but what am I supposed to do? We put that order pending there. I don't like to, you know, run like if I'm taking out some shares there, you know, I'll let it settle down for a couple minutes, then maybe start to trade it back again. But there goes Big Bear AI, and oh boy, as that was a nice one. And see what I'm saying about trying to stick with names, right? Like we just posted it up, and if you are looking for somewhere, and I know we don't have, you know, the posts as much on YouTube right now, but there's SoFi, man. We talked about, there's our TQQ bottom. We talked about this live on the air, buying SoFi at the 1850 break. So I did post it up there at Trader TV, Sean. I want to thank all 56,000 of you right there who are following. And then we just said, we're reloaded. Obi, tell me what movie this is from immediately.
Scarface.
Thank you. There it goes, man. There's SoFi. Nice move there to the upside on the reload. What a great trade that was, reloading that at that 1840 bottom right there. I know my guy Joseph is excited about that trade as well. But yeah, thanks for the nice comments on Big Bear AI, man. It's nice to get one right for everybody, and SoFi too, man. I mean, this is $19. I don't want to speak for Neil because he's not here, but I know that both he and I were looking to get something out there on SoFi. I'm not sure if did he mention anything on Friday?
About SoFi?
Yeah.
I think he may have.
Yeah, he may have.
It,
I'm only saying that because he and I are in very, very similar spots here for SoFi. So again, nice move up on the daily. I will be getting some out of SoFi here at 11 o'clock as we go for break and throw it over to the midday crew. JP Morgan, again, what the?
We'll wind up on that one.
Damn. Again, JP Morgan, man, wow. Huge move up. And we also stamped on Capital One this morning as well. So both names up 1+% right there, as Amazon trying to join back into that club, but Amazon's been a tricky little one today for me, that is for sure. So yeah, not super happy with some of those dumps in Amazon, but again, trying to learn our lesson, man. We're right back to the 50-period moving average, and we're still doing that, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the show as I fill in for Neil today. So far, so good as we go. But yeah, all right, let's go back either over to Obi. Yeah. Oh, you're in no position, so okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not showing them right now, but I have a little bit of a SPY long on and Palantir as well. But we can talk about those right after we get back from Madera with crypto.
Just be aware here, Tempest AI on watch. Bangan Hill, which I guess market-related publication, saying that that's a long idea for them. Here is BTC, which is the point of this crypto segment. So making them lower highs and lower lows. I mean, today, we're currently bearish engulfing here for that entire action we had yesterday, making a high of day here around that 108.7 right now, trading around 107.3. Let's see if we're able to kind of pick a direction. If we break below this previous support around 106, it's been a pretty key level. That could be a bit of a trouble area, but let's see if BTC can bounce from that level, because right now it looks like we're at a bit of an indecision point. Bitcoin, like I said, slightly down in the day. Ethereum holding on to that 2,400 level quite nicely. BNB, Solana, Cardano, Dogecoin, all up or down very slightly on the day. So not a ton of excitement as far as these other coins or entities are concerned, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely ones to watch out for here on the day. And Palantir is what I'm watching out for as of right now. So let's take a talk on that one, like I said. So SPY holding that 616 as of right now. So holding on to that one. Let's see if that one can come into fruition there. Day low, 615.93. And then Palantir, again, we kind of talk about this being a little bit in range. So I did get, I want to try a little bit of a hold of a lower high here. Double top here, holding the lows right there. So VWAP, let's see if sellers can kind of come in here. Again, showing us that this level right here, that 138 from prior day, where that aggressive selling came in via imbalances, holding a little bit as a resistance on the day as well. Sure, we got a little bit above that 138.50s, but again, a little wiki action there, even though it's letting us get through some of those prices. So we'll wait and see what's in store for us there. But yeah, no, Microsoft aggressive to the downside. So you can see things are looking distinctly different here when it comes to the Mag 7. Not everything looking in step, but overall general sentiment seems like sellers are in charge as of right now. This is softy. Let's go through all of them right here. Apple as well. Google still trading at its lows. Oh boy, definitely was wrong on that one there as we were coming back into 176s. Amazon as well. And then Tesla still chopping sideways, so nothing too crazy. And of course, NVIDIA still trying to bounce, but holding that VWAP pretty well as of right now. So that's what we got going on there. But guess what we got going on with our friends at eSignal. So new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Elite, upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, Instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out and execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, guys. Thank you very much. But yeah, this market, you see that selling coming in to the market. So look at that. NVIDIA distinctly different here, but dude, this thing, I was so wrong on this. Like, look at it. It's still, yeah, exactly. It was literally my top idea, and I'm spending so much risk on it, just being like, all right, I'm looking for this to work. But clearly, it's showing me that the long is not there at all. VWAP sellers coming in, consolidation breakdowns, reference price breakdowns here as well. Maybe we get it all the way back in to some levels from last week. Let's see that anchored VWAP thrown onto the imbalance candle right there. Let's throw that on. That is where that volume comes in. You can see that, okay, we did consolidate there for a little bit. That's that green line right here. If you come to my chart, you'll see that 177.80s right here holding. But 176 is, I don't think it's on my chart here, but 176 is, look at this flush coming in on Google. Let's see what Adair has to say.
Here's a look at this market pushing lower. It is worth noting Kevin Hassett now saying in a Fox News interview that is, of course, the White House senior economic advisor, that the White House will restart negotiations immediately with Canada after Canada removed its digital service tax or announced they were going to be implementing that. We know that the reason that implementation, was the reason that the U.S. said they were going to be calling off trade negotiations with Canada, so it looks like those will be restarted. Now we do have White House senior advisor Kevin Hassett saying that Japan and EU might have some issues with trade if their digital taxes remain. He previously said earlier today that any country with digital taxes could be facing the wrath of the U.S. So be aware here, they're certainly not pro these digital taxes. Here's the market right now. A little bit of support still finding here around 549 halves. Back to you.
The wrath right there. I thought it was well played by Carney, man. I mean, it's kind of like, I feel like he knew that this was going to be a problem and it wasn't that big of a deal for us. So it's like dangle it there, then we cut it back, and then that's shown as like a olive branch, right? And so I don't know. We'll see how that all pairs off.
Part of the deal.
Yeah, exactly. My understanding. I mean, we really like Mark Carney here, and I think that he's going to be good for Canada, and I think that could essentially be good for the United States and for both of us. I mean, I think the United States and Donald Trump, and they want to get a deal done with everybody. I mean, that was the whole point of all of this. So let's hope that is a sort of a bridge now that's been taken and crossed, and we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a pushback on that one. Okay, here we go. Let's all answer this together. Okay, everybody, let's do this together. How do you primarily make your trading decisions? Okay, wow. There is a lot of options here that I like right now based on chart pat. The thing is, if you have like an option that says like a combination of these, then I think everyone chooses that, right?
Exactly.
So
that's what I was looking at.
I'm going to say right now based on news and company health, okay? And the reason why is because obviously we talk about chart patterns and, but when I look at the initial trades that I'm thinking about, I'm always trying to think about what is the catalyst behind it first, and then I go to chart patterns. So I'm going to say, so it's primarily on chart patterns, so I guess that would be the right answer. But just for now, I'm going to switch it up a little bit and go on news and company health, because I just feel like the health part maybe not as much. I don't look at macro as much. It's more just like, when you get that sort of bump up in a stock due to something, right? And when I'm looking at the trade ideas today, we had that Disney break of the top of the chart. So that would have been a chart-based play, right? You have other plays like a Palantir that came out with that new deal there. Again, another signing, I think, with the air defense. Accenture, thank you so much there, Dara. So that's another story that comes through, right? And I just think that gets you looking at the stock. Yeah. And then part two is the chart. But there are a lot of traders, and we talked about that with Michael Noss. Oh boy, we are making some money back now, boy, as AMD, as Amazon. What the? I haven't said one chip name.
No, NVIDIA, like
today. I haven't even mentioned NVIDIA. We just mentioned AMD, and AMD was such a hot fire name. from last week. That again, that's like again another name that was getting upgraded last week. We punched this 120 in the mouth last week. We had really hit this, and we had not even mentioned a name in the space here today. We had Michael Noss came through again. Michael Noss is one of those guys where you don't say his name without the full name. Have you ever noticed that? You know, like we always talk about. Anyways,
yeah, no, I think
so shout out to
Michael just sounds so
shout out to
casual.
who? Michael Noss, again from Stats Edge. But here we go, man. It's SoFi Boomalicious. It is Amazon really starting to break a little bit higher right now. And there we go. So yeah, for me, for that poll, I would do news. And then part of it too is intuition. Like, you know, this Amazon trade, we've been getting sort of wrecked in it there today, but able to just stick with the flow, you know, make nice trade there, wrecked. Make nice trade there, wrecked. Makes nice trade here. Uh-oh. What does that mean coming up? It's a sector watch or something with Adara.
There's actually some strength here. We know finance was going to be on watch anyway. JP Morgan up almost 1.5%. We know these banks are passing their stress test that was announced on Friday. Health technology has some strength. AbbVie and Eli Lilly both looking particularly strong here, two of the largest names in the sector. Consumer services good, led of course by Disney. Producer manufacturing with some strength. Communications with some strength. Transportation also having a little bit of green here. Now let's talk about the groups that do not look as promising. Consumer non-durables, PG to the downside. Nike, I believe this is Nike here, also pushing lower on day two. Earnings, consumer durables weak across the board, retail trade and energy minerals with some red. Utilities, NEE, Next Era Energy down here about almost 5%. Now let's talk about these tech sectors. Oracle trading near day's highs or all-time highs. Sorry, ORCL, of course, really strong today. Palantir up about 5%, bouncing nicely after that imbalance sell-off on Friday evening. But Google actually to the downside despite a couple positive catalysts. Meta green, Broadcom green. So these tech sectors just as mixed as the rest of the market today. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, no, it seems like we were talking about that bank strength in the morning during the list there, and it seems like that's one of the strongest sectors as of right now there. So thank you, Dara, for bringing that into us here. 616 once again reclaiming here on SPY, but can't really catch a strong bid anywhere really that I'm watching. But Sean mentioned that, yeah, we haven't really said any sort of semiconductor name just yet. And I looked up, I looked at my basket here of potential semiconductors, and guess what? There is a name, Sean, that is running much better than the rest of them, and that's SMCI. SMCI breaking that $50 mark, kind of revisiting some of the levels that we saw Friday pre-market. That was 50.65. Today we only got up to 50.54, but again, holding this trend pretty well here on SMCI. So again, there is a chip name that is probably worth mentioning here, and SMCI seems to be the one. NVIDIA, nothing too crazy. Again, trying to bounce. We got that reversion to VWAP, but as of right now, that was only a distance about $1 and some change right there. So nothing too crazy. ARM I like to watch as well. You can see more of the same, just chop to the downside here. SMH, again, for those of you who are looking just to kind of maybe take on the whole sector right here, you can see that's been holding a little bit better, looking similar to that of NVIDIA here. And AMD, yeah, AMD, I know Sean just looked at it, kind of similar, bouncing back, holding that VWAP as of right now. So let's see if that'll come into fruition. TSM, we know this name was on watch last week, being a little bit in play. Look at that pre-market and relative volume coming in as well, and a nice little grab of liquidity right off of the open there from some of those prior highs, and then flushing right back into the lower end of that range. Just comparing it to Friday, right? Friday, we kind of held prior day's highs, kind of range a little bit, 1, 2, 3 legs, which were pretty much sideways, and we're still trading well within that range as of right now on SM. DreamCap saying SoFi running over. I don't know about that. Tesla short is really shaky. Yeah, Tesla is one of the only Mag 7s that is as choppy as it is. A lot of them being directional or maybe doing some dead cat bounces off of the selling in the morning. But Tesla held its own pretty well and giving us that sideways chop. I always say this is one of the stocks in the market that is definitely a little crowded, definitely a little competitive. And that's definitely something you have to keep in mind when you are trading Tesla as well. Try to find those specific moments where you really do think and believe and maybe have the stats to back it in terms of a follow through or some sort of edge in and around that price action. But Tesla definitely got to compensate for the chop on that one. So another name we were looking at was Circle. Circle not really doing anything too much. We had that shake and bake off open. Guess what? We're still trading within that range as of right now. Hertz Scrambler saying WFF. Did you see this one? This one, I remember pulling it up on Friday, and I was like, wow, this is absolutely crazy. This stock, Sean, was trading in the morning session on Friday in and around $7, and it hits a high of 29. And then gives it all back and then some, getting that follow through coming in today. So this was absolutely crazy. Primary example potentially of a liquidity trap that does kind of go parabolic and exhaust on the same day. So again, wasn't really on my book to trade, but I feel like there were definitely some opportunities here. Just looking back at it in retrospect, even the day 2 of that push is coming in pretty nicely as of right now as well. We'll wait and see what that'll have in store for us, but that's what I got watching on the markets here. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Apple saying, ouch. Okay, so let's take a look at what Apple's doing. If it's doing, oh, wow, okay, well, yeah, that's a little aggressive there. Some expanding volume coming into that selling on Apple. Let's see. Yeah, breaking almost into prior day's lows, so maybe makes sense coming into some of those levels to show up some volume on the chart as well. So 200 on Apple as of right now, day low, 199.94. We keep on seeing this. Every time Apple has gotten into 200 over the past couple of weeks, it's a bit of a failure to follow through. Sure, the lowest extension is down to 198.97s, but you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days holding pretty well within this range. Are we going to do more of the same? I'll be watching Apple at the low of this range, maybe to see if we can catch a bid anywhere, not only on Apple, but across the market as well, Sean.
I'm just gonna have a quick little look here to see what's going on right here, because in the chat and in our on our page right now, 1.2K likes, over 8,000 of you watching. So let's see if we can, if you haven't hit it yet, let's see if we can get to 2,000 likes there today. I think we've been doing well, man. We've been talking some Big Bear AI. We got a great super chat. We want to definitely thank you again and again right here for Timmy Tran, because he was talking about Big Bear AI when I was mentioning it at 350. Man, I wish that was my average price right there. But thank you so much for that. And thank you to everybody for watching. We'll be talking about some SoFi here today as well. Obviously, been doing a lot of different names. So let's see if we can get that just a little spiked there would be nice. Again, don't have to, but that would be nice for us. Get that algorithm sort of kicking in our favor. So, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you can do that. That would be great. Maybe I can check back in a couple minutes and we'll see where we are with that number. But, thanks to everybody for joining the stream here again today. This is a green polo here, so I was trying to manifest this, but that's, I guess, doesn't work as much for me as it's been doing for Adara there. But we had a great move up on Big Bear AI and everything like that as we continue to make new moves. We do have, was he just pointing to that thing at the bottom there? Because we do have that, I just noticed at the bottom, we've had it for a while on the bottom of our stream, SOL, Solana, some different crypto, with the symbols going on there. XRP is on there as well. So shout out to Fabian and all that, really working on the stream and giving, many more options for everybody to look at and make this visually more appealing than just looking at me. So shout out to everybody there for working, and especially Fabian, working on all of that. And I know on the midday show, he sort of made it a little bit easier to get those votes going through, and that's fun. That's been really fun to watch that happen as well. So in just a matter of 8 minutes, we'll be joining Joe and Sharif here on the midday. And yeah, Big Bear AI right now, there it goes, man. Let's go. Like, if you guys aren't hitting the like button, you know, we talked about this for a while. We really appreciate Big Bear AI, and it's been a nice move up, that is for sure. So again, thanks everybody for being here with us. We really enjoy putting this on, and there goes Big Bear AI looking like a fool getting out of that at 675 or wherever we did. But again, 685, sorry. But thank you so much for that. We got at 10%, man. We're still rolling 90 deep on that, so that's going to be a good trade there. And then SoFi, we're going to go to Darren momentarily. SoFi also trying to make some moves here as we got nice pieces out there in and around 1890. That's SOF to the I. What's up, Adara?
It is time, as it always is around this time of day, to take a look at the US dollar. And right now, I mean, this is on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going on 6-day losing streak for the DXY. Not only that, apparently the US dollar is actually on track for its worst first half of the year in decades, apparently roughly 40 years. Depends on what index you look at, of course, because of the dollar index. So we do have the ICE dollar index down over 10% in 2025. The Wall Street Journal's dollar index down about 8% for its worst first half performance since 2002. So lots of concerns here with the US dollar. We've had some interesting comments coming from Fed's Bostic this morning on a day that's been pretty light in terms of economic data. Fed's Bostic says that the Fed shouldn't have to raise rates, which is good at least, but he's saying he's not expecting a cut. Maybe only one cut this year. He said he's still there with regards to expecting one rate cut. Next year, he's penciled in about 3 rate cuts in the year or so. His expectations are a little bit lower than what we're seeing from some of these other members of the Fed. He also talked about some of this criticism of the Fed as of late, particularly from the U.S. administration, saying that it's normal for the Fed to be criticized and that it has to stay focused on its mission. Also, it's worth noting here, no huge changes for that CME Fed Watch tool, but we do still have 74% of participants expecting a cut in September. In July, still about 80% of participants expecting a hold. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that one, Adara. Okay, well, you're in a bunch of stuff, man. Long SPY, long Apple.
This Apple is getting
Palantir.
slammed here.
Apple's still getting slammed?
Apple's getting slammed pretty aggressively here. So again, we kind of talked about this lower end of the range. That's the 199.46, so creeping up into that one here. But yeah, market's not really getting anywhere too fast, but Apple to the downside is pretty aggressive as of right now. So let's see if that can hold any of these prior levels here. But no real sign of a bid showing up just yet. So I am definitely a little bit on the front side of the move there on Apple, and there goes the SPY as well. So SPY kind of cracking as well. So yeah, it does seem like Sean, it's sellers who are in charge on majority of these names here, except for a select few that may be pretty well or relatively well compared to others. So let's take a quick look. I know we only have a few more minutes left. So let's see what has actually done some volume here on the day. We know that BBAI definitely, wow, look at BBAI, dude, $7. So you got that fill that you were talking about, that 675, definitely coming in really nicely. So aggressive push on BBAI. SoFi as well, looking similar. We saw NVIDIA not really getting anywhere too fast. BMNR, okay. Byte-Mine Immersion Technologies, financial conglomerates. So interesting push on that one there. What's the market cap? $27 million. IPDN, nothing too crazy here. Palantir, we're getting involved in this one as well. You can see still holding that range pretty well. We buy. It seems like nobody's buying this one today as sellers continue.
It was up huge.
Continue to push it down. Yeah, it was up to $12, Sean, in the pre-market. Almost 100, well, over 100% push right there in the pre-market, but giving it all back as of right now. So buying not really sustained on that one. Joby, oh boy, that thing holding that $10 level and pushing aggressively as well. So some fresh highs happening on Joby. So Lucid, we know that again, Lucid's been on the top volume leaders for multiple weeks on end. It doesn't necessarily seem to do any crazy moves, but I guess it's churning volume, which is interesting to me. SoundHound as well coming up back to the upside here. QuantumScape, we know that had news last week and some aggressive moves, but it seems like nothing as aggressive as of right now. So Apple's holding up pretty well here on top of that 99.5. Let's see if we get that continuation to the upside. 99.40s was that prior low, so we can give it to there, or I'm going to give it to there and see and let that one potentially work here. But that 200 on Apple, man, that's been kind of churning and chopping for the past couple of weeks. Let's see if we do more of the same, and then let's see if we can revisit some of those range highs as well. That's what I'll be watching for.
Yeah, we're going to get out of here soon. We're going to go for a little bit of a swim and everything like that. So just a couple of minutes, we'll be passing it over to the midday show. And I just want to say, like, I've been sort of ignoring this futures position. And it's not the futures. I know people are like, that's not futures, it's TQQs. And I understand that. But it's exactly what we're doing right here. And it's pretty much barcoding. So I do now have an offer to get out of just a little bit more, and then we'll hold 20%. So I'm at 82.30. We got missed when it came up there. That's right where the 50-period moving average is. It was actually at 33s. We were sitting there. Now I've moved it down a little bit into 30. So hopefully we can get a fill in the next couple minutes as we start to rip up. But let's just talk about right now what's for lunch, because today it's an interesting one. We've had some of these today, some the other way around, but it's going to be chicken here today to start the week. Shortened week again. 3.5 trading days, because Thursday is a half day. So that one, get your golf or whatever you do, get your reservations ASAP, because I think it's going to be beautiful in and around these parts. It is chicken adobo. Okay. So you may be asking yourself, what is chicken adobo? You don't know, you're not asking that?
I've heard of it.
Okay,
but,
okay. It's a popular Filipino dish where chicken is braised in a sauce, a soy sauce, garlic, bay leaves, and black peppercorns. It's like a braised Filipino chicken, is what they're saying. And as I look here, this is what we're looking at as far as images are concerned here on Google. So it looks pretty good. What's up, Andre? Google Images right here. So it just looks pretty tasty. We'll see what ours looks like there today as well. But chicken adobo is going down around these spots. And then I actually closed the rest of it. Notice steamed jasmine rice, steamed broccoli, so the steamer is working, so that's great, we know that. And then a chef's choice salad, which the chef's choice lately has been basically, you know, iceberg lettuce with shaved carrots. So hopefully there's going to be a little bit more added onto that one, but it's been good times around here. And of course, I just have the salad with a topper, and generally speaking, it probably, hopefully it will be that adobo chicken. Because
I'm happy about the fruit bowl today.
Was this all cantaloupe?
No, but there was pineapples in there as well.
So pineapples and cantaloupe is good for you. Yes.
No, but here's what I was saying.
Yes.
I know there might be a rumor going around about how much I like my pineapples.
Is there a rumor?
What I noticed was after that came into public knowledge, pineapples disappeared from the fruit bowl for at least 2 weeks. Did you notice this, Sharif? Where have the pineapples gone?
I think you're the only one noticing that, but that is
attention to detail.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you mean you made it public? Like what was
No,
that?
so I was called out for maybe lick grabbing all of the pineapples in the morning, and I was like, that definitely wasn't me. I do like a lot more pineapples than anything else. Fake news. But yeah, that was definitely fake news. And after that came onto the show, after I was like, all right, well let's observe. And every single day, even though pineapples have been consistently involved majority of the days, we went on like a whole 1 week bender of not having pineapples. I was like, what is going on?
And
I don't know. Okay. Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. I have no idea. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure as
pineapple double top saying Mr. Scientific.
Yeah, there's a double top there. So congratulations on getting your pineapple back into that belly. Okay, thank you so much again, everybody, for watching, joining today as well. And thank you for 1.5K on the likes. We're happy with that. So thank you so much for that. As we transfer over 7,600 of you stayed with Obi and I. So thank you so much for all of that. And, I've still got a lot of these trades on. I think we've done a great job explaining them all. Congratulations to Big Bear holders as well today, as that seems to be ripping up. We didn't even talk about quantum. We didn't talk about nuclear. We didn't talk about chips, and we still had a bang-up show. So thank you so much, Obi, for that one. We'll be back at 2 p.m. So for Obi, I'm Sean. Thank you, Adara, for everything. Thank you, Andre, today. Fabian for all the cool work he's been doing as well, and Ramin there, and Brendo for the opening part of the show. All right, we're off. We're gonna phone the wife, see if the kids got off okay there, and we will talk over, we'll throw it over to Sharif and Joe. It's the Midday Show coming at you right now.
Get him, Joe. Oh, baby. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That right there with the front double bicep is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And what a morning it has already been on these here markets. Shout out to YouTube for bringing people in a little bit quicker. Shout out to KK. Shout out to M. Dane Garrus. Sorry, Black Sheep Trades. All these new edited names are making it real hard to read. Shout out to DJ2EM, Greg Moore, the OG Gorev. We got Moon Rockets as well. Shout out to Bax, Michael, we'll just go Michael. Baby Hands Donnie. I happen to love that name.
Baby Hands?
I don't even want to know. Do you remember Donald Trump and Marco Rubio when they were going against each other in 26th primary? He called him Little Marco. Oh yeah. No. Anyway, we got Susie Fox. We got Setinder. Little. This is Laser. Shout out to Kirk D. Mary S. Lyman. Hey yo, Lewis. Hey yo, Adrian.
That's what I say all the time.
Hey yo. Right? Gray Worm, shout out to Gray Perm. We got, who else, man? Mike DeRider, the OG, 66 Ramel, 2 New York cents. What's going on in New York City, bro? We need answers over here, man. You guys about to have, yeah, you know what's going on over there. Shout out to Jaguar Knot. I like that one. One more here, Joseph.
One more.
Mr. Ian. Spelled I-Y-E-N.
All right, Mr.
Good morning,
Ian.
everybody.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone had a solid weekend. The only question I have for Obi is if he likes his pineapple upright or upside down.
Oh.
And if you know,
The pressing questions.
if you know,
He's not going to
he's not going to answer that one. But if you know, you know. But I mean, as for trades, guys, I haven't at all put anything on this morning. So let's see what we got going on. I mean, I did post up some offers on Tesla. Sorry, some bids on Tesla. They didn't get filled, and now it's starting to go in my favor. But that's all right. We're now trading above the volume-weighted average price and heading into some key resistance zones. But I was posted up down here, and then sure enough, I just didn't catch that fill. I didn't want it anywhere else. But there we go, heading towards the top end of this resistance right here, guys. So let's see what happens with Tesla. But something happened there, or maybe not, but Robinhood just got a big volume spike and a volatility spike right there as well, too, guys. But what an absolute monster run. I thought we were going to head into 90s here today on this session, but we just get up to an 89, and that is it. So there we go. I think Adara's got some news. I'm just waiting for the go-ahead on that one. Got to make sure I'm logged in, and Sharif, I am logged in. So if you hear,
we're good. Yeah,
we're
we
good
got
to
the
go.
call.
Are we going? We're going.
Bang.
Let's go.
I don't actually know what's happening there, but I do know that we have Robinhood's To Catch a Token. Yes, that is the real name. That event started at 11 a.m. Eastern, so about 3 minutes ago. I'm not seeing any headlines from the event. I'm going to try to log in and watch it, but just so you guys know, this volume spike happening right at the start of the To Catch a Token event could be related to the To Catch a Token event. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, very much for that. Adara, all our eyes and ears. You guys know how it works around here. She tells us what's going on, and then we make the decisions as to what to trade. So here's the situation. We're in 3 positions at the moment, all small cap gappers, all positive so far, but I don't know how to feel about KLTO. I'll get to the one that I don't like as much in a hot second. The one that I do like, my very good friend for the moment, GNS. Here we go. We've taken out all my prints. I have no more prints posted. So let's go ahead and post best beak wetter 47s there. We're going to post at 48. And then we're also going to post at 55, because if we squeeze above that $0.50, we could see some aggression move to the high side over here. So GNS, let's see how far we can go on this one. I don't know why it's not posting at 55s. I just asked it to. Something's going on with the software lately. I think it's on the MX network. It's always a little bit. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. GNS taking out highs. We're above 50%. We just got to the high a day of a 149. Be on the lookout for a $0.50 break here on GNS. Very aggressive, and it's an MX stock, so these ones get parabolic, but they're also quick to give it back, okay? That's the thing. So be ready for the mean reversion trade on GNS. Don't fall in love with this, so be careful with this one. KLTO, I'm flattening out, break even on the wrist. I don't like the way that this one looks. NFE, this one is holding at the volume weighted average price. I got a better price by taking the dip trade there. So we've got shares on this one, and it's moving to the high side, Joseph Wilson. All right, let's see if we can get some more prints. We're posted up next at 42s and then 45s. It probably behooves me to take closer, or to take prints closer to the $0.50. So I'm going to go ahead and wait for that and see what we get there. So it's GNS. It's a GNS show. There goes GNS through the $0.50. I don't know why it's not taking my posts. There we go. Now we can post at the half, a little bit above the $0.50. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, guys. We're in 2 trades. We started off with 3, but KLTO is looking awfully flat bottom breakish. So it's the NFE and GNS show. I got more to talk about, but I want to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, if you want to, go another second. I'm going to pull something up. I'll just give you the thumbs up when we're good to go.
Sounds good. All right, here's what I'm looking at, guys. The ones that I'm trading are by no means the strongest of the bunch. They're not. BMNR is insane. It's 450%, Joseph. It's found support here every single time, it looks like, at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Alas, it's very expensive, it's very parabolic, and, well, you know how these ones get when they get more expensive from the bottom like this, it gets spready. So this one is a little bit spready right now. It's moving 20, 30 pennies at a time. Be careful, harder to manage risk on these ones. There's also NCPL, 25% in Greensville, taking out highs. We just got into highs, 715 HOD. Another one that's been insanely respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. One more here before we send it back to your boy Joey O. $15 HOD, looking awfully flat top breakish here on your boy NEGG. Once, twice, OB thrice, 4, 5. We're gonna halt down here. So your boy NEG is making me look bad. It's about to flat top break through 15, and now it's going to hold down at 14.50. That just shows you the prohibitive spread. But look exactly where this is going to hold down. We got one hold off the 10. We got another hold off the 10, and this is literally at the 10 EMA. Something tells me that flat top break at 15 is going to come whether we like it or not. It's just about whether or not we can get the right price. False halt at 14.50, Joseph. Right back up into 14 3/4. It's probably an opportunity for me to weasel into this one. What do you got, Mike?
All right, yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about here, guys. And we're just going back to, see, this is the thing, right? You want to be able to find a system that's repeatable. Well, I was telling Sharif and a couple of my friends, I sold some on my position here, so go check me out on X, at Trader TV Joseph. But let's talk about NVDA and Google, all right? So now we can see from a couple weeks ago, 145, that's where we've seen that concentration of open interest. We struggled to break and hold that. As soon as that selling was done and those contracts were lifted, we now seen it being moved to 157, 150, and 160. But now let's take a look at this week's. We have a new week here, so it's really important for us to focus on what we got going on. And as we're talking about it, watch the open interest at 160 grow. What is that telling me? The chances of us breaking and holding 160 are relatively slim. So you sell some shares and then you wait to buy some things back lower. 1 second before we go to Adair, because I want to touch on this because it's really important. What happened with the likes of Google this morning? We've seen it break through some key resistance, open up there, and then it climbed higher to about 182, but then instantly sold off, and now we're trading about 6 points lower than that. Well, where's the concentration of open interest on Google? 180. That's exactly why we sell into strength. And the moves that we've been on since the April lows, you have to start taking some profits. Don't be greedy. Lock in some cash. Adair, what do you got for us?
There's a lot of launches here at this Robinhood event. Again, to catch a token is what it's called. They launched a bunch of new crypto-related products, including stock tokens, layer 2 blockchain, and they've also expanded their crypto suite in EU and the US with perpetual futures. But the other thing that's huge is they actually have launched now in 31 countries across the EU. So big news here for HOOD. We're now kind of chopping around, and I do want to share this image from the event because this is what it looks like. Very fancy European pool event here for HOOD as they have to catch a token. Back to you.
We're matching, Vlad. It was meant to be, brother.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Vlad, you know he had that interview on Squawk Box, CNBS, the other day.
Yeah.
He's a different guy
He is.
than the guy that I remember coming on webcam during the pandemic. Completely different guy. A lot more confident, that guy, now that he's a zillionaire. You know what I mean?
Money
has a way of
you know what I mean?
changing people there.
You know what I mean? I look at Vlad and I don't know how much I like him, but I like what he's got going on there personally. So it doesn't even matter.
I didn't dislike him.
Yeah, no, not at all. I just like, I don't know what it is, right? You look at that guy, you're like, yeah, I like that guy right there. Vlad's not that guy where he's like, yeah, I like him. You know what I mean? But no, but I like what he's doing in the business. I'm not going to complain about that, right? So, but yeah, guys. So just to focus on these things, also I can show you guys on X momentarily. But this is why we do it, right? We look for specific signals, and then now let's pull up Google on a daily. I want to take a look on what's going on with this specific underlying asset, especially as we broke through those key resistance zones. But then it was almost like a false break, right? So just be cautious of these things right here. So this is where we went long, boom, and then we closed out about 66% of our position right here. And then now we're just going to be patient, wait for that the precise entry. You get that pullback. As long as this channel stays intact, I do believe that Google will eventually go and test these all-time highs, considering we're seeing it in the NASDAQ and some of the other larger names here as well too. So we're down roughly about 13.5% from those all-time highs. So be patient. This channel is strong until it breaks into the lower end. I think that Google is going to continue to climb higher and higher. And I actually have some interesting statistics just to do with this antitrust and everything with Google and Apple. They've actually seen the search engine decline in the month of April. I know we're heading into July now, but that's really important. But there's some really interesting stuff going on with OpenAI and Google via search, and I think those numbers are very intriguing. This might lead Google to potentially continue this move that it's currently been on this trade.
All right, just moving my stop up on NFE. I don't want to see a lower high on this one, so I'm gonna give it to 22s. Let's go ahead and wait down to 18s. How many shares do we still have left? Okay, so we'll update that, and I have to remove my old stop now that I've updated it over here. Good luck, good luck. All right, keeping my eye on this one. So let's talk about the new position that I've got on now. NEGG. So I perceive this one to possibly be looking for a flat top break. It is very spready, okay? It's got 96 Zadira on the ask and 50 on the bid. So I know it's not like, look, it's not dollar there.
Still.
It's not bad, it's not bad. Just hopefully I don't get blown out on this one. So we'll try to manage risk the best way I can. Again, 65 or so right now, 60, excuse me, on the bid, and 50 on the bid, 97 on the ask. So it's getting wider. Oh boy. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. GNS as well kind of took a bit of a downturn here. Had at that $1.50, it's a 153 high, but the bottoming tail on this current 5-minute candle bouncing exactly off the 10 EMA. So I've layered my orders above that 150 area, looking, pardon me, for a move into that level. The one that I haven't gotten into yet that I really lament not having gotten into is NCPL. So we're in NEGG, but we're not in NCPL. Very similar. I don't want to say similar charts, not really, to be honest. Anyway, double top at 730, but getting well extended away from the 10 EMA, which is actually below $7. This one has got a fantastic stair-step pattern to it. So bull flag number 1, bull flag number 2. We just completed that. Whether or not we get bull flag number 3 or retrace, your guess is as good as mine. But right now, it is at the high. Just got into 731 HOD. So the strength on this one is quite good. Keep your eye out on this one. This could be one of the good ones in the afternoon. The one that I'm worried about right now is NFE. It just pulled back into the volume weighted average price at failed highs. So what we had initially was higher highs and higher lows. We still have that higher low off the volume weighted average price. But look at this candle rejection over here right into 741 or 7 low 40s. It doesn't quite make its way up into that $0.50. So now we've got, yeah, what could be a flat bottom break and a loss of the volume weighted average price, and I still have the majority of this position on. So if it does end up dropping, we'll go negative on it. We haven't extracted enough away from this one to be positive on the move. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out on right now, NFE, to hold the volume weighted average price, and I'm still waiting for that first print here on NEGG. It's not giving up the ghost. That doesn't mean it won't, right? I've seen this story before. This is a risk. me being an NEGG because it is illiquid. And I've been doing that a lot more lately. Because, you know, sometimes when I get on, the pickings are slim. This one has less than 500,000 shares traded, means it can absolutely be manipulated with a smaller account. So we'll see which way this cookie crumbles. Okay. But there we go, Joseph. BMNR is going to halt to the high side again. It's up 517%. It was just tapping the 10 EMA there. I don't know why I don't trade the easy setups. This was beautiful. 3 candles all off the 10 EMA, and then another high of daybreak. BMNR is on the rampage to the high side. It is halted, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. As I see it, though, there's a new small cap gapper that's weaseled its way onto the scene under GNLN. Up 50, almost 51%. It is halted, Joseph, at 465. So I'm going to have a look at this one.
Good look there, guys. All right, so I'm posted up in this market. We've mentioned this before. I think the longer the consolidation, you chop around, you're not having buyers step in and aggressively selling, or sorry, you have those offers aggressively hitting the tape. So now let's see if we can get this move to the downside. I missed the top end of the range, but if the market decides that it wants to pull back, I'll be happy with accepting 82.30s for the top, for the move lower. But now we're opening up at the lower end of the range through the support levels. Now let's see if we can continue this move, or we're going to get that pullback that we're looking for. But with the likes of Meta, Google, and some of these big names starting to come in, the chances of that are relatively slim. But I'm still going to post up here and get that price, that exactly that precise entry that I'm looking for right now, guys. So we'll be patient on that. With that being said, during this time, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors in the morning. And it is a shortened week, so I'm curious to what's going on. It's funny, on Thursday, they give us a little bit of a data dump with initial jobless claims, et cetera. So that's going to be interesting here. So we'll get that volatility spike. We like this. But leading the way today is the tech sector. As you can see, we gapped up across multiple names here. So up 0.5%. Financials up about 0.4 there. And then the healthcare also 0.4 as well, too. All right. So we'll look at the bottom 3. The real estate sector, not so hot today, negative 1/3, and then utilities, same thing, negative 1/3, and then closer to about 0.5% down is the consumer discretionary sector, guys. All right, so keep an eye out on that. The financials are doing well. I know the boys were talking about JP Morgan and Company this morning, so yeah, it's looking really good on that front. But here you go, you can see the market starting to head towards the low of the day. If it breaks through this pivot and you see some of these names start to really come in, like we're seeing in Google and on Meta as well too, we can see some more downside, guys. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Well, here's Robinhood. Still, there's some updates that are of note. They have an AI assistant, as it seems like a lot of people do now. There's this called Cortex, and it helps with crypto. So if you're trading in crypto and you're wondering why it's moving, I guess you can just ask Cortex, and Cortex can help you with that. So AI assistant right now seems like specifically with crypto, it doesn't seem like it's a full rollout yet, just a partial rollout for now. I will keep you guys posted. But HOOD right now, nice little bounce here off that 85.50 level, currently trading around 87.50. Back to you.
Okay, bro. Tell me what you got going on, man.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Let me print here, bro.
Okay, he's printing, man. Yeah. We're getting. He's rolling right now. He's printing up a storm. Hold on. Let's do this. Boom. Boom. Boom, shakalaka. That's it. I'm gonna start calling you Bo, because that was the guy I used to play cards with.
Oh, boom, baby.
Boom, boom. All right, show him what you got.
Oh man, GN. I can't even say the ticker. I'm so excited. GNLN. Here's the first entry, Joseph, at the day high. Okay. That was the open. It dipped down to the $0.50. I said, this is it. Yeah. On the micro pullback, as we've been talking, top screen, Joseph added into this position. Boom, 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 all the way into 512. It is halted again to the upside. GNLN up. Big boy, 66.25%. Keep your eye on this one. This is one I just yelled out, was the small cap gapper that just weaseled on. Weaseled on to the scene over here, so keep your eye on that. Sorry to keep yelling, but I get excited. And then NEGG, we just took the first print there. So here we go again with 15, Joseph, and there's nobody posted on the level 2. Look at that, one lot, one lot, one lot. I'm only seeing one lot. Come on, like the hidden buyers just gotta get, bro. I've tried to warn you before.
Warn them.
You're going to get run over. You're going to get run over, my man. It's a matter of time. The ascending wedge doesn't lie. So be careful. I'm kidding, guys. I'm just, having fun here with the stock. So NEGG, we're looking for this one to flat top break through 15. Let's see if it comes. If it comes, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that's the look there. GNS is on its last leg here, Joseph, because if it loses that higher low situation, I've moved up my stop to break even. We're long at 38. So if this one loses that bid, it's all over there. I'm seeing a 1501 official day high now on NEGG, which is interesting because I didn't see the 1501 come in on the time and sale. Oh, there it is for 300 shares, and it came on the D print there. There you go. So you can kind of see that right there. I don't know if you can see that on your side there, but I see it 1501. So that is the official high.
Was that you?
That's not me. No, I didn't get the printed out one. That would have been nice, though. I didn't get a printed out one.
You know what I mean?
I'm waiting for that flat top break, so that's what I'm kind of waiting for there, Joseph. Last but not least here, NFE, looking to reclaim that 339 area. I'm waiting a little bit above 40, so let's see how this one comes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're having a good time, as always, man. I think we say that. See, when I say I don't answer much, I feel like we always say that we're always having a good time because I think that's the case there. But, yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. Go follow your boy at Trader TV, Joseph, and I posted this up this morning here. So just so I'm part of the swing, right? So I told you guys I closed my my IBIT contracts for a small loss, but I also just reduced my positioning in IBIT as well too. Not in the long term, but I just cut that. I had the shares before, took a loss on the contracts, but then I also just closed my share position as well too. So this morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I seen Google trading at the likes of 182, and then NVDA had a small pop in it as well too. So I took 66% of my Google trade off, and then I also took an additional 20% of my NVDA trade off this morning. So there you go, a fresh start to the morning to Monday, and I only opened this Google position on previous Monday. So a nice little swing, and I'm going to look to get involved because I mentioned the laggards here in the likes of Apple, Amazon is still slightly lagging, and then Google. I think there's going to be a catch-up trade. You just have to be patient, wait for some positive catalyst, and if the market wants to move them there, we will. So we are here for a good time, not a long time. We don't ask for too much. Yeah, there we go. Exactly. Hey. That's exactly what it is, man. So that's the game plan. Go add your boy at Trader TV. I usually keep you guys posted on that, but I'm more or less posting trades and open interest on the options chain, which I think are extremely important as well, because that's going to give you a gauge. And I think we're going to set up, Neil and I were actually talking, I think during the new setup, we're going to start some big stuff with just the options chain, because I think it's really important for market gauges. No question about it. Especially when you guys do your morning analysis as well, too. So when you're like, hey, where the contracts open, I think it's really important after the market opens that we can use the chain to gauge ranges with.
And you've been proving it over and over every day. Keep looking at those levels on the options chain, and it keeps rejecting on that level.
Right? So we're really going to start focusing and honing on that for the options traders, and even for those who are looking to get involved in options. I think this is a great place to start. Any questions regarding that, Sharif and I are most definitely going to be answering them. Adara, what do you got for us?
This is early. One of the announcements at this Robinhood event has to do with stock tokens. Well, Vlad Tenev and crew just actually said it out loud. So in the EU, these EU Robinhood customers will now be able to trade U.S. stocks via stock tokens. So tokenized stocks here. They mentioned names like Amazon, NVIDIA. He said that right now they don't have a full rollout, but they're planning on having thousands more. So now if you are in the EU trading on Robinhood, you may be able to trade some of these U.S. stocks via tokenized stocks. A good look here for HOOD, getting a push to the upside. Back to you.
Yeah, do you want to cover something?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Cap gapper. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. Shout out to Venue 42. Thank you very much. Money for the $5 super chat. Joseph's doing the honorary spin, but just in case you are wondering. Here, let's have a look at ARTL. So I did look at this one, full disclosure. The reason it's not on the side charts and the reason I haven't said anything about it, guys, it is because it's trading below the volume weighted average price. Okay? And is this an official high? Yes, it is. So that's a 1250. Sorry. I can read, I promise. 2558 HOD. Since we put in that high a day, we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs. We've got an official low of $15. This thing closed out, though, on Friday at around, what was the price there? 6 3/4, just below 7. Had a fantastic morning, 7:45. That news item hits, the algos react, it pops up, reaches above $20, holds the 20. EMA, which is the yellow line on my chart. Don't know why it's holding the 20, but don't really care. I just look to see what it's respecting, not why. All right, and so it held it beautifully here from 8:35 till 9:15, then rocketed up there as the imbalances got closer to the high, and then in the actual trading day, the official trading day after 9:30, we printed 25.58, but since that time, we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs. So the only way I get involved with this one is if it gets above $19 or wherever the volume weighted average price is currently trading. I don't like this one because, well, it's breaking down. Let's just call a spade a spade. So I'm going to keep my eye out on it. It's on the side chart. I'm not side chart, but on the watch list, side watch list here. So if it starts making moves, I'll get involved. Otherwise, I'm just going to steer clear because it is kind of, it's not the right trend. I don't short these small cap gappers. So that's the situation. NEGG continues to show me 99s here as a flat top. So I don't know what the hell to make of this. I don't like trading these low float names, but this just seems so destined to take out the top for a flat top break, whether or not it doesn't, or whether it does without stopping me out, kind of hard to tell. Right back before we go to Adira, I'm still keeping my eye here on NFE. We got 29s on. I'm looking for also another aggressive move, possibly into the $0.50 here on NFE. What's up, Adira?
Really interesting announcement here on these tokenized stocks from Robinhood. They're still talking about the benefits, but one thing is if you're in the EU trading these tokenized stocks, you'll still get benefit from dividends that would happen in the US stocks, and you'll also benefit from any potential stock splits, or at least it'll be affected. EU customers will also still be able to trade ETFs. They mentioned VOO, of course, that's the Vanguard ETF, as well as the SPY. So nice benefits here if you are in the Robinhood trading here for the EU. If you're doing these tokenized stocks, you're getting a lot of the same benefits of the US counterparts. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, guys. I want to talk about this name, and we can go on and on about this like for a while.
Joey.
Just like what, honestly, Sharif, man, I'm gonna like this. We'll hum ourselves at the same time, but hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, pat yourself on the back. But sometimes you need to, man. This Robinhood trade has been nothing short of absolutely amazing. Like again, just grabbing it at the lows, just following. See, that's where I kind of put the technicals away. I put the technicals away and just focused on the reports. And I was just like, okay, yeah, because we've seen the growth, the kind of the exponential growth that we're seeing in Robinhood, and now that they acquired WonderFi, they're expanding in the European Union as well too. So there's a lot of big stuff going on with Robinhood, and I think we're going to see this. Now they were moving on the Genius Act as well too.
Yes, sir.
Right. So there we go. We got a lot of catalysts that just built up in this name, and now you see that we are up over 100 and something % off of these lows on Robinhood and continuing to climb. And it looks like with today's session, almost 200%. By the end of today's session, I would not be surprised if we hit that $90 target. This name has been on an absolute monster run, but at the same time, you don't want to be greedy, and it would be smart for you to manage the position. Maybe not necessarily if it's in the long term, but if you've gone on such a big time move, trim a little bit. If you have 100 shares, for example, take 40, 50, and even 60% of that off, and then wait for a lower price, because eventually you will get it. It may not be the exact price that you want, but there's multiple ways that you can profit from this while you sell some shares and then sit on some cash and do some cash secured puts or something along those lines, because I think that's going to be phenomenal. And it's just multiple ways. Okay, yeah, you're missing out on the appreciation of the actual stock, but there's so many different ways where you can still make some passive income, and that's going to be selling some puts. So essentially, you are long, right? And one thing that you can do as well, so what are you doing when you're selling puts? Is essentially you're waiting for the stock to come to your price. If it doesn't come to your price, well then guess what? Congratulations, you got to make money anyways by collecting the premium and allowing those contracts to expire worthless. Now, exactly what we were talking about, yes, exactly. Thank you very much for that. I put a poll up right now, and when we were talking about options, and we're going to get more involved into this and getting the options chain to you guys on the bigger screens and everything, I want to see what you have going on. Are you a stock trader? Are you an options trader? Are you hybrid? Or are you looking to learn a little bit more? All right, so that's going to tell us a lot of what our current group sentiment is, and I think it's really, really important.
All right, Assassino, we ready?
Yeah.
2 seconds. 1. All right, few seconds, my mistake. Okay, I'm gonna keep my eye here. Okay, Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, guys. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you get to pick your path. You get instant funding, challenge, or PRO account, and then start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. So use the discount code, simple, TTV, to save on any account. Scan that QR code now or head over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout, baby. Shout out to Top One Futures. Good look there, Joseph. That's a lot of money to pay out there.
Yeah, that's a lot of
a good account.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just seeing we got about 300. Before I send it back to you there, Sharif, we got about 300 votes. 40% are just stock traders, 22% right now are options traders, and then we have about 30% that are hybrid. I'm loving the hybrid. I voted hybrid, and I think that it's really important. I know we like our equities, we like just trading common stock, but it's important if you are trading these things, these names, how much the options market influences the actual underlying asset. So I think as a collective unit, we need to hone in on this more. We need to focus on what the options chain is telling us, and it's going to drastically improve your day trading.
And I really need to echo that sentiment because, proof is in the pudding, right?
It's there.
And every morning, or not every morning, but every day on the show, you're pulling up the futures, the options chain. Sorry, not futures, the options chain, and we're comparing it to levels on the daily, and almost all the time it's repetitive.
It's too accurate to not follow it.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree 100%, man. All right, guys, let's get into the nitty gritty. This neg trade, I'm worried about it. So I was speaking to somebody in the chat. I think his name was Martin, and he's like, "What the hell is Sharif in NEGG for?" And he's absolutely right to ask that because it breaches one of my rules, which is we need good volume, and this one just doesn't have it. It's still 500,000 shares. It's a wide spread. I just felt that $15 was a flat top break waiting to happen. It seems as the seller at 15 is a bit stronger than I had anticipated. So we'll see whether this one ends up taking out the level or not. We're still positive on it. I've only gotten one measly print, and I haven't added to be full disclosure. So let's see if this one holds up or what the situation is. The other one that I'm involved in right now, NFE, we just got a few prints above that 40 penny area, and here we go, coming back down again. So I am a little concerned about this one because you're not seeing that parabolic nature on NFE or what's it called, GNS for that matter. So we'll keep tabs on those. I've taken a substantial portion here of the NFE trade, still holding a piece for in case, it really gets parabolic above that $0.50. I don't want to be without shares. And then GNS, we don't have too many left on this bad boy. Full disclosure, here we go. We're going to take out some here because it's been a minute since it's been up here. We're going to still hold some for 54 and 56, but it's really the GNLN show. Look at this trade, bro. How bad does this trade look, man? This is consistent though. You know what I mean? A better trader would not let this off the hook.
Yeah.
A better trader would see that this is continuing to go. The volume is still there. The higher lows and the higher highs are coming in.
But let me play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
And I said that to you this morning. Sometimes it's just really, we don't know. Hindsight obviously being 2020.
Sure.
You put on the trade. That trade is good. Could you have left a little bit of a runner on? Yes, but you were willing to accept the profit that you had. And I think it's just really important to continue to do those types of things. It's like, I take everything off of that trade.
Yep.
I'm happy and I'm willing to accept my trade.
I agree with everything you say, but let me make one quick revision. I don't think that, in my opinion, these are the type of stocks you leave a piece for the dream, like on a Facebook or a Meta.
Yeah.
What my opinion is with these ones is that you just keep getting in and you keep getting out.
Yep.
You keep getting in and getting out, but you don't hold a piece for the dream because all hell can break loose to the downside in a hot second. So I completely.
So there you go. I think you just answered yourself. You took it off. You were willing to accept it. You don't know what can happen next. Obviously, even if we did, we would be Really rich. I'm really rich. But you know what I mean? But that's how it is.
Don't invite me.
That's how it was with my Google. It's like, okay, yeah, fantastic. I'm in at 168. My average is 168. We trade up to 182 in the pre-market. My goal was to get out at 177.5. But after that imbalance on Friday, I'm like, you have to stick in this. Okay, we get that $2 prop in the pre-market. I'm going to accept what I've done and take 66% of my position off and leave the rest of a runner. I'm accepting that fact and locking in profits, taking what the market is giving me. And then now look at Google. It's literally 7 points lower than what I sold it at this morning. So I'm already at a place where I'm getting in at a better price than what I've just sold it at. And I think that's really important, whether you're swing trading or day trading, is just starting to accept the fact of the moves that you've made. Obviously, everything can be a little bit better. That's the nature of trading, is more. You always want more, but sometimes you just have to be happy with what you have.
Well said, Joseph. Well said. All right, guys, while GNLN was going nuts, I got back in, scalped for like 20 quick pennies. You know, it's nothing, it's not like anything like the first trade. So this one's got a 647 high, Adara, having trouble with that $0.50. What's up?
Speaking of highs here, Robinhood is actually at new day's highs. Nice push here above that 89 level into $90.50. Tons of, I guess, announcements made here, guys, today. Of course, they didn't announce tokenized stocks now for trading U.S. equities. If you are in the EU, really good announcements there. They're making literally new day's highs as you speak. And we also found the reason for the name of the event, To Catch a Token. It has to do with the fact that To Catch a Thief was apparently filmed where the event's taking place. Back to you.
Adara. Keeping my eye here on GNLN. It just took out the top, guys. So there we go.
Oh
660
my
high.
God.
Go.
Sorry, Sharif. Yeah.
Go.
Robinhood is now. I told you guys at some point today this thing is going to go to 90. And then now look at it just go absolutely parabolic here. And that's the thing. It's like, dude, I'm like, well, I wish I had more of that. But let's hop back into reality and be like, hey, you have what you have and be thankful for that. But what an absolute monster rotation from your boy. Big smile. I know you were making fun of me about Tesla. And I know a lot of people in the chat were making fun of me when I dumped Tesla at the lows and I said, AC Slater to you, I'm going to buy some Robinhood. Why? Because you got 700% increase in crypto transactions year over year, 100% increase in options activity year over year, the gold membership, even what's the word I'm looking for? Leveraged accounts are also increasing. So the platform is expanding on an extreme level, and that's where you see that exponential growth. Now we're starting to trade into 91.50 Robinhood, the gift that keeps on giving. Let's go, Adara. What do you got for us?
Actually, we have another pretty big announcement here from this Robinhood event. So earlier, we did have Vlad Tenev, CEO, tell people who were watching the event to download their Robinhood app in the EU. Well, it turns out the reason why is because they're actually allowing people who are at the event to get tokenized stocks of two private companies, OpenAI and SpaceX. So really interesting announcements here and incentives at this HOOD event. Back to you.
Some great stuff going on there, Sharif. I'm short the Qs here right now at the top end of this range. Let's see what happens. I think we will head back to the lower end, and that's why I didn't want to sell the lows, right? When you have a consolidation, you don't want to be selling into the support level. You want to wait, post up, and then maybe you can get that move back towards the lower end of the range. If any form of volume picks up and it looks like that we're going to break out to the top side, then we can just hop out of this trade, take a significantly smaller loss. Because if you have an entry right here, now your stop has to be at the top end of the range and even a little bit north of that in order for you to really know that you're wrong in that setup, right? Because if you enter at the support level and you have your stop in the middle of the range, well, look where the stock is consolidating. It's almost inevitable that the fact that you're going to get stopped out. So that's why risk to reward is extremely key. Consolidations, you want to sell the highs, buy the lows, et cetera, and have your stops just above some previous peaks. So that's what we got going on here with the TQs.
You got to go watch the video that Ram just posted on the stories.
Who's it of? Who's it of?
It's of us. And what's his name back there? The guy doing the construction.
I don't know.
You don't know his name?
No.
Oh, man. Adara, what's that dude's name? I don't want to yell because he's back there.
I didn't get the video.
The guy doing the construction. Do you know his name?
I've never heard it.
I mean,
I would remember it if I knew it, but I've never heard it.
Thank you, Adara.
Truthfully.
Ram, you know his name? Assassino. Nobody knows. Fabian, do you know his name? The guy doing the construction. You know his name? Okay, nobody knows.
There's a way we can do it. Be like, hey, man, we want to introduce yourself.
Every morning I say good morning.
Yeah, and he's always like,
know his name. All right. The Katina man knows, but he's swimming right now.
go ask for us.
Guys, we got 2 halts to
Send
talk
me the
about
video,
right now.
Ramin, please and thank you.
What happened?
I don't have Instagram.
Whose fault is that, though? Literally.
It's mine.
There you go.
But
And
that
you know
doesn't mean I
Instagram, the
can't.
beautiful thing is you can actually just watch it without an account. Go online.
Oh yeah,
Go
okay.
on
So
the,
then,
yeah, like
okay,
the way
but,
you use X. you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
wa-
So
you
just
can-
post it up in the GC, in the group chat then. Do your boy a favor.
All right, guys, let's talk about these 2 halts right now. Because a couple of, one good, one bad.
His name is Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Oh, my name is Dan. All right, BMNR on the Amex network is halted to the downside. It's just lost at 10 exponential. I think for the first time of the day on the closing basis, halted at 23.66. A halt time 11:37:32. So you add 5 minutes on top of that. That is the first open time for that stock. The opposite look. GNLN halted to the upside, $6.85. The theoretical auction price show, well, we're not gonna, yeah, actually, this is a NASDAQ stock, so we should be able to get the tap. 685, it halted at 11:37:55. So add 5 minutes onto that. That'll be the earliest time it can open. So 2 halts, 1 up, 1 down on the 2 biggest movers currently, GNLN and BMNR. Great look for both of them. Let's look at the trades that we've got on, though. NEGG continues to displease me, nor is it stopping me out. So I want to see how this cookie crumbles. Now, full disclosure, we're not making that $15 touch, and we haven't now for almost 20 minutes. This is now putting in lower highs, and it looks like it could be a rounded top here on NEGG. So that seller at 15-ish, because technically the high of the day is 15.01, right now looks like they're going to win. So, and I'm out of the money by 9 pennies. 77s I've got, it's showing me 68s. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. It doesn't look good for me at the moment. That's the one that's not doing well. The other ones are doing quite well. NFE continues to hang out with higher lows. This one, I'm never confident with these small cap gappers because they can turn on you in a minute. But this one is putting in the higher low, so it's got the right pattern here. Likewise with GNS, but this one's an MX stock, so I'm more suspicious of this one, putting in higher lows with what could be a flat top break through 50. I've loaded up on this one enough that I've taken out the majority of the shares, so now we're going to leave a couple of pieces here for said dream. So those are the 3 that I'm involved in right now. Uh-oh. Big spile, Burdette. Sorry, Adair, I just got to address the super chat. Okay, that's okay. We can read it. What is your name? What? What is your name? Ezekiel. You see that fire over there? I'm assuming that's from a meme or something, a video.
I didn't know.
Big spile, I'm going to have to copy that and
saying.
find out exactly what you're talking about there. And then somebody's calling me from Egypt.
Oh,
and I'm going to say no.
Answer it.
No,
Let's have a
can't do that.
conversation.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
It'd be great. Maybe we'll do that next time.
Maybe
actually.
we'll do that next time?
Go ahead, Adair. Sorry to keep you waiting.
The event is done. Vlad Tedevin Co. just ended. They did announce a couple highlights at the end, including the fact that I guess their Robinhood stablecoin, USDG, has now been approved in the EU as well. So tons of announcements here. In case you guys missed it, the highlights include some staking announcements. They've launched Ethereum and Solana staking. They also announced a whole bunch of tokenized stocks that you can trade in the EU. It's going to be US stocks right now, about 200, but they're planning on having over 1,000 by the end of 2025. So tons of Robinhood announcements. HOOD on watch, pushing a little bit lower as the event ends. Back to you.
Thank you. We're just joking. Things that we can't say on camera, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's good, Joseph. Everything's good.
Yeah, funny stuff. All right, let's see. We got to get some questions in the chat here. Gregory Osborne, Joe, I love when you talk about your swing trade ideas. I appreciate that very much. If you had $1,000 to drop on a swing right now, what would your play be? Ideally to hold for a month or 2. That's a very good question. And I think I've been talking about this catch-up trade in the likes of Amazon, Google, and I'm not quite Apple just yet, but I think Google might be one of the better catch-up trades, but I'd just be sitting on that cash right now. Unless you're positioned relatively well, I wouldn't be looking to hold on to that, or sorry, to be grabbing anything all the way up here. I mentioned that the NASDAQ is up substantially off of Liberation Day lows, and same with the likes of some of the other big names, and I'm specifically talking about NVDA being up close to 80% at the highs off of the Liberation Day lows. I wouldn't be chasing. The price action does seem a little bit fishy, and I think at some point we are going to get a drastic pullback. And with that being said, just be patient. But there is some solid catch-up trades that I think that are to be had. But with the likes of NVDA deciding that it wants to head back towards the opening price of the day, it's not a good look for this TQ short. But okay, so let's break this down. I would wait for a solid price. Maybe 156 was half decent on NVDA, but I don't believe we're going to be able to breach and hold 160. One thing that's really drove me and made me hold on to some of my NVDA shares and buy some in the long term is solely on the Gulf deals. I think these are massive deals, and I think they're going to continue to expand, especially with Donald Trump and his administration starting to ease some of the restrictions, regardless of what's going on with the H20 chip in China. He's opening the door to much more companies, and if they're falling behind in this AI race, then at some point I think NVDA is the way to go, and they're going to want to play catch up, and NVDA is going to be probably one of the primary beneficiaries of that.
Well said, Joseph. GNLN is losing the bid here really aggressively to the downside. What I'm looking at, if you're watching new, I've got the 5-second chart on my top screen. I use that to be able to discern trend and when the trend is really giving it up on a very, very localized basis. Because you know how these ones are, man. They don't really hang out too much at any one level. And now we are halted to the downside on GNLN, 597 halt right now. The theoretical auction price showing me 460. So we are slated to open much lower than we closed. Again, guys, we come in waves of 5 minutes for these volatility halts. It doesn't mean they're only going to be closed or halted, for 5 minutes, but they come in increments of 5. So minimum halt time will be 5 minutes. So you add 5 minutes onto 11:45:57. So the earliest we can open is 11:50:57. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. BMNR is losing the bid really aggressively here. Oh, baby, this one is really on the move down. This is going to halt again here, 20:45. It is now lunchtime, Joseph. But this is not a good time for your friend BMNR or anybody holding this one long ahead of $20, because this is really coming down aggressively. And now we are halted on both the names. BMNR halted to the downside at 2045, and GNLN halted to the downside at 597. GNLN is a lot closer to the volume weighted average price than BMNR is. So VWAP on my chart here on GNLN is, I want to say, 5 low 80s, 5 high 70s, whereas on BMNR, it's at $17, and we're halted at basically $20.45. So be on the lookout for these when they open up. Personally, I would like to trade GNLN a lot more than BMNR just because of the price and the way that BMNR is moving. Also, I don't like BMNR as much as I like GNLN for the exchange off which it trades. The Amex, you know, some bamboozlement on that one, whereas the NASDAQ, well, I'm not saying there's no bamboozlement on the NASDAQ. I don't want anybody to get me wrong, but yeah, less bamboozlement maybe. So, and that's kind of a contradiction on my part, and I'll readily admit that because I'm in GNS. And GNS is also on the MX, but we got a couple of beak wetters left. This thing breaches my level. We're gonzino there. So let's look at the ones that are actually continuing with the uptrend, and that is NFE, still putting in higher lows, not necessarily, though, those higher highs. And I have too many orders here spaced apart. So let's go ahead and set up north of 50. We're going to set up at 52s, whatever, right? Still ahead of that $1/2 area. So that's my look on NFE. And then the last but not least, NEGG, right back into 1490. I don't know what the hell to do with this one. I don't know if I should just flatten out for a 13-penny winner and get the hell out of there, or insist that this one break the $15 area. I'm just going to hold it. I'm going to hold it. If I end up going red on this one because of that, well, then lesson learned. But I'm just kind of stubborn, and I like the pattern. I don't like the volume, obviously. I want to make that clear. I don't like the spread, but the pattern is sound, and it seems to have a buyer at around 14.5. Whether or not that ends up being the case and continues to be the case or not, we'll have to wait and see. So that's my look there. All right. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. Oh my God. Adara, did you see that? She likes that. Okay.
I love that. I'm a fan.
$4.99 super chat.
Okay.
Hi, brother.
Hi.
Any thoughts on GNS? Everyone smash a like button. First of all, you won me over right there. Smash a like button. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Look, and I just finished talking about GNS. Let's go through a little bit more on it here. Let's bring in the side chart and talk a little TA. So you can see here, brother, that it clearly has support at VWAP. It did it over here. It did it over there. Now, during that time, we were putting in higher lows and also higher highs. We've got the higher lows still intact. Like, you can't say that we've lost that $1.32 or that $1.35, right? We haven't. We're still holding the 10 EMA. The issue is we're just not getting that kind of strength to move this one back above that $0.50. And I'll submit to you that that's what we need, Ram. Yeah, that's what we need, because we need that higher high, higher low pattern to continue. And that's not continuing, full disclosure. In fact, if you look at it even more closely, you can kind of see that we have a lower high pattern. And we have since this topping tail at 1105. It is 1150. So we have been putting in lower highs, not necessarily lower lows, for almost an hour now. So that does concern me. Now, where am I long? I'm long at 38s. So I've given that basically to my stop. And I like the fact that my long is at 38s, because that's where exactly the volume weighted average price is. And that's my rule. Don't trade these ones long south of the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm looking at right now. GNS, that's how I feel about this one. Joseph, you're yelling about something. The people want to know what's going on.
I did. I accidentally added into this position when I meant to post up. I mean, it's working now, but I wanted to take some profits here on SoFi as it's starting to rip to the top side here. So we'll take the extra shares that I was looking to take off there, Sharif, and we'll just take them
animal,
off.
I
honestly didn't
like an
know,
animal.
but
I
I legitimately didn't mean to do that. That's why I'm like, no, I wanted to sell some.
It's a good
not,
trade.
yeah. I mean, it's one of the stronger names, right? So you just want to stick with the strength here. And then also for my TQs, I'm starting small on the short side, right, guys? So what I'll do is I give that 50 cents. It starts to work out. I'll double up the position, and then therefore my stop now goes to a quarter. But right now we're cooling. I can't Toronto saying, but now we're just posted up. We're hanging out. Midday is on the rise, as my guy Gaurav pointed out, and I said, yes, you don't want to be going against the market when the big boys are trading higher. But I believe there's going to be a key support level in the pre-market that we might knock on the door. And then we also have that 160 open interest, over 100,000 current open contracts on NVDA. And I think we're going to struggle to break through that. So be patient, wait for NVDA to turn around. But if it starts to squeeze and you get that gamma effect where you really start to accelerate and then you blow through those levels, watch out. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade. But I'm going to be waiting for NVDA to slowly turn around. The higher it climbs, if it gets to OP, opening price that is, then maybe we'll just have to hop out of the TQs. But I'm going to be patient on this one, wait for it to slowly turn back. Hopefully we get that short side working out, add into the position. Now going from 50% to 50 cents to a 25-cent stop. But that accidental add here on SoFi working out really, really well for us so far, Sharif. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, so with the fat finger trade number, exactly, yeah. Some days it's like that there, Dubs dollars, just like sometimes it's hard to lose it, but then there's other days where it's just like, yeah, okay, well, I can't put on a trade if my life depended on it. But then when things are working out for you, they just tend to do so. So you want to go with that flow and ride that wave there, guys. So yeah, and I know you got a lot of people in the chat were talking about Bitcoin as it went on a big time move. Someone mentioned that it moved $1,000 in a span of a couple of minutes. Fantastic stuff. But I think 108 is giving it a world of trouble. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. And I'm more than happy. I'm going to touch on some IBIT here momentarily. But first things first, we're going to take a little bit off here on this. Yeah, I hear you there, Fabe. We're going to take a little bit off there on SoFi as we're continuing to climb higher. Now it's like, I wish I added some more. I wish I added some more, but that's not necessarily the case. We're going to be happy with what we got going on. This trade's starting to cook up, sticking to strong names, strong catalysts. This is what we want to see here in the market trade.
Absolutely love it, man. Shout out to Sports and Stonks letting me know about VOR. Brother, I had that one on the side watch list from Friday, because that was a Friday? Yeah, that was a former runner on Friday. So we'll keep an eye on that, and it's already strong, my man. Already 50.5% in the afternoon over here. But I'm keeping my eye here on BMNR. So it opened up, and it really didn't tank down to VWAP, nor did I have an order there. It's still putting in lower highs. So even though it has a kind of a bottoming tail candle that's currently green, the previous candle high is around 23.30. This current candle has a high of 22 and a lower low of 19. So we're still putting that downtrend currently right now on BMNR, lower lows and lower highs. Let's see if that ends up changing and whether we make another attempt above 23 bucks. I will not be trading this until the trend, if I trade it, is decidedly higher highs and higher lows. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife. So that one is open and has been for some time, but GNLN will be at least a 10-minute halt. So if that is the case, then it will be 10:55:57, the earliest it'll open. It currently is 11:54 and change. I don't know exactly how many seconds. I'm not looking at my atomic clock. So GNLN halted down, but most notably still above the volume weighted average price, currently showing me a theoretical auction price of 532. That could change. That's substantially lower, almost 30 pennies lower, more than 30 pennies, excuse me, than the current halt price of 97. So that's the situation. Let's go back and look at our other trades right now. NFE, okay, stair stepping up. It's a slow mover, but it's still putting me, still showing me those higher lows. So I'm still ambitious for that $0.50 break. We'll wet our beak before the $0.50 if it does make its way up there. And then GNS, you know, making me look bad. I'm like, oh, this one's going to lose the bid. It's still having trouble with the $0.50. There's no question about that, but it's still putting in higher lows. Not necessarily those parabolic higher highs, but it's putting in higher lows nonetheless. Last but not least over here, this one that I really don't feel good about, NEGG. We'll see what this one ends up doing. We're still in the money on it, but haven't taken any more than that initial print. GNLN is open now. Where's it at? Show yourself. There it is. We are opening down. We are below now the volume weighted average price. VWAP, 5 low 80s. I won't be touching this until it can get back above 6, and it may do that just right now. Comes into 6 and rejects it. So there's certainly somebody short selling in the high 5s there, 5 mid 90s or so. Back down into 5 low 60s. Now we're losing 50s. We're in the 40s. So yeah, all hell is breaking to the downside right now on GNLN. If you're wondering why I'm not punching in at these levels, I don't trade it below the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about the small cap gappers. They have to be above VWAP for me to get involved. So this one is trying to work back above 6, just got into 6, topping, tailed through 6. I think that candle high is 605. So for the moment, we're back into the 70s, 80s. So a lot of people probably got stopped out who were waiting for maybe a breakout trade through 6. I don't think that would be the right way to trade it, but you move into that 6. Best you could do is 605, and then down you go again. Let's see if we can take out that 605 seller. We're 02s. Again, 01, back into 19s we go, and we take out the 05 seller. So this one might have a second wind here. We're still about, 80 pennies or so off the high, 710 in the day, but we're right back above the volume weighted average price. And now, Joseph, we may halt here to the upside again, showing me that halt parameter. We could get a gray out here momentarily. 628, Joseph, if we halt, will be the halt price. Need a couple more seconds at this level, and there it is, graying out there. And now we are halted to the upside at 628. Anybody interested in like fighter planes or, that kind of like, anybody in the chat ever want to be a fighter pilot? I did. And do you guys know what graying out is? Do you know what graying out is?
No, is that when you the G-force is too much?
Yeah, actually, yes, exactly. So it's like you lose your vision incrementally when the G-force, it doesn't all happen at once. So you start losing your peripheral vision. You can't see from the side anymore and from the top, and then your vision loses color, and you go gray. And then you knock out.
And then you pass
and then
out.
like that.
Like 4 or something.
Well, you're supposed to be able to pull 9.
9? Oh,
They train you 4-9.
4-9?
Yeah. But,
that's
a lot of
cool.
people, they put you in the centrifuge and stuff like that. Yeah, man.
yeah,
There's like a whole suit, a G suit that inflates to keep your blood from rushing to your legs so that it'll inflate everywhere, lock it in place, because what ends up happening is the G-forces push the blood from your brain all the way to your legs. So it's kind of
interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I mean, guys, what a strong name here. So you can see it came to our break even on SoFi, and then now we put in a new high. So a nice liquidity grab right there. And I punched out. I had no issues with that. I didn't have too much of my position left after these two initial moves right there, considering I added accidentally. And then we take some off, and then it just comes back to our break even. And that's the thing here with the Qs that I noted. We have a big time indecision on the likes of on NVDA. You can see that volume really looks like it started to peak here. So be patient and wait for a slow turnaround if that's going to come into play. But then we also got the pre-market lows as well. You can see it knocking on that door, but let's see if that opens or not. I don't think it's going, well, I could be totally wrong, and if I am, then the market's going to start squeezing. But this is what I was referring to on some of these pre-market levels here on the TQs, and then now you can see that we're bouncing off it as well too, guys. So there it is, being patient, holding on to these positions. But if some of the bigger names decide that they want to bounce here, because we got Apple at the lows, and then we got Google heading toward the lower day as well too. If they decide to revert back towards the volume-weighted average price, you don't want to be short that market because it's not participating to the downside. And then once those buy programs start to step back in, you get those cover rallies, you're going to see the appreciation in the Qs. So, yeah, I think we are there. And right after we get back from that, there's a couple super chats we're going to cover.
Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, guys. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you get to pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the past 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. So if you're interested, use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to their website, toponefutures.com, and start trading towards your next payout. Adair, I'm going to send you this super chat over here. Why is Sunrun up 15% and Enphase down 1%? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you found a headline there earlier.
I did found a headline, and I actually read a little bit into this morning. So for one thing I want to say is the reason some of these solar names are not moving in tandem with one another, people are speculating it has to do because some of these companies have a little bit more political pull than others. Now, why would that matter, you may ask? Because the biggest catalyst in the solar space as of late has had to do with the one big beautiful bill, or the great big beautiful bill, or the big beautiful bill. Depending on what you call it, either way, it does involve solar. And so here's a story I saw earlier today. Politico apparently reporting that Senator Lisa Murkowski was saying that she will offer an amendment to Senate Republicans' mega bill to tie eligibility for the wind and solar tax credits to the start of a project's construction. That would be a significant change from the current draft. Now, it's unclear how that's going to impact those names, but I will say in general, the reason these names are active likely has to do with the big beautiful bill. The reason they're moving differently might have to do with different companies' level of pull or lack thereof. So with that in mind, let's take a look here at some of these hot movers today. We have Robinhood, HOOD, still near today's highs. Lots of announcements at the To Cash a Token event, including the fact that they're going to be launching stock tokens in the EU, not only for public companies, but even for private companies like OpenAI and SpaceX. Then we have GOOGL, Google and Amazon, two names that were poised to trade a little bit higher that drifted lower today. GOOGL actually had a couple positive catalysts, one involving OpenAI. Google is reportedly providing OpenAI with some TPUs, but then the other has to do with fusion. Google reportedly betting on a fusion future and a power deal with the Commonwealth. They'll also be investing in Commonwealth again. It's reported by Bloomberg, but the story was circulating quite heavily. So GOOGL not really able to maintain the positive momentum from some of these catalysts. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Adara. Thank you for that. All right, Joseph, I got to cover this. GNLN is absolutely insane, Joseph. We're going to halt at $6.99 over here if this one keeps going with the halt parameter. Wow, baby, from the depths of hell. Below VWAP, that's, to me, the depths of hell.
There it is.
So we are going to halt here. 1 second. There's the gray out. So we are halted, Joseph, 6.99.
Oh, big time halt right there, guys. So yeah, let's see. What was I just about to mention here? SoFi heading towards that high of the day. Tesla moving eastbound here. You can see a nice consolidation phase that we got going on. It looks like it wants to head towards the top end of the resistance range. But one thing that we need, if you're a breakout trader, you want to see that really start to step in as you crack through some of these key levels. And I'm giving 50 cents on the TQ short here. If it breaks through that and the mags start to climb higher, then we'll just hop out of that. No sweat attached. But let's go over some of these super chats here, guys. We have, what do you think of Robinhood from Sev? Sev, what do we think of Robinhood? We need more likes. Everyone smash that like. Yeah, again, much appreciated. Thank you for pointing that out. Just hit that like and subscribe.
This trade
Not
has
much here,
unlimited
guys.
upside.
Just a little click of the button. And if you want to join the chat, you obviously have to subscribe as well, too. But there goes SoFi starting to climb higher. We've been talking about Robinhood for some time here now and just how they've been benefiting from a lot. They're expanding. They acquired WonderFi, which is a big-time acquisition, I think, here. So they can now break ground here in Canada, that is. So there it is, Robinhood now up to a high of around 91.87. So you're going to tap into those 92s, I think, here relatively soon. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's zoom out from a daily standpoint, and I mean, we were talking about the run that we've been on off of the Liberation Day lows, 209% now. So that's a big time move, and that's why I refer to if you don't know too much about options and you want to expand your game, then I think here's a good place to do so. But you also want to do your own due diligence as well, too, guys, because like there's so many ways that you can profit from a stock that has been substantially moving in your favor, and you don't own any of it, and you can just collect a little bit of premium and wait for that price to come to you. And if you do get assigned, then congratulations, you're the proud owner of the stock that you want at a specific price that you want, which I think is really important to understand there. But yeah, the Qs are really moving against us here. That's why when I start a short position, I was talking with, Sharif already covered that one there. So yeah. That's all for the super chats. And once again, thank you guys very much. And for me personally, when I'm shorting something, and especially in this strong market, that's why I'll start small. Right, I don't look where I am now. I'm 50 cents, almost 50 cents out of the money on this trade, and then that's fine. If it comes to the 85, then I'll just hop out and just take a small loss, a fraction of a risk loss. Because what do? I start small on the shorts, just in case you get the big move against you. And then once the thesis really starts to work out, then that's when you can add. But that also is going to trail your stop as well, too. So now that I have a 50-cent stop, if I were to double my position, it now goes to a quarter. If I'd done that prematurely, then I would have been stopped out a long time ago. And maybe it would have worked in my favor. But I want to hold on to this position just in case the market decides that it wants to turn around. And some of these bigger names are going to head to the south side. But this is what I was referring to, a nice indecision print on NVDA here as well, guys. So you're playing the break of that candle. NVDL, I like that. I'm already short the Q, so I don't want to go short again, just in case we do get a squeeze or some of the big names start to recover a little bit more. Then you don't want to be on the wrong side of that. But nice potential micro pullback here. And I think the primary target, if you're lucky enough to get that, is going to be the volume weighted average price. And I mentioned before, I think NVDA this week is going to have a hard time breaking that 160. And we do know that there's some insider selling as well.
All right, shout out to WikiLeaks. Wanted me to look at KLTO. So this one we were involved in earlier, my friend. We got in here at $1.15, scalped up to 120. It came back down, started showing me that lower high trend was still intact. I got the hell out of there. So a couple of reasons why I got into that $1.15. It happened to be VWAP. In addition to that, look at that area high right at 720. So this was a previous area of resistance. So I was looking for it to be an area of support. And it did actually hold up there momentarily, but the selling was just too aggressive. And this one ended up dropping another 10 or 15 cents. So I got the hell out of there. But look, it's working its way right back above VWAP. Okay, and now it's broken that lower high trend, the one that I got caught in. And you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that it's breached this trend line over here. So this might be yet another opportunity here on KLTO. I'm not involved in it currently right now, but that doesn't mean that I can't be. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on this one. And it didn't lose its place on the side chart full disclosure. We kept it on because it was still awfully close to that volume weighted average price. I was like, maybe it just works back above, and we'll see what this one does. So thank you for calling it out, WikiLeaks. It's a good looker right now. We'll keep an eye out on that. GNLN is open and it's rampaging to the high side again. Pops into 7.5. It's down to 7. It's holding 7, guys. There is a buyer there of note at 7, and there he goes. They've just been taken out, so we got a topping tail right back above 7. We go. We're zigging and zagging now in the high 90s. This is all sorts of crazy. I don't particularly like trading them when they're moving like this, because you just have to be. You have to make decisions super quickly. And that's not my forte. I like to see key levels and then work off those key levels. All right, we're going to halt to the downside here on GNLN. If we continue in this way for a few more seconds, 639 will be the halt level. We'll keep our eye on this one until it grays out, and then we'll out. So we are halted now, 639 at 1209.06. You can always use my screen to gauge when the halt level is. You just need only look at the top left there to see when the last print came in on the time and sales, and then you add increments of 5 minutes onto that. So GNLN up 107%, but it is now halted to the downside. Excuse me over here. I didn't mean to do that. Windows, you're pissing me off, Windows. Yeah, tell him, Joe.
I didn't want to hit that one. I want to hit that one there.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
You can hit that one, too.
Yeah. I hit it while you were gone. I did, I said.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Where's the VWAP video? It hasn't made its way onto the scene.
Hey, man, there's already been hotter videos that have been put out.
Bro, nothing can be hotter than that VWAP video.
Man. I'm going to see how many views that thing has here, man. Come on, man.
Joseph, you're a 6'4", bro. Can I tell you, you're a 6'4". You never get offended easily. No. You have thick skin.
Bro,
and
I'm a hockey guy.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. I love that. You can actually joke around with this guy without getting all weird. Love this guy. He's an OG, no doubt. So let's keep an eye here on NEGG, guys. I've been waiting for $15 to break. We're back up to $14.99, and we're still not printing above 15. Let's see what this one does. I mean, this is not my best trade ever, no question about it. I'm breaching a lot of my rules, getting into something that's a little illiquid. But it is showing me a good pattern, so that's the situation. Nothing else for me, guys. Just took a print there quickly on NFE, but yeah, we're not getting that flat top break through the $0.50. With any aggression at the moment, that doesn't mean that we're still not putting in umpteen amount of higher lows. I'm still very bullish on this one. I'm talking about NFE. One that I said very little about, and that was actually mentioned by somebody in the chat that asked me to look at it, VOR. This is a holdover from Friday. Was it Friday or was it a few days ago? It was on the 25th, whatever day that was. I had a great day on the 25th. A decent day Friday from top to low there. We're up 30 some odd %, but the better day was the 25th. Today's having another good day, 50 some odd %. Very respectful of either the 10 exponential or VWAP, it seems. All those closing prints and the wicks shadow off the green, and then when it did breach it, it found support right at the volume weighted average price. So VOR, another one that you can substantially size into. It's a 1 penny spread, so there is not that kind of same risk on NEGG. Also, you can size in substantially. Big boy shares, a few thousand shares, maybe 10, 15,000 shares on this. It's $1.62, so it really depends on how much money you have in your account and whether your broker gives you margins on these small cap gappers, which some don't because they're very high risk, high beta, and so the margin is dropped down. Go 1-to-1 on that. You're gonna have to check your brokerage.
Let's go. All right,
go, Joe.
All right, yeah. Let's go IBIT here. I hopped in on the IBIT trade here, guys. You know I like this name. And Sucka231, I gave it 50 cents on the TQs, right? Like I started really, really small. And again, if I get stopped out 50 cents, the share size is not substantial or anything along those lines. I wanted to see if the market was going to continue that move to the downside. But let's go here on IBIT, guys, getting a big time move here. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, looking for the continuation in the strength of what we were seeing earlier in the day. And when I heard somebody in the chat mention, hey, yeah, this thing's moved $1,000 in the span of a couple minutes, I'm like, all right, let's see if we can continue on this strength. We had those lows being held right at 60.05. And then I'm like, all right, let's hop in. And then I'm like, actually, no, wait, I believe this is going to be a move where we go and breach this previous pivot. So let me double up my position and slightly tighten my risk risk as well too. So there we go. We took a small fraction off, I think 5% or 10% or so right there. Not too much. So we're going to hold on to this. We have now broke through that high. I'm going to be looking for 61.35, and I'm going to post up there, guys. So a nice little move on IBIT. Maybe I'll go 33s just to be, just have a little fun with that and see if we can catch a fill on there. And then, yeah, sucker, that's the thing with the TQs, right? So like, again, I'm just waiting for this. I can average into this position, right? As long as these pre-markets continue to hold. But with the likes of some of these bigger names starting to recover, then it may not be the greatest idea. But one thing to note, NVDA is starting to pull back. Gaurav, take a look at this signal. I pointed it out earlier. Now I'm just going to be patient and wait for the Qs to start to participate, especially if NVDA heads back towards the volume weighted average price. All right, guys, so keep that in mind. I can average in as well too, which would be totally fine, and then I can just have my stop at the same place. I just take a little bit larger of a loss. But be patient on this one. Pre-market low pivot. We might slowly curl over. This could be just some liquidity grab type price action, and then sure enough, we can head back towards the low. But that's what I'm talking about. As soon as we crack this support level and either volume picks up or the momentum picks up, it's like, boom, we're adding aggressively. But with that being said, also trails my stop. So when you're in certain markets, we always talk about smaller size, wider stop. And that's exactly what went on here. Succo 231. So I'm just starting really small size and giving myself a wider stop because I don't want to have that exact precision, especially when we're sitting in a consolidation zone just like this here, all right? So that's the game plan. You can see us slowly start to come in as NVDA is pulling back towards VWAP, Sharif.
All right, man. Keeping an eye here on still NEGG. There's really not much for me to report on, guys. Waiting at 15, 14.99, still showing up here on the level 2. It's got some higher lows, but I am concerned. This looks like very flat top breakish. My mistake on this one is not having added on the dips down. But, you know, I got to tell you, I'm kind of actually happy I did that, because what if I added and this one continued to drop, given that it is very spready. Now, right now, we've got a 16 penny spread on at the moment, which isn't bad. Here we go. We're showing 15.10s, so that is the new high day. Here we go. We're still, holy cow, man, we're still not getting any print, but we moved the seller at 15. So 15.10 on the ask, 14.86 on the bid. I've got 77s on, and I still don't have a print. That's how wide this spread is, okay? It's not printing me despite the fact that we are substantially above 15, and I'm live. This no sim, baby. There's no sim here. Boom! No. Finally, we get the print. So now we're about 50 pennies in the money. Let's see if this one wants to keep running. We don't even have any orders posted. Oh, baby, it's taking out all the levels. So just complain, right, Katina Man? So we're going to keep that one at 50. The Katina Man is back, by the way. And he's scarfing down some of the fantastic chicken that we have back there. Can we give him a quick view, Katina Man? You didn't get any of that extra chicken? Did you see how much chicken there was in that thing? It was prohibitive. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go, baby.
No, you didn't want to bring it.
I know Joseph's going to definitely take a bathroom break now.
No, bro, I don't do that.
No Raquel back there?
Listen, I don't do that.
100% you're taking a bathroom break.
I don't do that. That's a page out of your book.
Katina Man. Katina Man, he's trying to say he doesn't take extra food. We all take extra food.
Wow.
We all take extra food. What's wrong?
Yeah,
except Ramin.
Thank you, Ramin.
Except Ramin.
Thank you.
She leaves all her food in the fridge.
No. That's a direct jab at you.
I don't even know what the hell she said. Go check our fridge.
Yeah.
2 meals.
I said that.
Two meals are accounted for.
2 meals in the fridge left by Ramin. With
Joseph Wilson, we're taking out levels.
That chocolate bar is going to get eaten.
All right, man, I'm very happy that I packed my patience on this, because this is a flat top break if I've ever seen one.
Okay.
Let's count how many wicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then on the 9th time, it took it out. So boom on NEGG. We have the $0.75, so we get a 75 penny winner there. Very happy with this trade. It took a whole long time for that actually to manifest. But hey, better late than never, baby. What do you got, Joseph?
we're posted up here on iBit. As you can see, we're looking for the continuation. Hopefully this pullback isn't too deep, but we're still sitting in this TQ short, waiting for this to come into play. I might add a little bit up here, but nothing substantial. But Tesla looks like it wants to get going here, guys. So keep an eye out for Tesla, if it decides that it wants to break out and through some of these key resistance zones right here, guys, on the 5-minute. One thing that we want to see, guys, is that volume start to pick up before you get involved in this name. Other than that, it's short the resistance and then buy into support. But let's go. Sucka 231. This is why we Wait. Sorry.
What did Ram say now? I want a full accounting of what she said. Yeah. What did she say?
She said, you said we all, when you said everybody takes extra food.
Well, maybe I was a little too wide with my statement there. She barely eats.
Yeah, but the we all is more or less directly pointed at the fact that we know that you're going to be taking extra food if there is some.
If there is. That's a big one.
If there is some. How was that salmon there?
Well, the salmon, you can eat Ram salmon from Friday. It's still in the fridge.
Why?
Adara, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Sorry, Adara.
It's okay. Interesting conversation there about the food. For the record, the only thing I've taken extra of is Parmesan cheese and croutons. Let's take a look here at META and Google. The information reporting that Temu is resuming Meta and Google ad spending in the U.S. META did get a little bit of a spike on this. As you can see, GeoOGL, no reaction. This name is still really weak, but keep an eye as well on PDD, of course. PDD runs Temu, so PDD getting a little bit of a spike. But yeah, again, to recap, the information reporting that Temu is resuming its ad spending for Meta and Google in the U.S. Back to the Bash Brothers. Oh, and we have an ad read before we send you back to the guys. So take a moment to thank our friends at PropXP, because you can level up your trading game with PropXP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot. Trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, you can get 50% off with code TraderTV. Link is in the description, so be the trader, get funded. Join PropXP today. PropXP. Your trading edge starts here. Visit propxp.com.
You are fake news. You are fake news.
How come I can't hear Donald?
I'm really rich.
Fake news.
Yeah,
you can hear it? I can't hear it, SSE. No.
Really? What is this? What did you hit? I'm really rich.
Well, when Adara does the ads, I always do fake news, the troller.
You are fake news.
There we go. Now we got Donald.
There you go. There we go.
All right, shout out to my man Bovin. Thank you, Bovin, for pointing out GNLN. It makes a high day, Joseph. And then what does it do after the high day? It's gonna hold down, my guy. There we go.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So let me touch on something here, guys. iBit, we're all out of that trade here now, guys. We took a little bit off, but then we did get stopped break even. You can see it's starting to come back in towards the VWAP. And this is why we're just holding on to this TQ trade, right? So we're now kind of roughly around our break even. So excuse me, let's see if we can get this continued breakdown. I mentioned Tesla heading towards the top end of the resistance, but the volume wasn't picking up. What happens? You reject it, and now you're heading back into the middle of the range. Microsoft is starting to come back in here as well, too. So a positive look for the short in the overall market. As soon as we start to work out and really head towards the middle of this range, lower end of the range is when we can start to add. And even there was a trade right now, guys, with an average in back into this entry price right now, but just want to be patient on this. I think it's going to take some time for it to get working, but if Microsoft decides that it wants to revert all the way back to VWAP, then I think there's going to be a trade and an opportunity to add, especially with the TQs breaking through some key support levels. There's something on the daily that I wanted to point out on Tesla, which I think it's going to be a potentially good swing trade opportunity and a chance to get involved in Tesla, but not just yet. We know that for the past couple of sessions, it has been relatively weak, but what I see here is that we have a specific support level at 315. If we break 315, and you kind of get like a volatility momentum spike, what I'm going to be looking for is a hold of the trend line, right? So let me get this going here for you guys, and then any form of indecision, and then that way you can start your position with via shares, and then even look to add contracts once it really starts to work out. So there it is. If this cracks anything below this support level into this trend line, indecision, if it doesn't display itself, then just leave it alone. But if it does, then you can look for a move. And then I think at that point, we're going to break that 364 level. One thing we're going to do before we send it back to Sharif is to see what the options chain is telling us and what the options market has priced in on Tesla. Are we going to be hovering around these neck of the woods, or are we having enough liquidity to kind of continue the topward trajectory? But that's not the case right now. There's nothing substantial. The options activity is relatively low, I've been noticing, on Tesla for the past little while here, guys, and nothing from a substantial amount of open interest is eye-popping. We got 342.50 with 10,000 open contracts, but I don't think that's enough to attract the price and then reject. And then we also have 340 as well, too, with 11,500 current open contracts. But again, I don't know if that's going to be enough either. So I'm not seeing anything that stands out. And when we're talking about utilizing the options chain, you want to utilize it, not when you just have kind of the normal stuff right now. You want to see abnormal activity, and you can base trades off of that, Sharif.
All right, guys, I'm just keeping my eye here on VOR as it worked into the high of the day. I'm also keeping an eye on NCPL. So this one has a rounded top into 7.5, technically 755, and it's coming down into VWAP. So I put a dip trade there at 82. So let's see if it triggers. All right, guys, we got another behind-the-scenes look at the Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. And as you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside that hub, you'll find Trade Talk, which is a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out their strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive trades and community actions, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you've got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips on how to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. So head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on your screen. Shout out to Trade the Pool. So, all right, so NCPL. This is what I've been seeing on this one. The majority of the day, it's up 22 and change. It's not parabolic or anything, but it's stair-stepping up. Bull flag number 1, bull flag number 2, and now this is kind of giving up the ghost. So this one also suffers from that same affliction that NEGG suffered from, which is a spready nature. So I will give this one to the breach of 70. I'm looking at getting long at 82s, but because it's spready, I have to give it a bit more room than I typically would have. So a breach of 70, I'm out of this one. I still haven't triggered into it. I'm waiting for a VWAP retracement. VWAP showing me 80s. I've got my trade at 82s. You know, maybe I get it, maybe I don't. Sometimes there's areas of illiquidity there. So that is the situation. But also, BMNR is looking here at doing a rounded bottom, and it could be looking to take out that 23 area. Now, this one could have lots of bamboozlement. There's going to be a lot of bag holders from 29 to the current price at around 23. So let's see if it can clear 23. It wasn't able to do it here or on any of these topping tail candles. So 23, right off the bat, you can tell is an important intraday area of technical resistance. So that is the look here on BMNR. It could be looking to kind of move its way back up. That's the other one I'll be keeping my eye out on. The other one, so that I've given you NCPL. Oh, wow, look at that, Joseph. From 80s to 713, so I'm going to miss this trade. That's fine on NCPL. But there's this trade as well. VOR looking fantastic over here. Higher highs, higher lows. Respect for the 10 EMA. And there it is again. Another high day here on VOR. It's a dollar name. It's up 58%. You can size in substantially into these ones if you have, you know, some thousands there in your account. You can be in at least a few thousand shares. So be on the lookout here for VOR. It is not breaking trend. It's very strong. So keep your eye on that one. And then, yeah.
That's it. That's how the cookie crumbles, brother.
Sir.
Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGen, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Yeah. I can speak a lot about concussions. They are not fun. And if anybody else in the chat is suffering from previous concussions or post-concussion syndrome, I'm in your bed. So not literally, I'm in the same boat, I guess I should say, right? And it sucks. It definitely deteriorates sometimes the quality of your day-to-day life, and I wish that upon nobody either. So there it goes. Check it out, OGEN. You can scan that QR code right there, guys, because concussions are not fun whatsoever. Mushrooms cure concussions, homie, says Kanye.
Look at the guy on top of him, though. Customer ATH. How many concussions in Canada?
How many? I don't know, man. Probably like 10% of that, right? If there's 3.8 million,
there you
know
go.
what I mean?
Perfect answer. That's a perfect answer.
There you go. 10% of that. There, 380,000.
Hell is the difference.
Yeah,
There's got to be quite a few concussions. Like we're not as obviously, we don't have as many sports, but hockey you get plenty of concussions.
Yeah. Plenty. Well, because you think about it, you're in an enclosed battle arena with the frozen puck and carbon fiber sticks and blades as skates with boxing.
This guy's drawing the most ominous picture.
With boxing on.
We also have a healthy high school football thing, but we play CFL rules,
we play
Canadian
CFL
rules,
Yeah,
which is better for concussions because you have a lot more field to work, so you're not really kind of you're not locked into the smaller field that they have in the States, so you don't really get hit as hard, and we don't have to be set. We can run.
In motion.
You can be in motion. You can have more than one guy in motion. Obviously, the wide receivers use that all the time to their advantage. They're running at the DBs, and the DBs hate that, especially when they come from college, because usually they're waiting for people to set.
Exactly. But they get that little head start, man.
Yeah,
when was the last time you were at a CFL game?
05, 06.
Oh, yeah?
Something like that. Yeah, it was like 20 years ago.
Go check
I don't mind.
I think because they air it out, right? It's like, okay, we got run, but if they're making a pass play, they're airing it out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's the thing. Second down is like third down, because we got 3 downs, right? So you're forced to throw. It's a lot. There's a lot of offense, to be fair.
There's a substantial amount of offense.
It's good. It's good. Yeah. I like that rule. Hey, you like that? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, man, look, there's a lot of nuance, obviously, to the Canadian rules of football. I personally didn't really like it when I was young playing with the Canadian rules because you always watch American television and you just want it to be the same. But as you get older and you're more proud, you don't mind it too much. And you see the nuance for what it is, too. You understand that, like, this is, better for this, that one is better for that kind of situation. CFL, we're talking CFL. Get it, CFL. Dara likes the Blue Bombers. She's
Westerners.
That's like one of the sports that you actually attend out in Winnipeg, right, Adara?
Yeah, so when I'm in Winnipeg or when I was there, I would usually go to at least 1 to 2 games a season. And it's worth noting the Bombers have been one of the best teams in the CFL at least the last 5 years.
They have been.
So lately it's been very easy to root for them, though they haven't won the Grey Cup in a little while. But yeah, go Bombers, go Blue, go Winnipeg.
Go Bombers. All right. Not a bad look.
Go Argonauts,
not a bad look.
Man.
What's that?
I said go Argonauts.
Yeah, well, I'm just being nice. I can't say Bombers suck after she's done talking.
A kid
I'm not going to say that.
A kid that I used to hang around with and played high school football with, I'm not going to mention his name, but he actually made it. He actually made it to the CFL.
No way.
Yeah, he made it to the CFL. He played for the Red Blacks and everything, yeah. And I used to cover his.
You're kidding?
Yeah.
Used to cover him?
Yeah.
So you played DB?
Well, yeah. I
forgot about that.
And I played DB. In my junior years, I played middle linebacker. You know why though? Is because we were such a hockey town. Is that when we went into football, it's just like we can hit everything and anything and everything right now. They don't have to have the puck necessarily, and that's why I remember teams when we used to play football tournaments. They'd be like, "Man, you guys just hit everything and like hit hard too." And I'm like, "Yeah, we just want to
absolutely.
We just want to take your head off."
I don't know like what the rules were like when you were playing, but we had still not gotten all the protective rules that they have now. Like you could hit.
Oh yeah.
Like this. A lot of times, like spears wouldn't even get called.
You could spear.
You're not supposed to.
Really?
No.
Why?
Can't lead with your head, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, but I mean with the shoulder,
that's
right?
Not a spear.
Lead in your shoulder, Yeah, I used to be wild, man. I wouldn't even wear thigh pads or anything like that.
No, we would get checked every game.
I wouldn't wear thigh. But then, So it was a classic. So I was outside. He was inside. A linebacker. His name we called him Xander. Anyway, so obviously what happens is I go high, he goes low. His helmet hits my thigh when I decide to wear no thigh pads.
Mother of all
and I
Charlie
couldn't.
horse?
Yeah. And it was actually like a multi-day Charlie horse. I couldn't even play hockey that week. It was so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's football, right?
Yeah, it
Like,
is
that's
football.
kind of the nature of the beast. Football without pads. Katina, man, I can't tell you how many times we got in trouble in 7th and 8th grade for playing tackle football when we weren't allowed.
Yeah.
Like, it was constant. Well, we weren't. It was during recess, brother. We were just tackling each other without equipment.
If you weren't tackling each other, what were you doing?
And then they got so mad that we were getting one-day suspensions. Anybody gets tackled, the person who got tackled and the tackler, boom.
I told you.
one-day
I told you
suspension.
I caught a suspension after I body checked my buddy cousin's. Hit my buddy's cousin. His name was Todd.
Okay.
Right into the garbage can. Remember how they had like the 3 garbage can recycling
100%,
thing?
yeah,
And that's where you would hear one day
Joey
I just
bullies.
smoked- One day I just smoked,
Joseph bullies.
One day I just smoked Todd in the garbage can, and then I caught a suspension.
Poor
after
Todd.
that, yeah.
What did Todd do, bro?
No, he touched the ball, man.
He touched the ball.
Don't
Todd,
touch the
that's
ball.
rule number
Take his
1,
head off.
Todd.
Take his head
Get it
off.
together,
Yeah.
Todd. All right. He touched the ball, Obi. Go Sports, right? Okay. It's killing me. Love Obi.
Back to back.
Why is he on camera? All right. All right, guys, a little digression here. We do apologize. We're still in positions right now. I'm still in GNS. I should have been in VOR. That is on me. This one is headed to the high side. It is on that good stuff that they sell south of the border, not like your south. Yeah, it's that kind of stuff, Adara. 3 candle green setup right now off the 10 EMA and into $1.73 we go. We're up 63.25% at this level. This one is only looked at VWAP one time. One time only. It was an 11:15 candle, and then you can see it was a bottoming tail candle. So aggressive were the buyers to at a chance to buy this bad boy up. And it really hasn't looked back since. So VOR is on that good stuff. And I saw somebody in the chat saying, I don't know how I feel about VOR. Look at that float. So let me have a gander at the float. It's 100 million shares. What else do you want, man? That's huge. We trade sometimes like single million digits, sometimes south of a million, like 500,000 and 600,000. Some of these Chinese ADRs are sub 1 million. So the float on VOR is 99.97 million shares with about 3.6% of that 100 million borrowed for short. So it's a decent short float, not the biggest. But the chart pattern here speaks on behalf of it, and it's a fantastic looking pattern. And I'm just lamenting not having gotten in. NFE is coming back down into the volume weighted average price. And my question to Joseph during happening now was, do I add at VWAP? We've had a lot of interactions with VWAP after that opening 9:30 to 10 kind of range where we zig and zag. Once we kind of got the stability under our wings here, we have been using, I'm talking about NFE, the volume weighted average price as support. It's happened multiple times, whether over here, between essentially 10.55 and 11.15. And here we are working our way back down into 30 pennies. I've got 25s on, so a breach of VWAP doesn't put me negative. My only question to myself is, do I add at VWAP? So let's have a look at the area high here. It's essentially a 350 area high, and that has been the flat top all day. Even though you have that breach of that high at 845, look where the closing prints are, 340. Look where these closing prints are, 347, and these ones, 346. So it has certainly been the $0.50 that's kept us low. And here we are. Now we're at the volume weighted average price. So it's make or break time for me. Do I add here? Or what the hell do I do? We're showing 28s on at the moment. I'm going to add, bro. I'm going to add, and look, if it breaks 25, I lose 3 pennies. That's it. We're adding here, and then we're going to move up the stop into 3. We're going to go 323, okay? That way we give it like 4 cents, and then we'll give it all the way down to here. So that's what I'm looking at. I added at the volume weighted average price on NFE. Let's see what this one ends up moving back up, or VWAP is just kind of a little bit of a stop on the way back down. we'll keep an eye on that one. GNS continuing to go here, right back into that $1.50 area. Show me a $1.49. We've been packing our patience for a $1.50 break all day. I only have one print at the $1.50, and it did technically breach it. It got all the way up to 153, but I had no orders waiting there, so we didn't get anything printed at that level. So that is on focus to me as well. NEGG making me look like an idiot. Waited for that flat top break for a long time. We take prints up to 40s, but this one has got a high of day now of 65 pennies. So the higher lows and the higher highs are still intact right now on NEGG. We could see a move equidistant to this move here, 1180 to about 15. Okay, so if I'm measuring for the bull flag continuation, the textbook says that you should be looking from the initiation of the bull flag to the top of the range on the flag or pennant component. So that's clearly 15. That's where the breakout was. So you measure from basically $12 to 15. So we could have another $3 move possibly here on NEGG. So we could see 18s. Whether or not that ends up happening, we'll have to wait and see. So that is what I'm looking at right now. We're looking at NEGG, not NEGG, excuse me. We're looking at NFE, which just lost VWAP right now, comes into that $0.25, holds up there. So I'm keeping my eye on this one, looking to see if I'm going to get stopped out or what the situation is going to be. Also on NCPL, I have a dip trade here that is not going to get filled, it looks like here, because it looks like the buyer here is at 7. So I'm going to cancel this one. And if this one ends up holding 7, I'll punch back in to that level. But it doesn't look like it's going to make it down into the low 80s. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Shout out to Michael. Yes, I know I said equidistant. I have problems. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. Let's do that up. I think that's going to be a good idea here, Fabian. It's time to play a game. Time to play the game. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to pull up our trusty stock trading game here, guys, where we get to vote. We just get you guys to start engaging as well, too. Let's see if I pulled up the right one this time. I did not, and I'm going to try it one more time. Sorry, this is slightly lackluster, but we're still sitting in this. All right, guys, the voting game. So you guys know what to do. We're going to start. Do I start it? Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is where you $ and then the ticker that you want to see this morning. I'm going to go $TQQ here. Right in the chat, guys, so make sure you get those submissions. I am submission number 1 right there, so make sure you guys get those. Boom, and there we are. And the top names, when we start that poll, you're going to either hit a 1 or a 2, but then that's also what's going to be on the afternoon run. There's a specific name that you guys want to see, then you're gonna start right here, guys. So let's get that to a couple hundred. Hit those $, hit that ticker that you want us to talk about later on in the day.
Love it.
Because it's gonna be a lot of fun. And here they go. We're starting to roll in, and we got to get that to 200, so we get that user engagement. So you guys are not always just talking. You get to do a couple of things as well. But one thing to note: let's talk about these potential trade going on with the market. So Google heading back towards VWAP. We have Meta now north of the volume weighted average price, and then NVDA still slightly hovering above VWAP. We're short the market. Do you want to be short the market when all these names are starting to recover? Absolutely not. That's why we have stops in place. If things start to turn around, okay, then we're going to be in a good position. But if we get stopped out, we have our stop in place, and we're going to get out exactly when we need to. So just be cautious on what's going on. It's not the cleanest of price action that we're seeing here on the session, but be patient, and I think there's going to be some good trade opportunities. But with the TQs, as soon as we crack this pivot being up 1.4%, then I'll hop out, and I have no issues with that. And I'm not going to add into this just yet. I want the trade to start working so I can average in and not necessarily down. All right, there we go. We got 125. We'll start the poll right now. And it is MSTR and Circle. So hit those 1s and 2s. Start the voting. Number 1 for MSTR. Number 2 for Circle. So don't fall behind. I'm going to go MSTR for 1 because I know a lot of traders and investors are short MicroStrategy, but long Bitcoin. Let's see how that comes into play there, Sharif.
All right, man. BMNR is really kind of putting in a nice little pattern over here. And I'm really thinking about weaseling into this, believe it or not. I mean, we hold up VWAP, Joseph. Everything is golden there. We basically hold $20, even though you have a few wicks below. if you're looking at this area high as the higher high, well, then technically we still have a lower high. But what I'm seeing is that curling effect and this kind of consolidation pattern that seems to have, if you zoom in really here, higher lows on all these candles, not necessarily higher highs, but you got higher lows. So we could get a flat top break through 24, and we've already seen BMNR's propensity to get parabolic. So I don't know if the best trade is behind this one or whether it can catch a second wind to test that $29 high. It's always hard to tell, but I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I could certainly be persuaded to punch in for smaller share size and maybe ride it up into 28, 27 bucks. We'll see on BNMR, so I'm packing my patience on that. I did take a few prints here on NFE, but it's still putting in lower highs and lower lows. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. The ad has been profitable. We scalped a couple of outs there on that name, but it's by no means really rocketing to the upside. GNLN is on that good stuff again. Here it goes. Back above the volume weighted average price. So this one could be breaching 6.5 awfully soon. Keep your eye out on that 640 area. That was the whole level from prior, and we are rejecting that 640 area. You can kind of see we topping tailed into 640 and failed it. So a decisive move above 6.5 would be an interesting entry here because it would be clearing that 640 area, which is, as we've mentioned, intraday area of support and resistance. So keep your eye out here on GNLN, and here we go. We're above 40s now, rejected again, but it feels like it's a matter of time until this bad boy clears above that level. So I'm going to be interested in weaseling back into GNLN. It's got a lot of opportunities to the high side, but a bit of a tougher entry on this one. So we'll keep tabs on that. It's the NFE thing that I really want to get the hell out of there. I don't like how this one looks. It's just continuing to put in lower highs and lower lows, and I don't want to be caught trying to DCA into this one. That's not my move. So that I will be keeping my eye on. Let me know what you guys are looking at. If there are any new small cap gappers making their way onto the scene, I don't really see any right now. I think we've covered the majority of them. All the other ones either seem to be, you know, the best trades behind them, or they're below the volume weighted average price, in which case they don't interest me.
Yeah, all right, guys. Let's see. We're momentarily going to get stopped out of this TQs. I know Katina Man's long the TQs, but I decided to take a little bit of a Amazon long here as well. Pretty weak on the day, but we got this hammer at an extreme low, so maybe we'll get a small pop in this. And I'm not expecting to get all the way back towards the volume weighted average price, but roughly close. Maybe we get 221. That's a key support level, and then we have another level right here. But it's just the hammer of what I'm essentially basing this trade off of. We don't have the volume signature or anything along those lines in our favor, but it's just how much we've sold on the day, and then we've seen multiple of them, and we haven't got that continued bounce. So starting really small on Amazon, and then if we crack the pivot high on the TQs, then we'll just hop out of that trade as well too. So just keep that in mind. That's what we got cooking up. I think this is going to be more of a slow grind. So I'm in right here around, what is my average? 219.79, so 5 cents out of the money, but then we'll give it about 60 cents, 70 cents or so, just a little bit below this candle wick. If it really starts to work out, then I'll add into this position just to get the ball rocking, and the Qs might want to squeeze on that front. If Amazon decides that it wants to participate, then yeah, we're gonna definitely add, which I'm gonna do right now. Enough with the small talk here. Just do it. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf, just do it. So let's see if we can get that bounce. Yeah, I mean, you gotta take those swings sometimes. So we're involved on some Amazon. We're gonna get out of the TQs here momentarily because I'm kind of like hedging against myself with the long Amazon and then short TQs. Not necessarily the best idea, especially if the Nasdaq decides that it wants to. Fabian, what you said you want me to do, just send me a DM there. Sorry, I was kind of focusing, so I didn't really completely register on what you were you got planning on. But I'm more than intrigued and more than willing to do what you were referring to. So, okay, that's it. All right, we do that, and we'll continue to do that. But let's pull up Amazon here. Enough of that talk. Come on, Amazon, pull back or start pulling back towards VWAP. 221 would be prime time Deion Sanders, but I don't know if we're going to get that necessarily. But any slow grind towards some of these key resistance zones, we already have our risk profile defined. So if we break 219, then we'll just hop out of that trade. The Nasdaq can't break through this pivot, so that's a good sign for that short. But I want this trade to work out as well too. So long Amazon, short the Nas. Let's see how this comes into play. Usually not the best idea to be short a tech and then long an individual, but anything can happen, especially if they become their own individual movers. But with that being said, Sharif, you know what that next step is. We're going to take a look at Amazon's options chain to see if there is something going on why we specifically rejected this 224 level. What do? We want to look for.
What do you want to look for, Joe? What happened? What happened?
I was going to say we want to look at 225 to see what's going on at the 225 strike price. And where do you think has the most amount of open interest?
I'm going to guess it might be 225.
What a guess, man. 27,000.
Something different.
Yeah, well, I was but see, the thing is, though, I was expecting you to do, and I was going to be like, hey, you know what I mean? Maybe next time we'll get them. But there it is, guys, and this is why we always talk about it. You can see that high of the day on Amazon, roughly around 224, maybe a little bit more than that. And then look where the high concentration of open interest is on this week's expiration cycle. 225, 27,000 open contracts. It's relatively larger than what we are seeing. What is that telling me? That we're going to need to absorb that in order to climb higher, but now we're going to be rejecting it through the day. 227, 225 resistance zones on Amazon.
Joseph, we weaseled into VOR at 67s, and we just took out the high of the day at 74, so we're layering the orders now. The next beak wetter is going to be at 75, so let's see if we're able to take out that seller here that's posting at 74. So I'm quite pleased with this trade. It has been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm talking about ticker VOR. And you bet your bottom dollar this breach of 65, we're gonzinos. How many times does it need to defend 65 for me to see that there is certainly support there? So if there's no longer support there, well, then I'm going to get the hell out. Simple as that. I've moved up my stop now to the breach of 65. So let's go ahead and, or 64, excuse me. So let's go ahead and cancel that previous area, which was a lower area stop. So that's the look there. Now I'm happy with my instincts here on NFE because I added at the volume weighted average price, but this one put in a lower high on the subsequent candle. So I kind of had a feeling that this was going to break down, and I flattened out. Kind of hard to see, but I flattened out right there. So we're no longer involved in that bad boy. We are gonzino there. For ended up being a winner, believe it or not. We got 3 beak wetters there, not for much, but a winner is a winner. So we're going to keep tabs there. My only criticism of myself right now has been on my execution or lack thereof on BMNR. And here it goes again. It just broke through 24 like it doesn't even matter. That had been a very good technical resistance level on the day. Here comes $25. The squeeze is back on, baby, for BMNR. Here it is. High there is around 25. I think, just give you the exact level. 24.95 is the current high of this candle. So there is a seller 5 pennies below the $0.25 right now. So keep your eye, or the $25 area. So keep your eye out on this one. The high of the day is 29, but I'll submit to you, if this one lacked halt parameters, this could see 29 quick as you freaking like. So on the way up right now is BMNR, taking out 24, looking to take out 25. It had good support, I want to say, at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we'll see if that ends up being the same situation or what. So I'm going to try to see if there are levels here that I can work off, but it moves really quickly, so you got to make a quick decision. This was my problem, though. I should have been keeping an eye on this kind of compression pattern that it had been putting here. I debated it multiple times whether or not to get in, and I decided not to because I was already in other positions that I had to manage. That's my fault. And we'll look to do better next time. Back to VOR here, that newer position, rejecting that 75 penny area. So that seller at 75 we couldn't shake. More like the seller at 74 because we weren't able to clear 74. That is technically the high of the day right now. 74 pennies, $1.74 on VOR. Adair LePage.
The show is brought to you by our friends at VinFast. There's some big EV news out of Jakarta. VinFast VFS just locked in a major financing deal with Bank Central Asia, one of Indonesia's top private banks. The partnership opens up flexible credit options for VinFast dealer network, covering everything from EV purchases to spare parts. That means that means smoother inventory, better cash flow, and a stronger push to scale up across the country. It's a smart move to speed up Indonesia's shift to green mobility and a key step in VinFast expansion plan. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Adair, anything you want to touch on before I take it? Are you good to go? Google
Katina Man short
Katina
Google.
Man short Google right at VWAP. There it is, the indecision print, bang, drag the market down for us there, Katina Man. We like to hear that one. He is short Google, but yeah, there it is. Let's see if we can get this pop in Amazon. You can see that we're sitting in the Qs and Amazon, so yeah, a little bit of a like, what is Joe doing? But we see certain things on the chart, then we have to try to take advantage of them. I haven't added substantially. We did double up the position right here, just in case we get that pop, that exactly what we're looking for right there. I think this is gonna be a key level. We pointed this out earlier, that this 220 level, very, very important. In order for us to break through this, we're going to need a little bit more volume to step in on that one. But you can see the Qs, we've almost double topped here, guys, on the NASDAQ. But if it breaks through, and I think if Amazon wants to recover, then you can snap through that, and then we'll just hop out of the short. And if Amazon really wants to get the steam engine rolling, then we'll just add even more into this position to just subsidize on the loss that we're going to take on the TQs. But yeah, let's go. Going to be patient. I think this one's going to be more of a slow burner and not too much going on. But the dead one is most definitely coming into play. Yeah. This thing is really weak, Sharif. I think the sentiment around it's not too good. Yeah. No S on that one. So we'll have to wait on this one. Here it is. But there's a trade to be had here, to be honest with you, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, you know when I say boo and stuff like that, I'm just, putting on a show.
Obviously, yeah. Because we know, I'm the same way. It's like, yeah, you suck. Blah, blah. It's like, obviously you don't suck like that much. You suck, obviously, but I mean, like you got $100 billion in free cash flow. You've been doing something right for an extended period of time. Just not this period of time is when you start to suck, because people don't remember everything, all the good you've done, only what you've been doing right now. But there it is. At some point when we do break through this resistance here, guys, and sit on the backside of it, I think there's going to be a trade to be had there. I'm looking at this one. I was just doing some TA over the weekend, and then this is also another potential trade I'm looking at. Surprise, surprise. UNH. What is going to go on with this one? An Adara favorite, and I'm thinking, hey, are we going to break through this resistance, hold this support level, and then head in towards this gap? So, I mean, we can grab some contracts on this name, but I don't want to start with that. I would start relatively small with just a couple shares. Once the thesis started working, and then you're a couple $100 in the money, then that's when you add the shares and then look for this gap to start to be filled. And I think it's going to come into play. It's either going to break down, it's either going to break down, or it's going to break up. And then hit the weed Batman, Weed Batman. Weed Batman. Weed Batman. Weed Batman. Oh, my favorite. There it is. Weed man. But there you go. Yeah, welcome. Man, they got a whole streetcar in Toronto dedicated to weed. Did you see that thing?
No.
Is it dedicated? Yeah,
There's a street corner on every street dedicated to weed.
A streetcar though, like it's driving around advertising. Yeah, I swear to God, you never seen that thing?
I didn't.
A street car. Yeah, pure advertisement. Yeah, the whole thing is just.
Can I bring up that issue? Have you seen any marijuana advertising, save and except for that streetcar?
Not too much, no.
I've seen zero.
Yeah.
Is there a restriction?
They probably don't want to
your friend Co-Pilot active there?
Yeah.
Well, the alcohol. Well, I know cigarettes, the same thing. Yeah. I'm assuming because of the carcinogens. Because you're not going to convince me at any point that alcohol is not more detrimental in larger quantities than marijuana. So
I don't think there's an argument to be had there.
No, I don't personally think so.
Yeah, so that's my two swing ideas, right? So we got to be patient on these things here. UNH, you guys like the weed man, eh? That's a good one. There's UNH and then there's Apple. And then there's Apple. Those are the two names that I am eyeing right now. I think Apple's going to be a good buy, especially once they get a couple tailwinds under the belt. Then it's going to be catch-up trade and some big-time movements in AAPL. But that might be a year or even no. Look at the bear market AMD was in for a while, right? Yeah. It was over about a year and a half, maybe even close to 2 years. AMD was in the dumps. It sucked. This thing it was down 50% at one point, even more, even like 85%. But then look at the monster run it went on. I think Apple has way too much cash and too much going for one of the most popular phones. When you have 2.3 billion active users, then I think it's only a matter of time until things turn around. We just have to wait for that. Adara, what do you got for us?
At 1 p.m., we have not one, but two speakers on watch. One of them is going to be Feds. Goolsbee, he'll be talking starting at 1 p.m. Sometimes these Fed speakers can move the market. Fed's Goolsbee, along with quite a few of the Fed, have been a little bit more hawkish as of late. So keep that in mind. The other speaker to watch out for at 1 p.m. is Caroline Leavitt. That is the White House press secretary. She's running a conference, and we know that she can and often is asked about these market-related questions, specifically tariffs. If there's anything of note at either of these events, I will certainly let you guys know. The other thing I want to mention, too, has to do with the Fed. We have TD Securities with a bit of an analyst note. They were saying that June jobs data, which comes out, of course, on Friday with the NFPs, could actually help lead the decision with regards to a July rate cut. TD Securities says that if there's a big miss in terms of Thursday's job numbers, that could actually trigger a cut. But if employment is a little bit different than that, we might not get that cut. So keep an eye on NFP prints, because TD says this could be one of the deciding factors, if not the deciding factors, with regards to a cut potentially in July. Back to you.
So we just did a little chat GPT quick search over here. According to chat, what is allowed, so there is some qualified advertising allowed for cannabis in Canada. Brand name promotion is factual, not in a glamorous way. Inside cannabis retail locations where minors are not permitted, you're allowed to advertise. Packaging with brand elements with, I don't know what the hell that means. Educational content, okay. So how to use THC or CBD info. What's not allowed, promoting to youth or appealing to them. I'm assuming that would be through flavors, because that's what the tobacco industry got dinged for, their flavors to attract minors. Testimonials, endorsements, celebrity, influencer promotion, depictions of emotions or lifestyle or glamour, like you feel great. Promotion via mass media, like TV, radio, social media, unless access is age-gated. Huh, interesting. So you can actually advertise on mass media, but it's got to be age-gated. Price or distribution incentives like giveaways or discounts. Interesting. I didn't think they were allowed to advertise at all, bro.
Yeah,
Just tell you the truth. I didn't think that was.
It looks pretty appealing. I mean, the things were colorful, but it does say "Don't drive high" right at the top.
Well, yeah.
Right,
well, they've got that all over the highways.
all over the highways. Yeah, exactly. So.
All right, guys. Nothing really going on here for me. Just the same positions, but BMNR is really headed again to the high side here. We're taking out 25, so the rounded bottom has been absolute money. It's just a matter of time, I think, till we take out highs. The high is $29 on the dot. You know, this is one of those ones where, like, why am I not involved in this here? And, you know, $24 is where the 10 EMA is hanging out, so this one could be a really good one off 24. It's been really respecting the 10 EMA, even though it's been a wild one. It moves dollars at a time, but even with that, it's still respecting these technical levels. So I'm gonna keep my eye here on BMNR. This one's the gift that keeps on giving, back above 500%. The strength on this one is prohibitive, and even so, it's still got possibly more upside. Even if it was to get back to that 29 and clear it, we could see at least maybe close to quadruple digits today. We're still yet to have a quadruple digit winner above $1 in small cap, gap, or world this year. Believe it or not, we've been very close. I forget exactly which ones have been close. I'm talking strictly above $1, not the ones that trade below it, below the 4 decimal places. Or the 4, yeah, you know what I mean. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on here, BMNR. I'm going to do the news, though, Joseph, right now. Do you have anything you want to talk about before I weasel into the news?
Yeah, I mean, some people, you and I touched on it a little bit this morning. Someone in the chat mentioned they were talking about something about Perplexity.
Okay.
Yeah, they were in talks with it a while ago. I don't know how those are still going, Sharif. Okay. But it would be the largest acquisition, or if they were to buy a stake in it, since the Beats by Dre, which I was telling you about, was roughly around like 3-point-something billion. Yeah. And I think Perplexity is valued around 14 billion, so it would be substantially larger than everything that happened with Beats by Dre, that's for sure.
Absolutely, but I don't see any, I personally don't think that there'll be an acquisition of a large language model by Apple in the same way that there wasn't an acquisition of a search engine by Apple. It'll just be incorporated somehow into the OS, and they'll try to make it a seamless experience. That's just my opinion. I have no idea what the hell they're doing over there. There is a lot of Apple news, though. Ming-Chi Kuo was taking to social media today to talk a lot about the AR glasses that are apparently coming to Apple. There's about 7 different products here discussed by Ming-Chi Kuo. All of them are obviously speculative at this point, but he's been quite accurate in the past. He's talking about, you know, a new version of the, what's it called? The Vision Pro. That's going to be 40% lighter, but same form factor. So it's not going to have that heavy weight. It's going to be about 40% lighter, but that will be apparently Q4 or Q3, well, which is now, believe it or not, of 2025. And then he's talking about these more like Meta style Ray-Bans that come on a bit more advanced, that don't actually project anything onto the lens, but read your surroundings and hear your surroundings, as well as there's an earpiece as well. And then he's talking about 27 and 28 when we may get the actual ones that project on to the lens, the ones that we've been talking about. I think that is the future form factor. Whether or not it ends up happening, we'll have to wait and see. I'll get to all that in a second, but let's start here, the news. I'm just gonna set up my, what's it called? Charts here so I can keep my eye on my positions in case, whatever hits the fan. So let's do this, Assassino. We're gonna make this a little bit bigger over here. Let's start out with this. So, not much of a headline today, but Canada has reversed its decision to implement a 3% digital service tax on big tech just one day before the collections were set to begin. Obviously, Canada and the United States engaged in a trade negotiation. The move comes after President Donald Trump threatened to terminate all trade discussions with Canada, and that the tax was actually set to apply retroactively, which pissed a lot of people off, back to 2022. And would have affected firms like Amazon, Google, Meta, so the hyperscalers here. And you want my honest opinion? It was a cash grab. The trade talks are back on track, excuse me. So Prime Minister Mark Carney said that the pause is meant to support the renewed negotiations towards that deadline that's momentarily away, I think July 9th or 7th or something like that. However, Carney warned Canada will only take a good deal and will take as long as necessary to achieve one. The tax, which was introduced under the former Prime Minister, who's no longer in power, back in 2020. You want to cover that, Adara?
It's not major. I think the headline on the screen basically says it all. DraftKings just kind of launching a tool to help enhance its responsible gaming tools and resources. Kind of put it on the screen just so you guys are aware of it, but I will let you continue the story.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Excellent look there. So the tax was introduced back in 2020. It was aimed to fill a gap where the tech firms profited from Canada but were taxed locally. Ottawa intended it as a temporary measure until the global tax framework kicked in, but the retroactive nature really annoyed a lot of people. Joseph, anything you want to comment about that?
I'm just managing some positions right now, to be honest with you.
All right, let's go on. OpenAI, looking to diversify their GPU game. They're not a one-hit wonder with NVIDIA anymore. They are buying these TPUs, which is another AI chip called the Tensor Processing Unit, from our very good friends at Alphabet, obviously Google, marking its first major move away from the exclusive reliance on NVIDIA. Previously, OpenAI was heavily dependent on NVIDIA's GPUs, both, guys, for the training and the inference component of AI. The shift signals obviously increasing demand pressure and a search for cost-effective alternatives amid the ongoing AI infrastructure bottlenecks. So the new arrangement involves OpenAI renting, not buying, Google's TPUs. The TPU will primarily be used for the inference, not the training, running AI models post-training, helping OpenAI reduce operational costs. But here's the silver lining. So we know OpenAI and Google's are competitors, right? So I just got stopped out of my VOR trade as it lost that 60 penny area. So OpenAI and Google are competitors. And Alphabet, Google, took that into consideration. So they're reportedly not leasing or letting OpenAI use their most advanced TPUs. They are reserving their best TPUs for their own models, namely Gemini 2.5 and whatever comes after that. So that's interesting there, where, they're doing business together, but they're very much realizing that they are competitors. So nice move there by your boy Sundar to keep Altman sweating a little bit over there. Anything you want to add, Joseph?
Yeah, I got stopped out of my
oh my God,
Amazon. Yeah, I got stopped out of Amazon here. So we're out of this trade, guys, right around the low. Gave it a little bit more wider risk, but then I just punched I punched pretty heavy there, adding into this potential TQ's play here. So there we go. We added substantially more shares. Let's see if this comes into play. That's what I got cooking on right now, Sharif.
Wow, what an
Amazon, yeah,
unbelievably strong one,
man.
bro. Look at that BNMR. If Assassino, if we can show this. We're $1 off the highs, guys. It's a 28 seller right now on BNMR. This thing is parabolic. It's going above the $0.25. This thing is going to squeeze above 29. It's just a matter of time, man. Oh, my goodness. This thing's back to 570%. Joseph, we just touched the $29 high. There it is. We're at $29 right now. A bit of a seller here in the mid-90s that we can't really shake, but you kind of feel like it's just a matter of time. This one really, really squeezing now. It likely will break $29 momentarily. So if you're into these small cap gappers, yeah, this is the king of them all right now. Keep your eye out on that. $28.90. We're going to halt here. Is it going to be a false halt? It is a false halt. And there's the new high of the day, $29.43. We shake the seller there. Do we squeeze now into the 30s, or is this going to be kind of the fake out? And then we drop back down, halt down before we take out that $30 level on a subsequent attempt. We're not able to get to 30 quite yet. Still zigging and zagging, $29.45 high. So be on the lookout here. We could see $30 momentarily on BMNR. What a look on this one. Let's go on here. With the news, Palantir, yet another deal. And when you love, what I love to see with Palantir here is the commercial deals that they keep striking. We hear a lot more, I want to say 50-50 almost these days, between the government contracts and the commercial contracts that Palantir is securing. And today, it's with Accenture Federal Services, ticker ACN. They announced a landmark partnership naming Accenture as a preferred implementation partner for U.S. federal government clients. The agreement kind of enhances Palantir's go-to-market strategy by leveraging ACN's federal tech expertise as well as their government service footprint. So the thing is, they're going to include about 1,000 professionals in Palantir's Foundry and AI. They're going to be using AIP, which is their AI platform, establishing what they call a joint delivery capability for federal clients. Some of the uses they're going to be used for is enterprise edge-to-edge data fusion, predictive supply chain orchestration, and operational finance intelligence. You can kind of read what those things are there if you're more interested, or you can kind of do your own research on that. I'll give you the news. Any comment, Joseph, on Palantir?
Palantir, no, I'd say that name, like, we can talk about this name from a percentage metric and what it's been up on the year. This thing has been on a big time run. I compare it to the likes of Robinhood, and even though it's not Robinhood, totally different world that it lives in. But look at these Liberation Day lows here, guys. That's going to put it around $66. What are we trading at right now? Up 107%. So you just doubled your money essentially in a span of a couple of months there on Palantir. And I think it's going to continue to rock and roll. So keep your eyes out for PLTR.
All right. The next one here is TSLA. And I'm just going to show you the video because there's really no point in talking about this. Car delivered itself. So it just got out of the Gigafactory Austin, okay? In front with this Tesla in front of it. And there's nobody in the driver's seat, and there's no safety driver, as you can see. And this is the side view of the car. I'm sure you guys have already seen this. We'll play a couple of seconds here so we don't get dinged on by YouTube. Let's just move up a little bit when we get on the road. So I'm just going to show you different clips. It's on the highway here. So as you'll recall, the robotaxi is restricted from using the highway currently, as well as driving under bad conditions with like rain and stuff like that. This didn't apply here. So this is clearly driving on the highway, right? Whereas, you know, the robotaxi itself was not. Let's move up here. It goes on to some side streets. And then it goes on to, you know, where it was in a precarious situation several times where it was like, in this instance, for example, it's on a one-lane road with cars parked on the side and a bike lane there. So it's, you know, it's navigating different environments. And then we'll just show the delivery component there at the end as it works its way right into that guy's apartment. He's waiting there with the Tesla, you know, execs who are obviously scheduling this entire thing. And there it is. The car goes literally from the factory to this dude's apartment.
The guy's like, oh my God.
But the Katina man brought up a really good point this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about this, but I tend to agree with him 100% on this. It was a very exciting time for me to buy my cars.
Yeah.
Okay, there was the, you know, the bump and grind negotiations. initially, then you get the date where you pick up the car, you go to the bank, you get that certified check.
Yep,
You know what I mean? You go over,
Fair.
you haggle the salesman for a couple of freebies. No, throw me some mugs. No, throw me some winter tires.
Or an
It's
extended warranty.
experience.
Or
you know
an
what I
extended
mean?
warranty
Like you bring your
there.
girlfriend, you bring your old man, whatever the hell people you're doing. And this is a little anticlimactic. I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, some people, what if about the opposite party, people who don't want to go to the dealership and
They
deal
hate
with
it.
all that, and,
good point.
right? And
Fantastic
have
point.
to be like, all right, well, can you take 20K off this or 5K off or extended warranty? What if people don't want to deal with all that nonsense? They're
that's a
like,
good point.
Hey, you know what? I just want to order my car and I want it to show up at my door. I don't want to, no questions asked, wham, bam, that's it, and moving forward.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think that there probably will be two camps.
Right.
People like myself that
Want
have
to
the
go
nostalgia.
there. Yeah, and this guy right here who's like, no, you know
This
what?
guy didn't give a, you know what, bro? He
It's
says, bring my
That's
car.
a nice neighborhood in Austin, too.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like my type of
There you go.
neighborhood there.
All right, Adara, what do you got over there?
You might like this one, Sharif, because it has to do with too late Jerome Powell. Those are not my words. Those are those of Donald Trump, who just shared a new post on Truth Social. And I'm going to read it. Jerome, too late Powell, and his entire board should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to the United States. They have one of the easiest yet most prestigious jobs in America, and they have failed, all caps, hyphen, and continue to do so. If they were doing their job properly, our country would be saving trillions of dollars in interest costs. The board just sits there and watches, so they are equally to blame. We should be paying 1% interest or better. So, again, more comments here on the state of interest and specifically Fed Chair Jerome Powell from President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Yeah. Well,
There you go.
Adara, weasel in for a second. So you've obviously you've reported on this already that he's Donald Trump looking at naming a successor way ahead of time.
Yes.
Do you think, Adara, that if he does name said successor, the market then starts kind of digging into this successor and kind of trying to gauge, predict how he will govern as Fed president, and then, Adara, that gets priced into the market? Thoughts?
The pricing in aspect is really, really interesting. I think right now, like I said, Kevin Warsh seems to be one of the top competitors. We know already how he feels about the Fed. He's very down for rate cuts. He actually used to be on the Fed. So I think if that is the case, maybe we price it in right away, but I don't think it's going to, I think it'll probably be an immediate reaction type thing, if that answers your question. For what it's worth, both Kevin Hassett and Scott Bessent were asked today, hey, what would you do on the Fed chair? Scott Bessent says that he likes his job, but if Trump wants him to, he'll take it. So it's kind of waffly.
Well, he's being discussed as one of the likely candidates.
Well, he is,
right?
yeah. He is being discussed, one of the top competitors. But it is worth noting that we actually already had the White House say that Scott Bessent's not up for the job.
That's what I heard
So I
as
think
well.
that either means that he definitely is or he definitely isn't, depending on how you read that. Kevin Hassett, for the record, declined to comment when he was asked today, and he seems to be like one of the least likely competitors.
How about that other guy who's currently on right now? What was his name? He was appointed by Trump.
Our friend Waller.
Yes, thank you.
So
Fred
Waller, I think, is mostly being put in the prediction markets. I'm not really seeing any news sources
Really?
consider him, but I think the prediction markets think he'd be a good shot. We know Trump would obviously like that. Waller has been a little bit more dovish as of late. My opinion, though, I mean, he literally told Kevin Warsh he wished he picked him over Powell. So I think, at least in Trump's mind for now, it's probably Warsh.
Fair. Thank you for chiming in, Adara.
Fair.
All right, let's keep going over here. We did the Tesla headline. Let's talk a little NVIDIA. So a little selling. You know, Jensen, he's wetting his beak, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's got to take some profits there, Joseph. So NVIDIA insiders, believe it or not, have sold over $1 billion in shares in the past 12 months. That was being reported by the Financial Times. Roughly $500 million in insider sales occurred in just the last month. Again, guys, it's aligning with NVIDIA stock hitting all-time highs. That is to be expected. The sales were also partly driven by the surpassing of that $150 price level, which triggered already preset plans to offload shares. According to verified data, our very good friend Jensen sold about $900 million plus the stock sale plan, unloading about 6 million shares, Joseph, already year to date. And he's still like the biggest shareholder, easily. Recent filings showed that Huang sold about $50 million worth of stock in the latest wave. Despite the selling, though, he retains a massive net worth of $150 and $38 billion. He's number 11 on Bloomberg. What the hell?
Yeah.
Like, where are these guys at now, these billionaires?
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he have 300 million shares or something along those lines? And he just sold what is it, less than 1%, and that equaled 900 million?
It is.
So yeah, I mean, to speak of the volume that these guys have is absolutely insane. And yeah, but just to talk about the open interest and everything along those lines. Can we do a picture-in-picture by any chance? Like I show my screen and Sharif show his screen at the exact same time? Or is that not feasible? Or is that not obtainable? We can't do that? If we can, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do, brother.
Okay, you let me know.
Is this. I just want to say with the news headline and what you got going on, and I want to display 160. 160, yeah, and get it off me, get it on here.
I think they're trying to figure out how to do
that. Picture in picture. Maybe we don't have that asset. There we go. I found a new problem that we could potentially solve there, Street. But anyways, just to correlate what the options market is telling us, we've seen it before when we heard the likes of Jensen was selling what we've seen at 150, 145 from an open bank. Wow, there it is.
Man,
all right, so there we go. Fantastic job. There you go. They can get it done. If we need it, they get it done. And thank you guys for Fabian and Assassino.
Best team in the business, bro.
So there it is. Right, so we have another call. Wall Street is essentially what I'm getting at 106.
Understood.
All right, at 160. Sorry. Wait until that's lifted. Wait until they're done selling, and then what happens when that is lifted and it goes to a higher strike? Now we have a path of least resistance, and then that's what we've seen in the likes of NVDA going. That's why I said 155 last week is most definitely in the works, and we continue to climb higher because that level was lifted and then it was put into a higher increment there. So.
All right, guys, let's go on the news over here. Moderna, I mean, to me, it's a nothing burger, but for whatever reason, the market likes it to the tune of 2.25. Moderna, flu shot, clears key milestone in the combo jab resubmission coming. In case you're wondering what this combo jab is, supposed to be COVID and the flu together. So Moderna's experimental mRNA-based flu vaccines named mRNA 1010 showed a 26.6% greater efficacy than their standard shot in a phase 3 trial with over 40,000 adults. Among seniors, the shot was 27.4% more effective than the 26.6. That's how I read that, reinforcing its potential to reduce severe outcomes for vulnerable populations. And, obviously I don't like to, paint with a very wide brush, but I feel like that is the group that would still benefit the most from this. Personally, I don't want to hear anything about COVID. Okay, I feel like Moderna is kind of tone deaf to the the social, economic, and just the cultural climate right now. Nobody gives a you-know-what about COVID at the moment, and they really need to focus their technology, this mRNA technology, on something else, man, because I'm sick of hearing about COVID. Let's go on a little bit over here. OpenAI. You don't have anything to say about that, do you?
Sorry, I was reading something.
Yeah, good. It's not important anyway. Meta poaches key researchers. We reported to you guys, I think about a couple of weeks ago, that Zuck was losing his mind. I mean, looking to poach a lot of OpenAI employees, and apparently he's been successful. He recruited 4 senior OpenAI researchers to join Meta's superintelligence lab. According to an internal Slack message, OpenAI's chief research officer, Mark Chen, described the poaching as a visceral loss, comparing it to someone breaking into their home. Meta is reportedly offering signing bonuses of an eye-watering $100 million to top AI talent, targeting researchers from both OpenAI and Google. Chen assured staff that he and the CEO, Sam Altman, are working around the clock to retain top performers, including recalibrating compensation. And I think that is the right move there, and devising new incentive structures. Look, he can't be complacent about this. Zuck's got a lot of money. And probably maybe more than Altman has, even though Altman's been raising like crazy lately and he has a lot of support from the market. But the fact of the matter is, he can't be complacent. He's got to make sure that talent that got him there stays there. Otherwise, Zuck's going to be ahead of him. So I think he's doing the right thing by being alert to this. So OpenAI emphasized fairness and retention, noting they won't overpay one employee at the expense of the overall team equity. You got to keep that balance, otherwise people get pissed off.
Tell the Leafs that.
Oh, that is a good point, though. That's definitely not the case in sports. Let's just be honest. Yeah. Well, that's the way it is. OpenAI employees reportedly face 80-hour work weeks, prompting the company to plan a company-wide recharge week. Although execs will still work, some leaders believe Meta may take an opportunity for this recharge week to exploit the downtime to pressure staff into fast hiring decisions during the break. This guy's a... Oh man, Zuck is, not only is he a droid, but he's a little sneaky droid, eh?
Yeah.
Joey Slither's got nothing on.
Whoa, watch out on now. Right now.
I love it. Look at this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking to place a bet here.
Sir,
No,
go,
but
go,
in all reality, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
I think just what Zuck is doing, I know you think it's like, I don't know if I think you mentioned to me saying that you think he's trying to play catch up or anything like that, but I still think that this race is so tight. Yeah. And we talked about it from a CapEx standpoint as well too. Now he's just going into to scale AI. He's dumping a lot of money in this. This race is only going to get more competitive as we get down the roads, and you're going to see more capital expenditure through some of these names. So,
I agree with everything you just said there. I think he is in a bit of a panic mode.
Like, well, because Llama 4 being
he was not happy with it, and I'm assuming he has very high standards.
Right. So there you go.
Adair.
So one of these headlines you're actually going to find pretty interesting, Sharif, because you just talked about it, but we're getting more updates. Bloomberg News reporting that apparently Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, who we were just talking about, has announced Meta's superintelligence effort and even more hires. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. But either way, it's been reported for a while that Mark Zuckerberg was working on this Meta superintelligence effort. It's also worth noting here, keep an eye on the market, which is why I have it up right now. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, just stepped onto the podium for the conference. So keep an eye on the market. Again, anything market moving can happen at these events. Back to you.
Yeah.
You got anything to finish on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to move on to Apple. Maybe I'll save it for Apple here. Sure. Okay. Actually, no, I mean, so what I just found out on Google, and I know it's not necessarily valid, but I think it's kind of just within the whole space there. Okay, all right. And it's kind of what I've touched on yesterday as well, too. Just pointing out the fact that Google, we're worried about their search engine and kind of the market share that I guess ChatGPT has stolen from them. Because I mentioned the Blue Link Society. We're not necessarily in that direction anymore. But OpenAI has 800 million weekly active users compared to Google's 5 billion. So, I mean, yeah, and now when you search, I've started to notice it. When you search on Google, they'll give you the Gemini answer too, and then you have the multiple links. So maybe that's
Let's see what OpenAI has to say. How much is Google search usage down from all-time highs? Now, I'm not putting the most advanced question into chat, but it's supposed to be able to answer very straightforward questions. Okay, so how much has usage dropped? Global market share fell below 90% for the first sustained period since 2025, dropping to 89.7%. That was back in March 2025. Desktop share dropped more sharply, though, Joseph, from a peak of 87.7 in May of 2023. It's down now to 79 to 80%. So that's almost a 10% drop off desktops, right?
But still 80% market share.
Absolutely. And but if it's a graph, are you punching at the lows? Just imagine it's a stock. You're putting in lower lows and lower highs.
That is fair. That is fair. But now that you have the Gemini in the regular search engine,
we're talking.
Right, in the search engine, Sundar, our guy Sundar, says, hey, this is going to lead to more searches and longer prompts, which can increase.
I agree 100% with that.
The usage of
I got something
Google.
to say to that, though, but we got to go to Adair for a second.
So I actually have a little bit more on this as well with regards to the Meta story. So Bloomberg, again, reporting that Mark Zuckerberg wrote to employees about a bit of an update here to Meta's AI efforts. We've heard reports for weeks about the superintelligence team. Now, apparently, Mark Zuckerberg has confirmed to employees that these efforts are going to be called Meta Superintelligence Labs. The group is going to be led by Alexander Wang, former CEO of Scale AI, which Meta now has a 49% stake in. And apparently, former GitHub CEO Nat Friedman will be co-leading this group with Alexander Wang. It's unclear what Nat Friedman's professional role will be in it, but apparently he's helping Alexander Wang lead this Meta Superintelligence Labs group. So if I get more details, I'll let you know. But interesting stuff and very timely, given that you guys are discussing it right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair.
Thank you very much.
Just before I get back into it, SYTA, shout out to, I can't even say your name anyway, ever since the YouTube updated the names, but this SYTA, it's one that we were joking around called Sataya on Friday. It had a fantastic move up Friday, gave up the ghost though. Midday, it's on the rampage back to the high side today, again to the tune of about 37%, taking out $3, 320 high. SYTA, another small cap gapper. It's a former convict as well. We know this one very well. So keep your eye on that one if you're into the small cap gapper trade. But I wanted to say to you, yeah. Absolutely. Gemini will be far superior to the Google search, no question about it. The point, though, Joseph, is they were not first to market.
Nope.
In my humble submission, they don't have the best LLM. It still goes to OpenAI. I think there's a lot more added apps. Like, look at all these different apps we can add to OpenAI because people are making them. They're not making them en masse like they are for Gemini. So, yes, everything you're saying is right, but did they make a mistake by not being first to market? And they had DeepMind. That DeepMind had Baird. Remember I told you about Baird before Gemini? And they refused to release it because it was hallucinating. They thought it wasn't to the standard of a Google product. Well, OpenAI didn't give a you-know-what. They're like, let's just get this to market. So what? It's hallucinating. You know, we don't have a reputation that we worry about. Google clearly did. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, valid points there, Sharif. But let's actually break down Google.
Break it down.
We know that Google, out of all of these companies, have the most data out of any of them,
Absolutely.
right? So can that help them play catch up in this potential race? Yes, we know that ChatGPT is probably the best LLM. But because if they put this information and this data to proper use, I think that can put them in a solid trajectory to become that #1 LLM. And they have a lot of good stuff with just AI in general down the pipelines. We've seen that at the keynote. They have that thing where you can now try on clothes. They have the visual. They got a lot of good things in the pipeline. So I think that's going to help Google kind of just narrow this race down and just think about how competitive it actually is.
Everything you said is absolutely right. Google could be the better LLM, but what it comes down to, let's just call a spade, is the amount of active users.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And if the active users month over month, it's OpenAI, it's not Gemini, well, Gemini could have the better model from an objective perspective, but if people aren't going there, they're not going there.
And from a resource standpoint, you can't deny what Google has. If you need anything, right, they got exactly. They will probably never have an issue with cash. So with that being said,
Agree.
If they really want to take over this game, I think they have a good opportunity.
I think Google is like that company that gives you a footing or a hand into all the burgeoning technologies, whether it's robotics, whether it's AI, this, that, or the other. Autonomous obviously goes without question. So I think they're fantastic. I mean, I've got nothing bad to say about Google here. It's which one is better currently.
Exactly.
Right?
Think about this race that is going on, really. It's actually phenomenal. I think that it's such a rarity that we're seeing these hyperscaler giants really essentially going head on against each other with just this unlimited cash flow. It's very interesting, and that's why I think that this bull market is going to continue, is because it's an AI race. Who can absorb the most amount of market share?
Fair, man. Fair. I respect that opinion. Shout out to Eduardo. Sharif, since Joe said catch up, it's a good moment to tell the joke of ketchup from Pulp Fiction. Adara sure knows it. I know, Eduardo, I haven't watched Pulp Fiction. It's yet another one of my more shameful I guess, facts that I haven't seen that movie. I know it's a.
You've never seen it? What?
Oh. I'll watch it. I have no problem, brother. I don't even remember the last time I sat down and watched an entire movie. I don't even remember. Yeah, I ram. Literally from the moment I wake up at 5 a.m. to the moment I go to sleep, almost every minute of my day is spoken for. Literally, except on the weekends. Yeah.
Well, there you go. And you're at the old. Boom,
hey, well there you go. I gotta get my tennis. I only played tennis once this weekend, which really upset me. I don't know.
You play every weekend? Do you like? How about pickleball? How about pickleball? You like pickleball? You can play it outdoors.
You can play it outdoors, Ram. Yeah.
Yeah, they adjusted the tennis.
It's like the world's fastest growing sport, is it not?
Yeah, it was pretty.
It's
sick. I like pickleball.
So sick. They're just converting the old tennis courts into pickleball courts. You realize?
And I'm pretty sure most tennis courts have the pickleball court in it now too.
A lot of them
just like a smaller,
yes.
It's just a smaller screen in there.
Let's go on to Apple,
now you know.
Joseph. Okay, before we start off with Apple, because this is going to be a long one, we're going to go to Adara for an update.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, we had someone at this Widows press conference actually ask questions about Trump's relationship with Fed Chair Powell, saying if he's unhappy with Powell's job, why does Powell not fire him? White House press secretary said that that's a question for Donald Trump and not for her, but that I guess Donald Trump is rightfully frustrated that the rates have not been lowered because the economy is at a place where they should be. So again, just more updates here, more commentary on the back and forth between Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Donald Trump, President of the United States. Back to you.
We need new Donald. That was Donald 1.0, but we won't go there right yet.
Hit the I'm really rich.
Shout out to Pathek, man. Follow my tennis company, Tennis with a View. Screenshot. I'm going to follow you later, brother. Taking a picture of that text now so I can follow you later. Let's get on to Apple. So Apple today, Ming-Chi Kuo taking to X, formerly Twitter, to chime in on this AR glass situation. So let's get to it because there's a lot to talk about here. So Apple is expected to enter the smart glasses market with a new head-mounted device, but major display-enabled models will not arrive. Display-enabled models will not arrive until 2026. Early non-display, can you guys see that? Yeah. Early non-display smart glasses are expected to hit the market in 2027 with Apple forecasting shipments, and I'll show you why this number is big in a second. They're forecasting shipments of over 10 million units that year. The device will focus on audio playback, camera, video recording, AI sensing, gesture, and voice controls, but will lack a visual display. Comparing brands, for example, Meta's Ray-Bans, they will likely establish an early market presence before Apple's full-scale entry. And we're going to talk about why 10 million units, to me, was a bit of an interesting thing here, because you're going to see what they're projecting for their most recent products. So Apple's XR glasses, featuring these advanced displays like liquid crystal on silicone with a waveguide, are targeted for mass production not until the second half of 2028. You don't want to see that if you're an Apple investor like myself. These glasses are expected to include AI-powered voice gesture and inference, and the success really hinges here on the AI functionality within the device. A display accessory tied to this device is actually scheduled for release in Q2 of 2026, reinforcing Apple's long-term roadmap in AR. So that's all great. What's coming out this year, 2025? We're going to get a new Vision Pro. So the next generation Vision Pro with the M5 processor is slated for mass production in Q3 of 2025, probably gets released, I'm assuming Q1 of 26 if the mass production starts in Q3, with about, listen to this, 150,000 to 200,000 units. And they're learning from their previous experience when they sold only about 300,000 of these. So when they say 10 million units per year in 27, that gets my attention because they're only forecasting about 150 to 200,000 of this new Vision Pro. Now, apparently, this new Vision Pro is going to be 40% lighter than the first version, which a lot of people complained was super front heavy and hurt their head after a while. And it's going to be powered by Apple's top-tier iPhone processor and uses new glass-to-plastic lens architecture. Not like I really understand what that is. A lower-priced Vision model is expected in the second half of 2028, offering broad accessibility and redesigned features for mass market appeal. The Vision Air headset, with unchanged specs from the M2, is expected to enter production in Q3 of 2027. If there's one thing you got from this article, at least what I got, is Apple's freaking late. Now, is that different than prior years and prior releases for very similar products? My inclination is to say no. They certainly weren't first with the smartphone. They certainly weren't first with the tablet. They weren't first on anything, the MacBook Air, anything like that. So to me, it's displeasing because they should have been alert to this whole thing. I mean, don't tell me they don't have spies at Meta. Of course they do. They probably knew what Reality Labs was up to and that Zuck was really gung-ho about making a new form factor for, other than a phone. So the reason why they have to be so late is just bewildering to me. I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why do you always have to be late to the party? Like, why is that part of your modus operandi? So whether or not that excites you, to me, Apple is certainly not a buy at the moment, or maybe it is if you feel like there might be a runway.
Sharif, that's the thing, right? It's like
I need to see technical.
you want to see the
You wanna see
technical.
higher highs, higher lows.
That's okay. I get that. That's fine, but I think a lot of the investors would agree when there's blood in the streets is really one of the time that you want to buy. And with these names, we see it time and time again. It's like, oh, okay, they have these headwinds in front of them. We know that Apple has never been first to the race, but I think that's at a prime time. I think it's a prime time to actually start to buy this stock at $200.
You're not
to be
wrong,
honest with you. We've seen it in AMD. Who wanted to buy AMD at $75? Look at that from 75. It's up 100%. Like this name is too strong. We talk about the cash flow, but enough of that, guys. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Now back to onto what I'm getting at with Apple. It doesn't mean go all in at once. No, that's not the general idea, right? You don't want to go, oh, I have 10K. I have 10K I'm looking to allocate to a stock. I'm going 10K right away on Apple. No.
Yeah.
You go 2,500 here, 2,500 there, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, and then sure enough, you're positioned relatively well. Apple catches a couple tailwinds, and next thing you know, from 200, it goes up to 220. You're already 10% up from where you just were, or 5%, whatever it may be, right? But you understand what I'm getting at there. Yeah.
Absolutely. To me, the only thing I gotta say, Joseph, is just prove to me that the downtrend is done.
Yep.
Show me some higher highs and higher lows, a clearing of a technical resistance level.
That's
just
fair.
so that you know the technicals can jive with the fundamentals. They don't have to be contradictory.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Let's talk a little Zscaler here. This is one of the better if not the best performing, hands down, cybersecurity name on the year. I'm just going to verify that quickly. Bless you, Ram. Just looking over here to see where Zscaler's up on the year. Zscaler's up 73%, only outdone by Net. I'm not going to say who's in Zscaler because she doesn't want any notoriety, but keep your eye out on Zscaler. Here it is. Let's talk about what they did today. They're a little down, but to be fair, it's a little profit taking here. So Zscaler plans to offer $1.1 billion in convertible senior notes due in 2028 to qualified institutional buyers. That means the losers like us, Joseph, are not qualified institutional buyers. We need to be babysat by the government, who needs to make sure that we don't misspend our money because, you know, we're still dropping.
Did you do your local IBKR update or what?
What do you mean?
Did you fill up your annual? You have to update all your information.
It didn't prompt me.
They didn't prompt you.
It didn't prompt me.
Well, you better check that out there. Just in case.
This guy's like making me worried now. It didn't prompt me,
up,
bro.
you know what I mean?
All right,
Let's take away your permissions.
I know, right? I think everybody's a little bit different, though.
I think so.
It depends on when you signed up, or is it like a yearly thing?
It's usually
a yearly thing. All right, I didn't get it yet. Full disclosure. Let's go on here. The notes will accrue interest payable semi-annually, maturing on the 15th of July, 2028, unless earlier converted or repurchased. The offering includes a 13-day option for initial purchasers to buy an additional $225 million of notes. So basically, they're raising money. Now, does it have any idea, or does it say anything here about what they're looking to use the money for? Yes. Zscaler may use proceeds to pay capped call transactions and for general corporate purposes. Where have we heard that before? Oh, yeah, GameStop and buying Bitcoin, including working capital, mergers and acquisitions, and strategic transactions. So you got to give them a little bit of credit because they have done quite well. So if they want to raise some money and go to the private markets or the public markets here in this case, give them the leeway. All right, so a lot of different rating agencies today dropped coverage or initiated coverage on Circle. Some with buys and some with positive ratings, some not. I'll give you a quick breakdown as to who did what over here. We can bring this down, show you super quick. So Circle got some love from Citigroup, Barclays, Canaccord Genuity, Bernstein, Needham. These guys all gave Circle the nod. These are initiate buys. Then when we go down over here, initiate sell hold. Deutsche Bank thinks they're crap. So does Goldman, Oppenheimer, JP Morgan as well. JP Morgan up here? No, it's not. So JP Morgan with the sell rating on Circle with an $80 price target. So you have some mixed analyst views here. Citigroup, Barclays, Canaccord, Bernstein, Needham, all basically giving Circle the nod, while Deutsche, Goldman, Oppenheimer, and JP Morgan think it's overpriced and no good. So Circle initiated over here by JP Morgan, $80 by late 2026. Adara.
We have some commentary coming through from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on the TikTok deal. Of course, we know that Donald Trump mentioned this weekend that he has some very wealthy people on watch to potentially buy TikTok, though he says he'll name them in about 2 weeks. Caroline Leavitt basically said here that there are ongoing TikTok discussions, if you will, between, I guess, the U.S. and China at the highest level, and that this 90-day extension to the TikTok ban is set to help work out this deal. Keep an eye on SNAP and META. With that in mind, these are like the two, I would say, biggest social media stocks on watch. META actually pushing a little bit lower, but Snapchat got a bit of a bump. I also want to mention here, check us out on X at TTV Research. I have this new infographic on Robinhood in honor of its To Catch a Token event that happened today. And as you can see here, this is just its quarterly revenue from 2020 to so far Q1 2025, including some highlights with the company's performance highlights and lowlights. So check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Healthy.
I need that.
It's on TTV Research.
Yeah.
That's a healthy
There we go. Thank
uptrend
you.
there. Look at the higher lows and higher highs. I mean, that's what I just viewed as a graph, right? It's a chart.
Like, you know what I mean? The quarterly revenue, and this is where we've seen that substantial growth right there. And that's what I'm pointing at it like you guys
At
can
the
see.
end, Q4 24.
Yeah, Q4 24 is essentially what I'm pointing at there. And when you see that, it's like, okay, boom, I'm involved in that because it's just substantial from that point. And that's, I think, the quarter where we've seen this 700% increase in crypto transactions, et cetera, et cetera.
And look at that Q4 2020 all the way down to Q3 2021. Makes absolute sense why it would move up there. Those were the COVID years.
Absolutely.
Everyone was making accounts, punching in long at the house. That was when GameStop and everything was running. So it makes absolute sense. Then the fantastic tail end of the Biden years where the economy was really pumping there. You can see it was absolutely flat. I'm being facetious. Let's go ahead and talk about these banks because they were put to a stress test on Friday and they did quite well from what people are reporting here. So the Fed's stress test showed that major U.S. banks can handle severe downturn. 22 banks that were tested could absorb over $550 billion in losses, yet continue to be able to lend. Under the recession scenario, banks with Tier 1 capital ratios dropped 1.8 percentage points but stayed well above the required minimum. The top performing banks were your boy Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, M&T Bank. You also had strong performances, Joseph, from Bank of America and PNC Financial. The share buybacks are expected here because when you remove these CapEx requirements, not CapEx requirements, capital requirements, Joseph, what has been said by a lot of these banks is they're going to be doing two things: raising the dividend payable to shareholders, as well as adding value back in your pockets vis-a-vis share buyback. So that is expected as soon as we do get that deregulatory push coming in the second half of this year.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Robinhood, I don't even know. Everybody's in the chats mentioning this name. We were just talking about it, and look at this stock here. We're now going to head towards $93. Like, oh my days, like, Katina man. He's got Palantir. I got Robinhood, man. This is what a battle of the titans right there, Sharif, on these two names. Yeah, we really like this. And look at this big time move right here. What is this from a percentage metric on the day? Up 10% almost on the day. Like, oh, what a fantastic buy. And like, that's the thing, right? As I just sit in these chairs with you guys, and I learned I want to thank you guys as well too, because, and the man next to me and everybody else in this room, I want to thank them, but they just push to just be better, understand the fundamentals and the technicals. I know a lot of traders, if they're trading, just intraday trading, they're like, no, I don't really follow fundamentals, and that's fine. to each their own, but in my opinion, at times they really, really do matter, and there's a reason why stocks move. Obviously, you have the outliers like GameStop, AMC, you have that meme and that cult-type price action, but at the end of the day, you want to focus on names like Robinhood, especially when the earnings report are just substantially blowing through the analyst estimates, and that's what's been happening with Robinhood. So, yeah, having a great time with that, and we've seen it in the likes of NVDA as well, too. During their growth cycle, it's like they're just blowing growth. They're just blowing through growth. Revenue expectations are just substantially higher than that. Same with EPS estimates and everything along those lines. It's just that it's continuous beats, and that's what the street wants to see: a surprise, surprise, surprise. Are you surprising us with your fundamental numbers? And then that's when you see that big time movement in some of these names. And I use the reference of JP Morgan with Silicon Valley Bank. Everybody remembers SVB. That was the first stock that I ever seen delisted. I've never seen anything like that before. JPM acquires the book. Look what happens preceding that. The quarters preceding that. Whatever they did, they go through a growth cycle, and then boom, JPM has just been on a monster run ever since then. So yeah, SVB was a very interesting times. There's no question about that. I remember I was watching that name, everyone shorting it, shorting the name, and then just at the end of the day, boom. It was just gone, just like that. They said, see you later. AC Slater said, one of my friends in the chat who seems to, Sippo Sunshine. I remember that name. But the thing is here, guys, with the Qs, and this is tough. This is really tough price action to sit through. We've essentially done nothing. You can't break down, you buy back up, you run into the support level, you're a couple pennies in the money, then you're back out of the money, and then it's just the ebbs and flows of what's kind of currently going on right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we fill this gap, and maybe we get it by the end of the day, but we would need some form of catalyst in order for us to do so. But right now, it's not looking like we will. We need the mag to break down in order for us to get that gap fill. We have filled up around 40 to 60%. I would more along the lines of 60% of this gap. But that's the potential trade here. We've now entered it. We haven't broken and held VWAP to the top side for an extended period of time, I guess maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then you come back below it. Let's see if we reject one more time, double top up here through some of these pre-market pivots, and that's going to be the primary objective. If we can hold the TQs to fill this gap or even south of this low of the day, then that's when we're going to start to take profit. Otherwise, it's either stop out for a loss. Exactly. It's either feast or famine right now, and that's just how your boy's feeling on the day. So,
you probably should make your way back there.
There's a lot of chicken.
There's a lot.
There
may not be that much.
Is it good?
Is it actually good, Obi?
Obi says it's so good. All right.
So good.
Jamming with Joe. Obi, rate the chicken on a scale of 1 to 10. 7.5.
7.5. That's a statement.
I mean, that is a big time statement. I'm going to be the judge of that one. You guys are going to get the new hottest segment out there, Jamming with Joe, after the show.
I love it.
And then we'll give the food a solid rating.
Hey. All right. Yeah. There's a plethora of chickens.
Yeah.
So there's we got free dinner.
Yeah, I know this guy.
I see no one's back there. I'm like,
hey, you filled the old container up.
Oh, baby, did I?
Yeah.
All right. All right, here we go. We're long 26.44 on BNM or like a psycho. And here comes 27. Seller at 27. Can we get 33s? That's where I'm waiting. Reject 27 all the way back down. Into the 60s. So I'm long at the little bit south of the $0.50. I'm waiting for this one to see if we can kind of take out that 30.50 area. I've given about $1 worth of room there. We're not going to really look to DCA into this. Let's see if it can kind of decisively clear 27. It's had a lot of support here at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. It does have a seller here at 80, 26.80, so it drops back down. I'm just going to give this one room. If it loses that $25 area, we'll get out. Patrick, Jam71, thank you very much, my friend, for the $4.99, $5 super chat, essentially saying, nice rounded booths on Amazon. Thoughts? I don't know what a rounded booth is. Do you know what a rounded booth is?
I'm guessing the bottom's around there.
Oh, okay. Let's give it a, okay, let's check on Amazon. Let's see if the rounded bottom is, in fact, manifesting on AMZN. AMZN. Let's see on the 5. Yeah, a little bit, my man. Okay, so interesting look here. You're going to support at 219 generally, and right up into 220 we go. So let's see what this one does. I mean, it's a downtrend for me on Amazon. That you may have broken that downtrend, though. That was that very, very kind of respectful rejection of the level. It kept, coming into that trend line, rejecting, and it looks like it has decisively taken that out now. So possibly a move back into VWAP at around 221.5. We'll have to wait and see. I don't really trade these large caps anymore, so I'll deflect that answer to your boy Joey Options. But yeah, I do see what you're seeing there with that kind of double bottom into that breach of 219 a quarter. It holds the 219 half or whole dollar, and right back up into 220 it goes. The next level of resistance I see is probably 221.5. Joseph, what do you have on your end there?
Yeah, on Amazon, yeah, I mean, I took a stab at it. There was definitely an opportunity to take another move on there, but I just added to a short on the TQs. That doesn't work. I don't know why I do those things sometimes. You got to take that a second attempt right there, guys, because there is another form of indecision. This was just a pure liquidity grab. I actually posted a stop order. It grabs it. I'm literally, the problem, the last wick here, it decides to grab me and then goes on the move. That's why you got to get right back in, right? So if you guys don't think it's rigged, then I don't know what else to say, because what are the chances of my stop being right at the low and then the stock turns around? So just keep that in mind, right? You got to take those second opportunities. Unfortunately, I didn't do it, but look how much better your risk to reward ratio would be. Now you could just use the exact same thing. You get right back in after you get stopped out. As soon as this candle opens up at the top end of this range, and then there you go. You're only risking a couple pennies, and then you get this nice big time move to the top side there on Amazon. But yeah, let's go. So I'm talking about the Qs here as well, guys. Again, I was slightly out of the money. Now you're back in the money. So which way are we going to break down? If NVDA wants to break through some of these, the resistance zones, the double top that it's formed, and you see some of the other mag names start to slightly pull back, then you're going to want to hop out of the Q short. But is this a short signal on Robinhood? I think so. There's a potential here, guys. As you can see, we have that gravestone, that inverted hammer, whatever you would like to call it, shooting star, whatever it may. But that's a nice one as we climbed right into that 93.35 level. Now let's take a look at the chain to see why we rejected right there. Is there any substantial size on Robinhood, or are we going to continue this free flow to the top side? And at 93, there is absolutely no size. So this name, in my opinion, will continue to climb. What is that next level of high open interest? That is going to put us at that 95 strike by the end of the week. The way Robinhood is moving, I think that can definitely be in the works there, Sharif.
Yes,
and
sir.
I don't even know. It's like, do I start trimming this thing? Because Robinhood has substantially outpaced everything in my long-term portfolio in a fraction of the time. Do I cut a little bit and allocate some other things that are slightly lagging? Katina Man says, yes, Sharif, what do you say? Do I trim some Robinhood up here and then grab some more of other things? Or do I continue to hold on?
I'd wet the beak. I'd go with what the Katina Man just said.
He says trim.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to Adara, and then we're going to get Obi's opinion. Do you trim or not? The next hottest segment.
I mean, we'll watch, wait and see what happens with the trimming. But right now, let's talk about solar, because we do have commentary coming from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt answering questions about how President Trump feels about the solar aspects of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which you mentioned earlier, specifically with regards, I guess, to taxes. Caroline Leavitt at first didn't really seem to understand what part of the bill they were talking about, then deferred any questions to Trump. So we didn't really get any resolution here, but just be aware, some of these solar names, Enphase, RUN, FSLR, First Solar, could all be on watch here. Again, we do have, I guess, on watch solar names as we have some questions about solar provisions within the Big Beautiful Bill. Back to you.
For that. Okay, so we have a wet the beak from Katina Man. We have a wet the beak from Sharif. Now, Obi, does Joe trim some of his Robinhood and grab some other things, or do we continue on this roller coaster ride to the top side?
Tell us, Obi.
We're around 93 bucks. Trim or no trim, Obi?
He's looking at the
He's
TA,
looking at the he's looking at the chart. I'm in at like 40s.
It is all
so
time high.
Trim or no trim? I would say there's no reason to Bang. All right, no trim, so no wet the beak from Obi. Continue to hold on to it, says Obi, until that trend breaks, and just continue on this monster roller coaster ride. So there it is, your trim or no trim.
I love it.
Joe?
I love it. All right. I was going to cover something over here. Fat pipe. I mean, it's moving. It's up 17%, but it's got like no volume, guys. It's done 72,800 shares. I mean, come on. That's a tough one right there. I don't think you can punch into that safely. What's the spread? 850 on the bid, 916 on the ask. So, yeah, not exactly a growing endorsement on that one. So, I mean, I don't have anything on at the moment. They're mostly, by they, I'm talking about the small cap gappers, are really giving up the ghost here. The only ones that are above the volume weighted average price, BMNR, that we just got stopped out from right now, is at loss of 20 exponential, as well as VOR. That one is still well above the 20 exponential. It's definitely got a buyer at the $0.5.
Oh, wow. What happened right there? We just got a big time spike in the market. Yeah, something's going on, a massive volatility spike. I was short, and I'm like, okay, yeah, nice, we're starting to work. And then you get this big, sorry to interrupt you there, by the way, but yeah. Something happened right there. We got a big time volume spike, and I don't know if it's across the board, but in the overall market, you've seen that. I'm like, okay, we're starting to work. We're heading into some key support levels. We get that volume spike, and right now it seems that the bulls are going to be dominating. Because I have more size on this trade, I have to be really, really cautious on what's going on here. And if I have to punch out, I have to punch out extremely quick. So let's see what Adair's got for us.
Not much. I just want to let you guys know there was one thing that came around the time of that spike that could be of note. Fed's Goolsby, he was supposed to start speaking at 1. I'm only getting my first comments from him now, so it's unclear if he started late or if there just wasn't anything market moving earlier. Regardless, he said that he does not see any prospect of 1970s-style stagflation, but said that the Fed is worried about the possibility of both inflation and employment getting worse at the same time. So it's a little bit cautious. Now we have another comment that could be what's moving this market here. We have the EU reportedly accepting Trump's universal tariff, but they are seeking key exemptions. Again, we have the EU reportedly accepting Trump's universal tariff, but seeking key exemptions. If I get any more details on the story, I'll let you know, but it's a pretty big deal. Previously, the EU said they were not going to be accepting any universal tariff. Back to you.
That was crazy. I should have left a little bit of a runner there. But we got slightly too excited. But it is what it is. We got all out of the shares as we dumped down. Should have posted up a little bit through some of these the support levels. But now I think that gap is going to get filled to the downside here, especially with this volume stepping in right there. So yeah, added substantially right there on this trade right here. Never came back to my stop, and then boom, it goes against me. I'm reading some things in the chat. You get that volatility spike, but then as soon as we crack through some of these support levels, and then we get that aggressive move back to the top side, I'm like, all right, just take it for what it is right now. So that one worked out for us.
All right, we're going back to Adair. She's got more news, Joseph.
Yeah, Trump posted on Truth Social just now, and it has to do with Japan. I can just read it because it's about tariffs and trade to show people how spoiled countries have become with respect to the United States of America. And I have great respect for Japan. They won't take our rice, all caps, and yet they have a massive rice shortage. In other words, we'll just be sending them a letter, and we love having them as a trading partner for many years to come. So as we know, sometimes when we get these volume spikes, it can't be related to Truth Social posts. There's a very, for lack of a better term, mixed post here about Japan and trade from Donald John Trump, the President of the United States. Back to you.
In case you forgot what his title was, Joseph, you know, he's got to let you know. Donald Trump, President of the United States.
Just in case they didn't know.
I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that. Look, I think, you know, he's doing the same thing over and over, right? Which is if you conflict with any of his policies or anything that he deems to be contrary to the interests of the United States, he's going to attack you.
Do you think people are going to start calling out his bluff?
But he's not bluffing, though. That's the thing.
Real,
like, if you piss him off, he's going to levy the tariffs against you, and come what may. Like, I wouldn't want to challenge him. No. I think his biggest strength, and I've maintained this from day one, is his unpredictability. Yep. You don't know what the hell he's going to do, even when you think you know what he's going to do. Like, of course, it's the same playbook. Okay, I'll just threaten you with tariffs. All of a sudden, he's coming at you a different way.
Okay, I'm Mark Carney, you're Donald Trump.
Right.
3% digital tax. What are you going to do?
But again, that was not put in by Mark Carney, and you know that. It was put in by Justin Trudeau.
22.
But as I was saying to Adair this morning, I thought Carney strategically kept it in place. Think about this, right? So we know that Carney is not negotiating in public. He's made that very clear. He's not going to give you the details on the Canadian side. Wait.
Yeah.
And Donald's on his side, even though he can claim I got them to remove the digital sales tax, he's not going to tell you what he gave up.
No.
But we know that there's something behind the scenes that the Americans probably let go that they wanted in negotiations for Carney to back up on that. But you're not going to hear that from Canada because they won't negotiate in public. And then Donald Trump is not going to tell you what he gave up.
No.
Why would he tell you that?
Exactly. He's going to even tell you what he gained.
Absolutely,
right?
Assassino.
And that's why, and I think that's why I kind of, that's one thing. That's one positive thing about Carney is
I like Carney.
You're not going to see him on X or anything like that, or on
And
True
vote for him.
Social,
I like him.
or True Social, or anything along those lines. But yeah, there we go.
Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, guys. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you pick your own path. You can choose instant funded, you can choose challenge or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. So if you're interested, use that discount code TTV to save on any account. So if you're interested, again, scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. All I gotta say is money. Only reason I'm here is because of that animation. I would harass, annoy, chase the Katina Man daily on the show when it was a viewer. Katina Man, it's been 15 minutes and I haven't gotten a money spin. What's going on?
What's going on?
So I'm just joking about that. Joseph,
Yeah,
see what time it is?
I do see what time it is.
How much extra do we got in the bank?
You know what? I'm gonna let them off this one.
Oh,
you know why?
wow.
You know why?
Feeling
Sharif?
good
Here.
today, huh?
Because that, and I'm like, imagine I got to do this all day, every day.
Oh, yeah, that's right, you do.
Spin it. Money.
Great show, too.
Yes, sir.
Shortened week, obviously, guys. Joseph and I will be on Thursday, but we're going to be on for 1 hour from 11 to 12. And then, obviously, you guys know the market closes at 1.
Why are you looking? Hold
Why
on.
is she
Time out.
looking at us
Why are
like
you
that,
looking at
bro?
us like that, though? Pardon?
Whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh, hey.
You saw that, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
watch out.
I thought she was
Watch
married,
out.
bro.
Yeah. Hey.
Katina Man.
Oh, remember that one time she said, she said you can still score with a goalie? Remember that? Do you remember that quote from Ramin? I remember
believe
that.
it.
I remember that quote
I believe
from
that.
Ramin, which is crazy. But my guy's looking fresh over there. Let's pull up the new look. My guy, the styled one, Sean Katina, man.
You're going to see him in a second.
Yeah.
Peace.
What did I do? What did I do?
I don't know.
Oh, these glasses? I'm just like Joe over there, you know? You don't need no glasses, but you
Wait,
wear
who
them
is this
anyways.
guy beside me? I don't even, like,
This guy?
what'd you do with Sean? Where's Sean?
I changed my name in the chat.
Oh, boy.
Hi, I'm just gonna put in the word hi. Look what it says there. It goes hi.
Let's go.
It has the word let's go at the end of it all.
Nice. I like that.
Did you have something special for me? Thank you. Appreciate that, Joe.
All right, okay. All right.
This
He
guy-
said he had
this guy
something
doesn't
special. but
Stop. It's
I
like,
don't know.
this guy. What team is this again?
Well, there's a Buffalo on there. Yep.
Buffalo something.
Buffalo Bills.
Correct. There it is.
Oh my
I can remember things.
All right. No,
How
Neil's
you
not
doing?
here.
I got it.
Holy fuck.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
My guy, Shikanti and Nairobi. You're not Nairobi, you're Obi.
No,
but
you're
I know
Obi.
Shikanti. I know you did.
No,
remember.
Yeah, no Obi.
Now
No
Obi.
But he knows what I'm talking about. That's his new name. What I'm going to be calling him is Shikanti.
Can't you?
That is the name.
Yeah. We heard about this.
So get away the T from Katina.
well-
Can T.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Okay.
originally was your old ID there, right? So Shikanti.
No. It's Shikady.
Katie, that's what it was. I was like, yeah,
There it
Shikady,
is.
come
Way to
on.
butcher that one, Joe.
All right, see you, Miami Joe.
All right. See you, man. Thank you.
Oh man, what is going on over
I have
here?
no idea.
Okay. Yeah, welcome back,
take
everybody.
trades.
I don't know. I just threw these glasses on. I mean, it's not making me see any better or anything like that. All right, not the best trading day. Yeah, it's not. What's up, Grand Opera? I think it's been okay. I mean, the problem is here, as you look at the futures, it's kind of, yeah. I mean, not much movement. Like, if you're going to talk about a choppy flow, I mean, that's pretty much what it is right there. There's not much going on. Like, if this was your flow, you're not getting any record deals, you know what I mean? So I would just say this is right here, pretty choppy. And so I would say we're gonna wait. I mean, we have an absolute, here you go, Sharif. But we got a trade on, boy, right now. This Google trade is, you know, working out, needless to say, as we came back here right on the midday show, right? I wasn't, you know, too into some of the smaller caps. We looked at BBAI, but when Google made this move down and then came back to VWAP, I was like, you know, let's try that. We should have reloaded it right there. We did not. We got out on the way back in, and then another test one more time. The funny thing about all of this, I'm waiting at 177.95. That went, I don't know how we didn't get filled here. That went to 95 and just didn't get it. I'm on the NASDAQ gateway. That would have been monstrous and turned the day around. It's already been a nice day here. We did lose Amazon. Like, what the heck is wrong with Amazon today? Down 1.5%. That name keeps on heading to the downside. We got out of the TQs there, but this was a great trade. We got out of the highs of the day. And then just now, when we had that little up and down, you had Joe and Sharif commenting there. There was the Japan news. There was Fed speak there. We sort of went, whoa. And I was like, you know what? I had literally 5% left. And I was like, I'm just going to get out of this and refocus. And then the other trade that we have on here is SoFi. And, you know, we had reloaded that at VWAP right there, got more out there again. But we are trying to break a little lower. I'm going to use SoFi here as the bottom of the day, 1834 as a break. So that's already in there. So, yeah. So it's been good, man. Just been sort of going back and forth with everything, making a little bit of money here. The only loss that we have on today is that Amazon one, and that sucks. So we're battling back, though. We're battling back. Got a puncher's chance here at the end of the day. Let's just see if there's any news that's going to pop through. We don't have a huge earnings day or anything like that. There's whole week. There's relatively nothing. There's, what is it, non-farm payrolls or something on Thursday, so there's that too. So, but yeah, that's all I've been doing, chilling out, talking to the wife, went for a swim, went for a walk, got our little iced coffee, $1. And that's what we're doing. I do want to talk about some crypto, though, after. We want to look at some Ripple, some XRP, some Solana, Bitcoin, so on and so forth, as Bitcoin hovers around 107.5.
Yeah. You know, I recently found out that a decent chunk of my XRP position is not actually XRP. It's sitting in ETH.
Ouch.
Because yeah, that wasn't the best find. I kind of forgot about it like 6 years ago. And I changed brokers, changed accounts, and during that changing, it was like, okay, well, to get money out of this, you can only pull out ETH.
I remember. Yeah.
So I forget who what was it was a Canadian one, Bittrex.
Yep.
Yeah, I was in Bittrex.
I was actually had an account there too at one point.
Yeah, Bittrex was solid for a lot of them, and to transfer over, I had to switch everything to ETH and then move that over, and then I guess I never changed it back. So I'm like, instead of sitting on a 600% winner of XRP, sitting on 100 and something % winner on ETH, which is
wow. What a bad trade.
Not the best, but no, it is what it is. What I am liking
that's
right
part
now,
of the
though.
cleaning up, right? I mean, I was doing that on my account too the other day, and that's where I realized I had some QuantumScape and all this kind of stuff, and it's just like cleaning up some of these little, I don't want to say crappy positions, but like smaller positions that where maybe you've exited some and you said, I'm going to hold on to 10% and see where this goes. You know, sometimes those 10%, although they could rip up and be absolutely huge, it just clouds sort of the portfolio a little bit. So I like the cleanup idea, you know, little spring cleanup action in the middle of the summer. So. Okay, Sharif's locked and loaded. You guys voted throughout the midday to see what you wanted Obi to talk about. So let's go find out what those are with the rundown. Boom.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil, but the boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the screen is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. Super simple now, guys. You're throwing that $ before your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers, nothing you need to do. Let's look at the 4 major averages to start here. They're all in positive territory, between 1/5 to 1/3% in the green right now, with the NQ leading the way up 1/3. The Russell 2000 up 0.15, likewise with the ES up 0.14, and the Dow second best here, up 1/4% on the day. Looking at possibly moving down now though. BMNR, the #1 ticker as decided by you guys. This thing was all sorts of crazy and is still, not really breaking down too much. Up almost 500% on this news headline announcing a $250 million private placement to initiate Ethereum treasury strategy, guys. Expected to become one of the largest publicly traded companies to hold ETH. So perfect segue there for Obi's story.
Yeah. So again, now BitMine Immersion Technologies. Yeah. I've seen a few traders post about this trade in the morning, and I've been watching it pretty closely. Pretty interesting stuff here. A bit of a stair step up as well. Again, it seems like this is day one. Yeah, it IPO'd very recently as well. It would seem. So when is that? That is June 5th. So just not too long ago there. But yeah, finally catching some volume, maybe some traction as well. Don't know what the float on this thing is, so let's take a quick look. And again, I don't know about the accuracy about this one, but 1.93 million shares in the float, 26 million float right there. But you can, market cap. You can see that we've done over 86 million shares traded on the day. The float is 2 million, Sean. So a little bit of a rotation, a little bit of a churning of that float happening here for sure. And yeah, stair stepping up, I think is definitely something to watch out for. It is a day one runner, so yeah, I think the shorts are definitely a little sweaty on this one here, but the breakouts and the continuations have been pretty nice as it continues to stair step up. I got eyes on it, but I don't have any sort of trades or any sort of biases on it with any sort of direction.
All right, I don't know anything about BMNR, but I do know something about Big Bear AI. So let's go hear what Sharif has to say, and we'll come back and talk about Big Bear.
To talk about Big Bear, Sean, it's just running from the same catalyst it was from a couple of weeks ago, which is basically they're launching this AI service at the airports. I think they're launching it at O'Hare and several others, but doesn't matter, above $7 to the tune of 20%.
LAX, and those are the 2 major airports. They have a deal also with Easy Lease that happened in June, and they're just getting the run now, right, for Big Bear AI. So I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. It's running up there. There is a big short float in this name, 29%, and the rip is here. And it started basically once we broke this 450 area, and now you're at $7, and you topped out to 724. I did get out some today at 685. We talked about that live here on the air, and now we just wait. I was thinking that $8. I mean, this was a call that we had made many months ago, or many weeks ago, when we were down here to $3, and I was like $8. I'll see you when that happens. I didn't think that we would have to make a decision this soon, but right there, Big Bear AI making the move up again here today. Now the problem is that you have that 720 top. That might be the top of the day. We've seen, and I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the top of the day or not. But here, I mean, here's a top from Friday, and again, it wasn't here on Friday, but that top was the top, and then we faded out into the close, right? Here you go again on, let's call it Thursday, boom, right? Faded out into the close. I mean, now we're still up. The trajectory here into the close was down. You can see that the downside play is there. We never really had sort of huge end of day rallies in Big Bear AI. So I don't expect one here today, but it's already starting right now that this is coming back down. So I would say this is probably a short, 720, 725, but congratulations for everybody that's, been sort of stacking up right there. And yeah, we got a great super chat earlier for the call out, and I appreciate that. I want to, thank you guys for that. But, at the end of the day, Everyone's got to trade their book. We did that. We loaded up with Big Bear AI. I'm long at $4, and it's been a really good ride. And thank you everybody for kind of listening to that. And I was calling it. This was back in January, February. I was like, this is baby Palantir, but we need to get a little bit more action for this to be baby Palantir. But Palantir direct listed at $9.20. And it's $140. So, what's in for this AI data intelligence play? I don't know, but what's been up so far has been so good. So let's just wait to see if the momentum can stay there. Kind of just like what the advice that Obi gave to Joe about maybe holding on and waiting to see when the trend has been broken. Nothing wrong if you're doing that on Big Bear AI, but the problem is it has huge moves. So it's not like a Robinhood that's kind of inching up 3 or 4% every day, pulling back, then inching back up. This can drop in a heartbeat, right back to some of these levels. So yeah, part of this is a squeeze. Let's not call ourselves stock picking gurus or anything like that. It's just, we looked at the environment that we're in. We're in an AI booming environment, obviously, right? You have NVIDIA at all-time highs. You see what Palantir's at all-time highs. Then we get an AI intelligence play like Big Bear. And you get the push through. So I don't think it's anything. It's something to celebrate for sure, but I don't think it was like a rocket science call. We did also have the big short float. So we're happy to be in it. We'll hopefully find some more plays similar to this. But yeah, Big Bear AI, great trade, and would have never thought this, and we wouldn't have sold at 685 if I thought it was going to 730. But I think you got to take something out on the way up. For me. So that's advice that I would give to everybody. If you can always, and I just give it again to Joe, the trend is fine, but once the trend breaks, you really want to give up that 3, 4, 8% or whatever it is to get back to the downside. I'd say if you have something in it, you should take something off. It's like, I don't think Joe would hold 10 contracts or something if they tripled in money. I think you get out of 2 or 1 and then you hold the rest, but that's just, again, this is not, or even more, as Joe said. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of judging your own trading style, your books, and everything like that. So if you're in Big Bear AI, then the bear right now has. No, I will not do that again, Fabian.
He needs it for the content.
Yeah.
No, I think you pointed out some key features that have made up this move here: the short float, the market sentiment, and the whole sentiment around this sector when it comes to speculative AI stocks as well. I think all of that together definitely gave us all the recipe for a potential move like this, and also, yeah, the fact that it's capable of doing moves like this, and it has done them in the past, and that would make it well within range. And yeah, I think definitely. The reason to sell and reason to kind of take profits, that's very discretionary. That's up to you as well, and you can have rule sets in and around that. But yeah, until that momentum and that hype is really not there anymore, and the chart is showing you, I think it's definitely something to kind of stick around for. Again, it seems like we are still getting expanding volume coming into some of this action to the upside here. And I think Sean said it very, very right there. It is definitely squeezing with the kind of short float that it has and with the way that it's built up here with a bit of a wind up. And another thing I kind of want to point out as well is, yeah, sure, there isn't really a volume event near these lows, but say we were like, okay, I want to know where every average long is sitting at from the lows that we made. Guess what? That comes out to be 429. So it's like, all right, well, we kind of held that base, consolidated, and now we're accelerating off of that average kind of area. But another thing to remember here is the float, right? 280 million float. And guess what? We've traded about 280 million shares on the day today. So
I know we're going to go back to the street, but I just want to, first of all, I want to tell everybody, you got to get into the chat, because this is where, like, you got to hit subscribe. The only way to get into here is hit subscribe. Then you can start posting in the chat. It's completely for free. Just go in, hit subscribe to the show, be part of this, right? And then the other thing is here is, like, he's asking me, I guess Dave here. What's up, Dave? Are you suggesting trimming, some positions similar to those, I guess, Big Bear and Hood, for long-term to push into underdog stocks? If you have a stock that's an underdog that you think, like an Apple or something like that, or maybe a Google that's a little depressed or whatever at some of these levels, then fine. It's more just like when I look at a stock and, you look at the average return of the NASDAQ or the S&P, let's go with the S&P 500 of like 13% or something over the last 47 years, and then you get a move that's happened like this. And I'm just talking about traders that have been buying, you know, for swing into something like this. Like, it's now giving you more than you thought you could have got out of the stock, I would think, right? I mean, if I told you $93, like this was $63 May 29th. So a month ago, you're now in the money 50% in 1 month. So you just basically, Dave and everybody else, you just tell me if you think that if you had a buy here and you have out for 10% right up here, if that would be something that you would eventually regret. I don't think so. It could easily just pull back in. And if it does, great, if you're trying to buy some more. But why not trim a little bit, especially with the market at all-time highs, and just get into, you don't have to get into anything, man. You could put your money in a 5% T-bill or something like that and do nothing with it. So I'm not saying that you reallocate. It's just at some point. I also, by the way, during lunchtime, and I just don't preach, I try to show you hopefully some winning trades, make them, tell you when I'm hitting goals and things like that. I trimmed JP Morgan at lunch a little bit more. I got some out at 280. I got some out again here at 290. Like, we're long from here, man. We're long from 230 right here at the 200 period moving average. So you break all-time highs. There's my first out, Obi, right here. Like, that's what we were looking for. And then today we get another bump up on what was decent news, again, on a catalyst. We don't have the banks coming. Well, we have some banks, but not this big bank, where they got news that they could start share buyback. So they passed their stress test, so they get a little bit of a bump today. So I'm going to take advantage of that and get out when it's up triple what the market's up today. So just a little bit of advice there, but I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, over to the big screen. Yes, exactly. There's Susie Fox here. I can't stop looking at the chat, by the way. I'm addicted to the show and everything. But Susie Fox, it's easy if you win. Yeah, 100%. I don't even know what you're referencing. But when you have trades that are working, Obi, you and I talk about this. Yeah. Oh, I'm in the money $1. Time to get some out. You know, it's like, but when you're losing and you're down $1, you're like, maybe I should be averaging it. Like, there's different decisions that are made when you're winning v losing. Let's just hope to win more than we lose. All right, Sharif, sorry about that, but let's go back over and figure out what Sharif's got on deck for us next.
You're good, Sean. This is a look at AT&T, guys. Quickly here, that spike down is a real spike. Donald Trump attacking AT&T on Truth Social. Basically says, I'm doing a major conference call with faith leaders from all over the country, and AT&T is totally unable to make their equipment work properly. This is the second time it happened, and when he did that, it resulted to the downside. But as you can see, being bought back up now, AT&T. Next on the list here is SoFi, making 52-week highs, boys, running with Hood. And the other fintech stocks that have been strong lately, up 6.84 today. Nothing new on this one, just 52-week highs.
Yeah, so guys, got some news for you. VinFast, big EV news out of Jakarta. VinFast, VFS is the ticker. Just locked in a major financing deal with Bank Central. Sorry.
Yeah, take your time.
I lost that. Okay, so with Bank Central Asia, one of Indonesia's top private banks, the partnership opens up flexible credit options for VinFast's dealer network, covering everything from EV purchases to spare parts. That means smoother inventory, better cash flow, and a stronger push to scale up across the country. It's a smart move to speed up Indonesia's shift to green mobility and a key step in VinFast's expansion game plan. Check them out.
All right, good job there. Yeah, all right, so you call up the charts. I already have this up right here for SoFi. So, look, this was brought to my attention by, again, the chat. This is why I'm saying, like, get into the chat. Let us know. Like, I'm always, all the hosts are always looking there and trying to find it. So make sure you hit the like, subscribe, get part of the chat. So, yeah, and I want to thank you guys for that. Like, when SoFi was starting to break, right into here, and it was like 1850. You guys know that I love the 50 levels, like the 25s, all that kind of stuff. You're gonna see like this Google short is 178. You know, it's like even dollar levels. We missed the 18 blast off, and first of all, I do want to. Russell's working in the back like crazy. We want to thank him for doing everything. So if you do hear something in the background noise, it's not. You're not going crazy like we are. This is the noise from the renovation. But there's 18 breaking, nice move up to $19. Now you're starting to fade back in. The minute that level was broke right there on the 1 minute chart, we got out. So that's 1840. So we wound up getting out of that trade. But look at this momentum play in SoFi, right? If you had identified that earlier, that was great, and I wish I would have looked because there's 1830. I think that's the great punch, but that's still actually it's still like 1850. Punching at 18 might have been a little bit of a risk because you would have said, uh-oh, we've already been up here before and then got hit. But today it continues to work as many of those bank stocks, as we'd already talked about, working today. So let's just look to see what I did on this trade. So again, thanks to the chat. You guys brought that up to my attention. I just waited very, very patiently. The minute that it broke 1850, man, we just put our market order in. We got whap out. Nice move to the upside right there. Whoosh. Got all the way into the 70s. So we were already out of half of the position. And it's kind of funny that we were out of half because then bang, we came back in and we reloaded it again just at that dipping spot right into there where we sort of thought there could have been support back there at 1840. It was. And I believe at that time it might have been the 50-period moving average or something around there. And then whoop, and then basically boom goes a dynamite right there to the upside. Take advantage, take advantage, take advantage. Try to get cute with VWAP again. Take it a little bit out. Take some more out to 50-period moving average. Then once we broke VWAP there, we could have got out, but we didn't. And that might have been a mistake, which it was a mistake. But traders got a trade. We only had 5% left. So by the time it came back down, we wound up getting out right there at that level, just in front of that right now. So now we're out of it and we can breathe a sigh of relief. SoFi, my number one P&L name today, and was not on this annoying thing that some guy keeps calling the sticky note. So we did not have it on there today, but we do have this one on right now, and we have this one on today as well, and it's Google right now. So we'll say what's up to our good friend Max, because here comes Google right back in right now. Max, pick me up, my guy, right now. But there's Google right now, a nice move in. We're now $1.20 in the money on this short that we posted during the midday show. So Google to the downside. All right, I'll be killing with kindness with SoFi. If you don't have anything, let's go to Palantir.
Yeah, no, I think SoFi, it was one to watch this morning, given the gap up and given the relative volume that it was doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think anybody could have suspected such an aggressive and strong move right off of the open. Beautiful continuation. So gap, a little bit of a hold on the level, and then just a push all the way through 1760s to 18s. But yeah, catching a little bit of a slowdown right now. I think some of the best opportunity, if you were already watching it in the morning, you can right off of the open, we're already doing 2 times the relative volume. And then as that opening range breaks, you can see that expansion of relative volume almost all the way up to 3 times as we approach those highs. And then since then, interestingly enough, relative volume relatively sustained, but intraday volume itself obviously has dropped off pretty decently. So one to watch out for sure. Didn't really have any trades on it, but shout out to Sean for having some.
All right, that QR code right there, man, it is OGen. We want to thank them for sponsoring this part of the show. Each year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported. That's just reported, guys. Like there's probably 10 million concussions reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. The NYSE-listed Oragenics, symbol OGen, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting with OGen today. OGen right there, OGEN on the NYSE, and we've had them on a couple times to explain, their product. So go check us out on some of those past notes. But all right, thank you so much for OGen. Let's go over to Sharif and talk about some random stock. I don't know. What is it there? PLTR. Palantir.
Good catalyst today with Palantir and Accenture. They announced a partnership to collaborate on incorporating AI into federal agency workflows. It was an aggressive sell on Friday into the close, but up a nice 5 1/3 today, boys.
Like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Switch up?
Yeah, no, Prad got me this hat, actually. Yeah, so shout out to Prad, a former host here on the show. Hope Prad is doing well. But yeah, he hooked up this hat, and we've been talking. Palantir was like my big bear AI of like 2021, 2022, where we were just talking all about Palantir over and over again. The only other stock that I really pounded the table on was Meta, and we did that back down near $100, $120. And then obviously Palantir as well. We really, enjoyed trading this name, and another 5% today. We actually were able to buy the dip here as I was watching such a great show on Friday by Obi and Neil into the close. And when this move happened, there, right here, at the end of the day on Friday on complete and utter nonsense, which is just a Russell rebalance. And it happens quarterly, and of course, because it was June, it was the big semi-annual rebalance, and I saw Obi like basically in a state of panic, as was Neil, as they were just sitting here watching this thing fall down. And I had two questions. A, why were they not short? And B, why was I not getting long? So when this came down here, I got long in my own personal account. I actually just, when it was down at 131 and it was down 9%, I said to myself, and I'm just joking about why Obi and Neil weren't short. I was just watching this happen live. And I actually said to Obi too, I don't know if I would have punched short, man, because these moves, although it looks easy on a chart, when you're watching it, it's a completely different game. I mean, I sat here and watched Tesla do moves like this and sit here like kind of like a deer in headlights. It's hard because you don't know. If you're trading smaller shares, and we talked about this, if you're trading 5 shares or 10 shares or 20 shares, then yeah, man, you can avoid a $5 hit if you're wrong and but if you want to try to make some real money, where do you get involved with this? But we put some shares in into our swing account down here at 31s. We even posted it on the chat as well. So it's a nice move back up as they had some more deals there today. I think that you and I had talked about this on the show as well, that this 138.50 level was going to be something, and it was part of the pre-market, but then it kind of took it out and went up to 139. So again, if you're going to be shorting even dollars, then that's a bang up spot right there to do it, because it also leveled off. Like this is, and take a line from Neil here, because he always says everyone trades their own style. Like this is my style. Like when you're barcoding like that and the market gives you a trade, like that's like, you could put on a few thousand honestly, a few thousand shares there, which is why you see me sometimes panic when I'm getting out, because all of a sudden I'm in the money 10, 15 cents. It's like, okay, your stop is only 10 or 15 cents. So it's like, that's where payday starts to happen, because then when you're right, it bleeds out. And even like right now, like this is actually a good long area here, 137. So like if this market can hold out, why not take a shot here on Palantir at 137? And then let's just zoom in and see what the I was gonna say, what the hell? Again, that song, I don't even know who sings that, but I hear it all the time on the radio, man, on my way home. The thing is, now that I have the Tesla and everything, it doesn't matter, this is part of all cars, but I just use TuneIn Radio because it's just an app.
Okay.
So I get like all these stations now from like Detroit, and I listen to hip hop. So it's like all this music, like here in Toronto, we have like Kiss 92.5 or something.
Yeah.
Like the most hip hop you might hear is Luther or something on that, right? So you don't, 98.7 used it used to be Flow 93.5. 104.5. What is that? Light rock? I mean, is everything all right over there?
103.5. I think.
Oh, 103.5. Yeah. That's but that's all. It's all pop.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's all. Yeah, exactly. It's nothing.
Come on, man. I just listen to straight business news. I remember when I was with my Palantir storytelling time. Who cares about Palantir? I remember when I was with my father and everything like that and rolling around. My dad used to drive a Trans Am. I don't even know if you know what that is. Yeah, you do, Pontiac Trans Am. Anyways, when
Firebird.
Yeah, exactly. It was some of the cars that he had in his day. Anyways, I let my dad. How many tangents am I going to get on here? He started driving the Tesla. We got right on the highway, and this thing was going 130 in 5 seconds. Like he was like, bang, gunned it right there like crazy. I'm like, Dad, like slow down, my guy over here. No, but the story I was gonna get is, I remember growing up and I was always like, man, my dad's just listening to like news talk radio in his car and everything like that. And now I find myself, honestly, it's like I get into the car, I'll put on 680 News and just listen to it for 5 or 10 minutes because like I get pissed off that there's nothing on the radio. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting way too old now, man. Like now I'm starting to listen. I've always listened to sports talk radio though. I remember going to sleep as a kid and just putting on like whatever sports talk radio show there was, and here was the Fan 590 and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. It's just like listening. It's like a podcast, listening to the news every day.
I think
but the thing is I don't like listening to the news in the car with my kids, even though they're 13 and 10, like they're old enough. Like my son the other day, and he's 13, and I told him, he's like, so what's going on with like Iran and Israel? And I was like, I told them that they have some beef and this and that, and it does go way back, and there's nuclear issues and all this kind of stuff. So try to explain everything to them, but I don't think sheltering kids from news is necessarily right, but certain things need better that they not know, because some of the questions, I don't have all the answers. So
I definitely.
like trading.
I definitely shelter myself from
Position board is broken.
from mainstream media because of all the biases that are fed. But other than that, yeah, no. In the car, I'm just probably on YouTube. That's my main thing. Just music and podcasts on YouTube. That's pretty much.
And the thing is too is like they were listening to Sunday night oldies and Saturday night oldies and stuff like that. Like back, like some nice Motown music and stuff like that. So I have appreciation for all that. But like, now, like if I put in Biggie Smalls or something, like that is now 40 years old. So that's like when we're growing up, like our parents listening to music in the 50s, we're like, wow, man, you guys are like mad old.
Yeah.
But like now I'm listening to like albums that were released in the 90s and they're like, Dad, like, come. But I think it's aged better. I think it's aged better.
It's definitely.
I don't know, maybe it hasn't.
But,
all right, well, we're idiots. All right,
Palantir.
So Palantir is still on.
Yeah, Palantir again. That was a crazy move, and I was expecting something just as crazy coming in off of the open today, but nothing really here. Just straight sideways chop and barcoding for majority of the day. VWAP orbit, so nothing to see here saying Palantir, but maybe something potentially coming in. Again, got that aggressive move, and today we just consolidate. I think that's okay. But tomorrow, I think if we close it within this consolidation range, tomorrow we have a nice defined range to potentially give us a little bit of direction. So that's the look on Palantir.
All right, guys, I can't see the screen. All right, so Robinhood, the last on the list over here, launching stock tokens, reveals a 2-layer blockchain and expands crypto suite in the United States and Europe. Good look here for a Robinhood, almost at the day's highs, up 11.5%.
I just got to say a big shout out to Levy Corbett in the chat. Love you also at Levy. He says, I talk about too much random stuff. So shout out to you. It's my party and they'll cry if they want to. Shout out to Levy over there. All right, since I talk way too much, Obi.
Yes, sir.
What do you have to say about Robinhood?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I think the stuff that they've been doing is pretty interesting, and it seems like the price action is starting to catch up to some of their ventures that they're trying to push. And I think again, something to watch out for with the most recent. It was a tokenization of stocks potentially there. I think we were talking about it earlier. They had an event that started off at 11 o'clock. They were actually talking about some I guess European citizens maybe being able to trade U.S. equities and also get dividends on a tokenized exchange there. So that's definitely very interesting here on Robinhood. And again, if you take a look at this on the weekly, like we did earlier, this thing is just nearing that. I mean, it's not nearing anymore. It's already breaking out, but you can see that expanding volume into the push. And we're getting that little bit of continuation. So I don't know if it's nearing the slowdown, but you can see here on the weekly, just back-to-back jacks with those green candles over and over again, holding those prior candles pretty well here, all the way from 30. We never really saw any serious selling since about April. Again, coming in with a lot of stocks catching a strong bid to their all-time highs from those April lows. There, and Robinhood seeing more of the same. But yeah, some solid strength there and reinforced with some volume on a continuation for a ticker that's already been.
Yeah, the Robinhood story is a good one for sure, man. I mean, it's been, I know my guy Joe over there switched out of Tesla into Robinhood. That's probably obviously a great idea. And yeah, it's just been up and away, man, for Robinhood. So yeah, I mean, a little bit, I'd be a little bit nervous. Again, like not nervous. I mean, if you're long, you're not nervous. But just that whole talk of, do we take profits, and if we do, when do we do it? I mean, I think you're close. I would have already taken profits on this trade. So for me, I'm a little more conservative. I've got way too many bills to pay every month to let this one slip away. So I just think that, again, to each their own, right? If your only kid is a dog, then I think you can hold on to this. Shout out to Miami Joe. And I think that's completely, everybody has to judge their own kind of financial situation. So I'm only saying that because we do get talk about, when to trim certain positions. And I just think today, Robinhood right there, like we had posted up on our chat, on our watch list, and thanks to Adara for this, we did have the the crypto event today, right? And so you could see what sort of started happening when that took place there at around 11 o'clock. And it's just been upside since then. So we did have that question of the morning that was like, what are you trading based off? Technicals or news related, event related things, or intuition, gut trading, you know, revenge trading things. I think revenge trading should have been on there too. I think definitely in the prop world, revenge trading may win. But no, so I was just going to say, like, Robinhood, even on a 5-minute chart, I mean, it's just really take off. I mean, the minute that this day happened, what day was this? I guess this was just Friday or today, actually. Right there, you skimmed this level here of $85 there on Friday and fell off of it. The minute we were sort of opening up above it today, you could have almost zoomed back and had said, you know what, if we break this 85.50 or so, then I'm just going to go long. And that's the kind of stuff that I look for, and that would have been a banger of a trade. So again, congratulations to anybody that has Robinhood. What a great trade there. I'm going to shift it over to one more thing here because, you know, again, we're long Webull at $11, and we were talking about Webull down here at $11 for at least 2 weeks when we got in. We've been bouncing up here before. We've already made this move to $11.80, and we thought we were pretty cool. And then Ned came right back in and gave us $10 again. And then now it's back up to $11. This name has, again, some kind of Robinhood-esque movement to it. Like up another 9% today on very, very limited news. So I would say that this is another one of those plays where if you're up almost 10% if you bought under 11 bucks, getting a little top heavy here, Webull. But there's a lot to go, man. We don't know anything about this company. Let's wait for maybe a couple more reports before we get out. I was thinking $8 or $9 would be another reload spot, but we're already in a healthy bit here at 11. So let's just see what winds up happening with Webull going back there to the upside. Fintech plays are hot until they're not. That's the one thing, like XYZ, which is Square Block, PayPal. You know, when they have news behind them and they sort of get that push, institution money goes into it, it's a completely go crazy type of thing because everybody can wrap their head around why Robinhood's going up, why Webull, PayPal, why all those things are working. But there's a hell of a lot of competition in this space. You know, like, I don't know about you, but like democratization of trading, most apps now have either free trading or some kind of benefit package there for trading, hit certain levels, get certain things. So yeah, I just, you know, Robinhood's a great story. They're acquiring more and more accounts, but I just think that a 50% move in Robinhood in a month is a lot. And might be time to take some out. And if you still like the spot, hold on to 90%, put that 10%, buy yourself something nice, and wear it the next day. And therefore, you have something to wear.
I think that's solid advice there, Sean. Yeah, no, I really like the story on Robinhood and how it's built up here. But as of right now, I kind of like this market coming into the downside. Oh boy, so in this
court ruling here about Apple. Adair's just sitting back down, but something's happened to Apple. And I just punched short right now on Apple. Apple's starting to go to the downside a little bit right now. Sorry, but I did not mean to interrupt you there. But Apple is going down, and I just punched short. There goes Apple. I heard some sort of a court thing in my ear about Apple. So right now I'm short. We're 30 cents in the money. Traders got to trade. But what's up, Adair?
Apparently, a court ruling is saying that Apple must face U.S. antitrust lawsuit accusing it of monopolizing the smartphone market. So there's no decision on this lawsuit yet. It hasn't even happened yet. But according to a court ruling, Apple must face this U.S. antitrust lawsuit, again, accusing it of smartphone market monopoly. Back to you.
It is right there, man. There's a Brendo quote. There's the face slapper. There's what we're talking about right there. So, you know, it goes back to that thing. What are you trading on? News? Are you trading on levels? What are you trading on? How about all of them right there? Show your, yeah, exactly. Show your abilities. Trade names that are moving around. But again, this is not for everybody. We're able to do it really fast here and get in and get out to the point where I'm already out of half of this trade and I just got into it. So just real quick executions there on Apple. And to what Adara said, that's why I want to throw to her immediately. Like, It's not taken action yet or anything like that. It's a court ruling. So let's wait to see what Apple's response is. Obviously, their team's going to have something to say about this. And I don't even know that they were in court, or like these guys are in court every day about everything. So here's a ruling not favorable for Apple. Looks like it could go against us. This could be basically a flat trade at the end of the day. I'm just going to punch out, man, if we take 2 bills. So this is pretty simple, $200.01. Market me out if it does take that. And I'll tell you, I think we'll still be up if it takes 200, but I'm not sure. So here, yes, I will be. Okay. Did I trade Apple anymore today or what? No. Okay, so we're still, actually, we got out of much more than I thought. Oh, we got out of, what am I talking about? Nah, we got out of about 75% of that trade. Okay, that's where my math is wrong. Okay, because I was like, even if I punch out now, I'm still up actually half decent on this. So yeah, we actually got out of 2/3 of that trade or so on that move down, breaking the low of the day there on Apple on that story. So yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah, no, that was kind of wild. I was already long Apple there from that 200. Funny enough, Sean, it comes in all the way to my stop. It takes out the stop and then it rips right back up. You can see. Okay. I was already long from here, from the morning session.
Sorry about that.
At 200. That's all good. And then I'm like, all right, well, news coming out. Nothing to kind of just look away from. So I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, well, it's coming.
There it goes.
Back
wow,
in.
wow.
Oh boy. So I got long as well. And it seems like, okay, all right. So I got to...
Apple, I have the story. Apple's looking to power Siri with other outside models.
Let's go.
So
right here. Getting really lucky with that one here, Sean. That long was absolutely crazy.
No, man, I'm not lucky with anything right now. So I actually punched a little long there on the way up. Apple is considering using AI tech from Anthropic or OpenAI. So there it goes, man. Google, let's go to the downside right now. I mean, I still own this stock, but we are short right now in the market. And if you're using not Gemini, then yeah, this is going to be said problem. So there it goes. Look, I'm long Apple right now. We just got back-to-back stories where I was not even looking at Apple or even trading Apple. And now all of a sudden, an Apple a day does not keep this trader away. But I don't, we're long right now at 201.50. This is not a new story. This is more probably negative for Google than it is a positive for Apple. I mean, we always thought that Apple was going to have to use something outside. They didn't drop any money. You know how much money they've dropped in AI? $10 billion or something like that. It's like a drop in the pan. I think they should buy Anthropic, period, but or Perplexity, but who knows? Let's go over to Adara's, get some more color on the story.
Yeah, so the thing is, I really want to clarify how, I guess, for lack of a better term, contextually devoid this headline is. We have zero context, but the headline is that Apple considers using outside AI to fix Siri in a major reversal. So again, we don't know which company this is. We don't know which companies they are or are not looking at. All we know, according to this report, that apparently they're considering using outside AI, which, as Sean said, that's not really new information. We'd heard some reports previous. GOTL is dropping on this. So yeah, here is a little bit more context here for this headline. Apparently they're weighing OpenAI or Anthropic as the potential partners here for this Siri power-up, but they have not made a final decision, and they're still considering their own models. So really, we didn't learn anything. Apple still could be using their own models to power Siri, or they could be using OpenAI or Anthropic. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was sort of getting at there when we brought it. I was saying that in my ear, they were saying those two and not Gemini. So I think that let's just wait. We're long this name. Yeah, so good cover there for Google. So it kind of went, Google gets hit real quick there. And remember, some of these things are just reports. Until we kind of get a release maybe from Apple or something like that, I think it's going to be hard to sit here and judge exactly what this means. So I'm just going to wait. I mean, if we break 200, we'll get out. We got a little excited there. We didn't go ham on this trade or anything like that. Here it goes. There it goes. So we'll get out of 75% of that trade. As here it comes right back in again. So maybe now we start to talk about like what's up with that lawsuit. Maybe now that they lost. So a little bit of back and forth there, blasting there for Apple. The weak name stays weak on the day. We did get hit there trying to go long on that story. So that's a failure. Make money on the short for the for the lawsuit and lose on this long, but we're still holding on to a third. It's still going to be a losing trade, man. I mean, this is going to have to rip up a lot for us to get that back because we did lose on 2/3 of it. Maybe we'll try a little bit more here as Apple tries to settle down. I think it's a positive story in the way that at least they're getting close to maybe announcing something. And I think that's what a lot of traders are looking for, especially to add into their positions. So, yeah, let's see what winds up happening with Apple there. We bought a little bit back there at 200, but in order to not be responsible or irresponsible, I wanted to get some out in case this tanks it into 198 or something. Apple has not been strong. Let's see if we can get some positivity here for Apple.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild here. But you guys know what's wild? Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot and trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. The link's in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. All right, guys, that craziness on Apple, that shake and bake was absolutely wild there. So, yeah, again, like I said, I was originally long all the way from, what time was this? At around 10:51 right here as we left you guys for the midday show. That 200 hold was quite nice, and I'm like, all right, and I just let the position kind of sit there and cook, and I'm like, all right, well, this is kind of timing out here, but it's holding that 200 area, and it's holding higher highs and higher lows, so I pretty much stuck in it, and then the news comes out, right? So the news comes out. This quadruple happens. I see it happening. We're trading like 99 halves. I'm long 200s, just under 200. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see how this goes. I've already kind of accepted the risk down into the low 199s. Stops me out. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. Stops me out. And then it rips right back up. It reclaims the half. I'm like, okay, well, I still like the same trade, the 200 hold, as it has been holding over and over again. And I'm like, all right, get long through the 200. And guess what? Rip City all the way up. I think I saw 202s on the tape as well.
202.50.
202.50s it went to. I posted up along here. It didn't really get it. Flushes all the way back down, and then it just kind of normalizes here. So crazy shake and bake. Crazy momentum on Apple, and that was wild that happened. But we'll talk a little bit more about what Apple's been doing over the past couple of weeks after we get back from Midday.
More context on the Apple story, guys. So this is a report from Bloomberg suggesting that Apple's considering powering their Siri upgrade with either Anthropic or OpenAI's ChatGPT. Though again, they're still considering their own model, and these talks are early. They are looking to upgrade this Siri by 2026, but here's the kicker. Apparently, Anthropic is asking for multi-billion-dollar per year annual fee, which would then increase sharply each year. So seems like Anthropic, with that price tag, could be a little bit iffy. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But either way, Bloomberg reporting that Apple is considering either Anthropic or OpenAI to help power their Siri upgrade in 2026. Back to you.
Hey, devil's advocate, that sounds cheap. They write a check for $20 billion to Google just for Chrome yearly. Yeah. You know, so I think that Apple's willing to do something like that. They've put no money into this AI build, right? So, I mean, they put some money into it, but, you know, their plan, I think, always from day one is to get something done. And I think if they can not force Anthropic, but if they can get someone to sign on that, I think they do it. I think they do that deal with Perplexity. They do that deal with anybody, man. Cash for Apple, they don't know what to do with all their cash.
Exactly.
I mean, they have buybacks. They have all this stuff. Like, you want to rocket this stock to the moon, you do a move like that. You know, you get Perplexity involved, you get Anthropic involved, and you just get other people that know what they're doing in the space involved. You know, and yeah, so you can see a little bit of a different play there with Zuckerberg. He's trying to go the other way and bring people in and then build out. I think this is the right way for Apple, and I champion that move, and I actually want to buy more Apple shares when I hear something like that because, again, not undervalued, but just with what's been happening with some of these Mag 7 names, you know, you got to be careful, and yeah, just trade whatever you think. I mean, sometimes these stories can catch you off guard and you know, really be a catalyst that can sort of spark a new wave here for Apple. Like, you know, if I look at this and look at NVIDIA, I mean, I don't want to compare. Apple's such a different stock than the rest of the Mag 7, but like, you know, where the NASDAQ is right now, I don't know if there's ever been such, and maybe I can ask Perplexity or Anthropic this question, but, you know, when's the last time that Apple's been this disconnected from the NASDAQ, where the NASDAQ is at all-time highs again today, and Apple continues to be down 30%. It's down, so it's down $60 from 260, whatever that percentage point is, 20-something% away from its highs. That doesn't seem right. So I think that there is some more to go here for Apple, and let's just see if we're right. And there it is, man. We're almost back to positive land now. After, for some stupid, dumb reason, we dumped our Apple there. Well, I told you why when it broke through 200. We're able to buy some more there right here on the move back through the 50-period moving average. So there's another out for us on Apple on the high side of this trade. So we're happy with it. We're now $1 in the money on this one. We've pretty much made back what we lost on that play on the dump down. But yeah, Apple's still giving us a little bit more room to run. We can get back into here, like right where we spiked into actually. Like why not 202.50, man? Let's hold out to see if we can get that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one to watch out for. I'm also watching Reddit here. Reddit with a little bit of a breakdown, so did kind of participate in that one as it started to roll over. Finally got to that 150, so 149.89 is the current low of this action right now, not day low. The day low is sitting here at 146.80. Don't know if we're going to quite get there, but you can see right here that 150, kind of that opening range high as well. Yeah, that Apple shake and bake was absolutely wild and slowly grinding back up is that bid. But this is what I was talking about on Apple earlier, Sean. I was like, yeah, we kind of, we were like, okay, all last week, we were stuck in this range and it was pretty solid right here. So it could not get past this 199, boom, 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 over. And then the high of the range, 203s. We couldn't even get to 202. We couldn't properly print past 202 halves. On that crazy shake and bake, where yeah, orders come into the market, and maybe you ping some extremes there, and yeah, interestingly enough, holding still all of that volatility, but still holding within range on Apple. So I kind of like that for that. If we did reclaim on that 200, that would I think that was pretty nice as well, because again, bouncing off of the low of that consolidation. But I got eyes on Reddit right now as well. Let's see if we can distinctly push below this 150 mark. A bit of failure to follow through of this prior high from last Wednesday. So you can see, again, sellers show themselves here last Wednesday pretty aggressively. And then once again, coming in on the back through, I'm looking for those sellers to see if they're just as dominant. But something to remember, this thing is trending up. Even though we get these aggressive wipes, overall, still getting higher highs and higher lows here on Reddit. Pretty choppy, pretty wicky. I think lots of momentum on the intraday if you're looking for opportunities. But again, bigger picture stuff going on there as well. But yeah, let's see if we can crack through that 150 sort of distinction. Oh my God, Apple's going to 202.
Yeah, dude, we're almost $2 in the money here. By the way, the fattest of pipes. We brought this to you guys in the pre-market when this thing was $7.80. And Adair and I were like, well, it's only done 3,000 shares. And it hadn't done that much. It really hasn't done anything until right now. This addition into the S&P 3000E right there. Huge move there for Fat Pipe, up now 31%. Rewind, man. As soon as I saw this come in this morning, I was like, all right, recent IPO. Trying to break out. There it goes on some kind of news. I have no idea what this means for them, and I would be fading it. I mean, I know what it means, but I think this 31% is probably too much. But there goes Fat Pipe. Congratulations to anybody that had that one. And yeah, man, there goes Apple. And like I said, I sometimes just say traders got to trade to kind of just say that, but like, you know, when you're getting news kind of like this on Apple, like I got dummied right there, honestly. That was a silly out. I feel like that was like just a major liquidity grab because they went up so much and then just pushed it down. And then traders like myself, you know, panic, get out, wait for a key level, breaks it. The thing is, though, even as it breaks it, it does go down all the way down there to 199.50. So, I feel pretty good about the spot that we got out. Obviously, now that we're all the way up here, I don't feel that great, but we did put it back on. We just had to pay 50 cents more and got it at $200.50 when it finally broke technicals, getting back there to the upside. So pretty happy with that trade for sure. Not happy with the end. I'll be happy with the end result, but not happy with how I, traded that functionally during while it was happening. You know what I'm thinking about though?
Yes.
Isn't Google and all those tensor chips, that was the story that we had today, right? And it was that Google right now is powering, their chips are being chosen by whom? I'm just calling it up right now. Trading Higher report that OpenAI has started renting Google's in-house tensor processing units. So, all right, so potentially their processing units are, not potentially, but more affordable than NVIDIA's, and now powering some parts of ChatGPT. Could they not be doing the same for Perplexity or Anthropic or anything like that? I know Anthropic does have the Amazon investments, and Amazon's also building the chips, but this could also not be horrible news for Google as well, because as Apple and what's their download base? 4 billion?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, this could be a great story for Apple and their users, because what do you think is going to happen when they actually put out a phone that has AI capabilities like everybody wants it to have? Then I think that's that mad dash to that upgrade cycle that should have happened last year.
Power hour.
I don't, honestly, man, my life is not changing because Apple doesn't have a good Siri. I think we overplay how important this stuff is, but for the stock and for future, you don't want to be known as being so late every time.
I mean, they are known for that.
No, but I'm saying that's what's hitting their stock.
Yeah.
Right? Is the fact that we're all sitting here worried about how late they are all the time. So if they can do a deal on this, just like Too Late Powell there, if you can do a deal and get something done here, then all of a sudden you're not late at all. You're actually in a better position than everybody else because you haven't even spent that capital. So now you get to deploy it as everything's working out. And just as I talk like that, let's effing go right now. Let's go, Apple, man. There it is right now. It's a big time trade there for Apple as it continues to go to the upside. I apologize. I'm not like a Neil or anything like that. I get a little excited. But to each their own. And I'm happy to be here and to do all this kind of stuff. And again, I'm trading to pay bills. And sometimes what's the repo man? The repo man cometh, take my shares away. And next thing I know, I'm down $1,000. But it's nice to be up a little bit here as we go and make a good call on that, because I did have a bad slip up there on Apple when we got out there, but
that was
really happy that it just got into where it is now. And see, just like Robinhood and just like some of that, talk that we have earlier about taking profits when certain levels are hit, I have no idea if Apple's going to 205 today, but I'll take profits when we get high of day. So there it is, man. High of day trade right now, $2 in the money on Apple. Now that I've talked myself around this trade, I think I like it more. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Apple. I think that's great news. I may buy some more in the portfolio today.
I think here's the thing, bro. You can get loud as you want, as long as you're displaying good trading. And I think that you've shown that pretty well. You got stuck in a really sticky situation. There was nothing you could really control. That move was absolutely wild and uncalled for, right?
Uncalled
for,
good word.
But then you maintained the mental.
Yes.
You flip long, and you're like, this is what it's doing right now. I'm going to get with the trend, and I'm going to take the trade. And I think that's a great display of trading prowess, and I think done well.
I mean, I also think that there's an aspect of
stay nimble.
Yeah, no, obviously act like you've done it before and things like that, but I get excited because we have these trades on, we've talked about them, we're showing them to everybody here in the chat. And Obi, now Apple's almost my #1 stock, and it got hit back down there pretty bad and turned me quite red on the stock when we got hit there. And then now we stay in the game, and here it goes, man. It pops right back up, and it's nice when things work out and when we can have that, sort of the confidence to do it. And I said this before. I'm trying to talk. I know I've talked to you about it. I can't talk about this with Neil because he's his own guy, right? He's been here forever. It's just like with Joe and Sharif and you. It's like we can't you can't get comfortable until you're uncomfortable, and I don't know how else. I don't know how else to say that. You know,
that's great. I think that's solid advice. I think you remember Spencer.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Spencer, one of the
OGs.
One of the OGs. He's a great trader, and one of the top traders on the floor when I came in as well. And I asked him, I was like, well, before he left, I was like, what's one piece of advice that you would give? He would look at me and he said, Obi, get comfortable with getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That was some great advice there.
You know, it's like when I play with these girls, and it's just like on baseball, and it's just like I say to them, like, you know, they say, oh my God, we have a tough pitcher like ahead of us, like we're facing somebody that's tougher, and I'm just like, well, that's like what we want. You know, we don't want to face the shittiest competition out there. We want to face the best competition so we can get better. Yeah. You know, and I think that's something that, you know, as far as trading is concerned, like it means a lot to be able to do stuff like that when you're trading. If you're just sitting there, you know, pushing in sim mode, and sim mode's great. Sim mode's great for traders that are learning to trade. I mean, you know, all of the players play T-ball at one point, right? So it's like you got to get used to what you're doing and be comfortable in the trade. And until you are, I don't think you should be leveling up anything. But once you are comfortable, you know, sitting around and trading, I think it's nice to up your shares and start to go for something. So here we go, man. We're short Google, we're long Apple. I don't know if that's going to be a good relation, but we were able to take out of that right there on the move down. And this is all while we're screaming and yelling about Apple too. So we took advantage of that because I think it was Joe Money over there said Google's also tanking, or maybe it was Adair, maybe it was you, or maybe it was someone in the chat. But when that started happening, I was like, all right, well, I'm short, so we got to take some out. Meanwhile, I had 10 times the shares on Apple that we did on Google because it was a new position. But there it goes right now up to 203. So where may Apple stop? I mean, I think you've already identified that, Obi. You mentioned that this 203 area had a top that we had problems busting through. But guess what? We ain't gonna have no problem this time because now we actually have a real catalyst. So I've already selected that I'm trading off catalysts more than anything else these days. So here we go. It's a nice move to the upside right now for Apple. Let's see if it has enough juice to break through this 202. With that said, I only have 50% left of this position. So, and with that being said, I'm gonna take another 5% right here at 68 if I am so lucky to get it. And there we go. So we get the 68 now, and now we start to get out a little bit more of Apple, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening now. But you know, again, I like the stock here at this level, and I think it's gonna be a long tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, again, this continuation is going absolutely crazy here. The 203. So we did break that reference high as well there on Apple. And again, I want to point out the top of the range right here. Again, we've been coming into this 203 area, but can't really get past in the trading session. Sure, in the pre-market session last Tuesday, we did get all the way up to just shy of 205, 2 pennies away from it actually, 204.98. That traded in the pre-market on last Tuesday. But you can see since then, intraday, we haven't really been able to make a distinct push above 203. A little bit of a push last Wednesday on the opening drive, but then reclaims just as quickly at a second attempt later on in the day, kind of pulls it back in as well. So again, let's see if that range is finally going to get broken now with a little bit of catalyst, with a little bit of shake and bake volume. You know, you lick grab the lows and then you push for the highs. You got to ask the question what the probability of the breakout then becomes, given this information here that we're seeing. And it's been a slow and steady grinding bid back up through this wick action that we had. So that was absolutely wild there. And yeah, the market's coming back in as well. Again, don't forget, Apple is one of the top constituents when it comes to both futures. So definitely got to watch out to see what Apple is doing. But in terms of other stocks, I know that Google had a bit of a shake and bake on that, and yeah, I think that was pretty nice when it came in and flushed that 175. But then look at that reclaim as of right now. Still couldn't get back up to VWAP just yet, but nice little reclaim and reversion of that candle itself. So interesting action here. Oh boy, here goes Apple. So this thing potentially can keep on going here. Yes, sir. Great trade there, Sean.
Yeah, man, $3 right now in the money on that. And it's, again, you know, what we're trying to do, like I just said, where's the catalyst? The catalyst is there to break that 203 level. I said that at 202.50. So, I mean, the fact that this is happening right now is just icing on the cake, baby. because there goes Apple right now. Short to long to boom right there for Apple. So let's go Apple. Let's look at something else now. All right, SoFi down there to 18.20. Like for me, I'm up a good amount here on Apple. It's turning out to be one of the better trades, so that's why I keep on talking about it. I apologize. Let me just go over here quickly and look, because Bitcoin's not doing anything, and I keep hearing about altcoins. So let's go right now and see what's going on with altcoins. So, okay. All right, so altcoins right now, just real quick, we do have something in play. Let me see what Bitcoin's doing. It's right here, the last 24 hours. Right now, Bitcoin flat, Ethereum, there you go. Hey, take a look at that. All your money's in Ethereum by accident.
Yeah,
up 2% right there. So that's a nice move there. And our XRP together, 2.6%. So that's good too. Solana up 3, which is really nice. My Cardano up 3% right now. Barely my Cardano, but we have some money in that still. Other than that, I'm sure there's many other coins that are starting to whip around a little bit there. Bitcoin Cash, actually, I remember trading that. BCH, I believe, is the symbol on that when we were back trading crypto more. But yeah, I really like all of those plays. What's the market cap right now for crypto? 343. Okay, the highest I've ever shown on this show is 354. So 3.54 trillion for Bitcoin. Sorry, the whole market cap. Which Bitcoin is, as a percentage of it, I don't know, but it's a 2 trillion. So a third of the whole market cap right now in cryptoverse is Bitcoin, and I think that eventually grows higher than that. So, okay, what's up, Adara?
We have an update on the AT&T Donald Trump story. Now, in case you missed it, we did have a couple posts from President Donald Trump on Truth Social less than an hour ago, upset that AT&T, which I guess was supposed to be helping as a carrier for a conference call that Trump is holding, there were some issues with the AT&T network. Trump asked the, quote, boss of AT&T, whoever that may be, to get involved, and then said that they're going to have to reschedule the call with a different carrier for next time because AT&T doesn't know what they're doing. Then AT&T actually just came out and responded. They said they've reached out to the White House and they're working to quickly understand and assess the situation. So AT&T is still trading near day's highs even after that snafu. Interesting look for T. Let's see if there's any other updates to this catalyst. Back to you.
Yeah, so 204 is almost coming in here on Apple. So solid one on that one. We'll just let that one kind of do its own thing. It seems like I'm kind of watching the tape here in the book. It's just a grinding bid that's slowly kind of pushing its way back up. Again, I'm sure a lot of people may be using this candle here, that 202, 203, but that reclaim of that 200 was quite nice. And again, being aware of that bigger picture, being like, all right, well, if we're gonna reclaim that range low just as aggressively on news and then start to push higher and reclaim that 200, yeah, I like it a little bit better. Bye-bye. Potential push. And yeah, definitely a little bit of bye-bye 204. So maybe some squeezing action coming into Apple as, again, I'm expecting it to get a little bit spicy as we push into that 205 mark as of right now. So that's pretty much 50 pennies away here, Sean. So yeah, gotta let the Momo run until it kind of dissipates, and I think then that will be a little bit more telling. Markets breaking some structure highs as well. That can definitely add fuel to the fire. We can see the tape speed increasing. We can see even I guess more larger participants getting taken out with more ease on the ask there as well. It's kind of all confirming and giving us confluence for that continued bid here. So where will it stop? Nobody knows. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Benign Paramount here, PARA. This got a little bit of a pop. This is, I guess, probably now about 10 minutes ago. I didn't see this headline come out until about 3 minutes ago. But either way, a court filing has revealed that lawyers for President Donald Trump and Paramount are engaged in good faith advanced settlement negotiation talks over Trump's $20 billion lawsuit related to one of Paramount's entities. So PARA pushing to the upside. Looks like this lawsuit might be resolved. Back to you.
Join Adara and Joe tonight for your market recap show, where they'll be discussing everything related to this Apple trade, I'd imagine, or the Apple story, of course, as we continue to just print upside there on Apple. All right, if there's anything else, let's just go, man. and go over something else here because, yeah, whatever. All right, so Big Bear AI, something else to look at for me here. Why not? Let's do that. So we've been talking about this all day. I made the call already earlier, and, you know, while Apple was happening, that's not, and actually, no, that hasn't happened. I was going to say, we did try to come back up to that level. I was saying 720 is probably a fade. Do you see Apple, Joe? I know you're just coming back. Look at Apple. Yeah, it's gone berserk. I'm long at 200 even, so
slow grind to the upside.
Okay, so slow grind. It's just grinding right now, Joe. Don't worry about it. Yeah, right there. But there it goes right now. I just want to say about Big Bear AI, like, if we get back to that 720, I kind of think that it's a fade until we break that and give yourself to 725. Like, if you short 715s right now, you could get, and we're just talking about moves that we've seen in the afternoon. Now it's power hour. It's 313, sorry. So, you know, maybe this just wants to sleep out a little bit here and wait for tomorrow's big pump up. Pump up the jam, pump it up. Well, I kind of do mine, but we can go over to Joe. What's up, Joe?
This is, honestly, this is what I'm talking about. In
There's
the, like,
205.
There we go. In the likes of Apple, though, I was saying, hey, I think this is a good name to start buying. I'm not saying this is the catalyst to get it out of its downtrend and for it to start to kind of play catch up with the overall market. But this is the start of something. This is exactly what you want to see. And when you have these big names like Apple and they have so much free cash flow on him, then look, you're just on the right side of a trade. Take that much for a tailwind, and sure enough, a spark ignites the fire.
Much Joey Thunder. Almost as if he was listening to what we were talking about, because I think that's great that we all have the same ideas. This is why I'm freaking holding this. This is a $6 winner right now. Like, this is not playing around. You know, this is a big time winner. This could, you know, P&L wise, maybe the biggest trade of the month besides the Circle trade for me anyways. Well, no, that's not true. We did have a crazy one on NVIDIA. I think it was last week. But this is a good one because of the fact that we actually just planting red roses, right? I mean, it's just all the way up. We're getting out of like 5% each stack. And that's just because I don't know where it's going. I'm looking at the net. I'm a slave to my net. I always talk about that. Like, when I'm in the money a decent amount, then I start taking it out. You know, trading, sometimes I'll trade 100x, you know, and it's just, again, different styles. You know, we talk about it. Obi and I are very similar in this style. I think myself and Joe are as well, where we'll look for 3 or 4 names throughout the day, and I will put pretty much let's ride mentality into most of those ideas. And then the other traders, you know, might have, and I say this all the time, and this is, you know, I ask Neil, how many symbols have you traded today? We don't discuss share size, but he'll be like 13. You know, and I'll be like 4 or 5. And again, it's just looking for different opportunities, looking for different things. So like when we had this Apple trade on, we started to justify what could happen, you know, on this kind of a catalyst. And like I said, I think this is the right one for Apple. So, you know, we're sitting there, we'll bang it out and we'll make a bit of cash on this and be pretty happy with it and just wait to see now, you know, where this goes into the close. I mean, I'm expecting a buy and balance, right? This is huge. I'm actually kind of feeling FOMO that I didn't flip over into my own account. Remember we talked about
literally were like 200 might be a good place earlier
Remember
today.
To you
literally today.
asked,
I was like, yo, like this is what I'm waiting for to get longer.
And what did I tell you though? Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you're after.
I said, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what price you're waiting for, because if you like the stock, you're gonna look back in a couple years or whatever and say, oh my God, like this stock is at 250, and it doesn't really matter that I bought 201 or 198. Yeah. You know,
I mean, do it.
I mean, I'm not playing with that much cash.
Do it for NVIDIA or Tesla. Remember when Tesla was at 100? Remember when NVIDIA was at 100? Right, same thing. Remember when Apple bounced off?
I remember when Carvana was at $4.
That was not very long. Oh, here's some
3 years ago.
That's okay. So this is the first kind of aggressive selling that's coming here on Apple. So again, that was a grinding bid, and again, a little bit of change in behavior back through that 205. We talked about that prior high. Where was that at? That was at 204.98. So as of right now, for me, technically, this is a little bit of a false break unless and until it can distinctly reclaim that 205. But that grinding bid stepping off with just over 40 minutes left during the trading day, so absolutely crazy. Reddit seems like it's finally kind of starting to roll over here, trading below that 150. So let's see if we can kind of get that idea to come to fruition. Markets here still, funny enough, Apple, again, one of the top constituents, kind of screams over about, what is that? It's up almost 2% on the day now, and the markets here still kind of within their range that they've been chopping around. Sure, we kind of got some extension potentially through that range and then reclaims as well. So interesting stuff nonetheless on some of those names. I want to ask in the chat, so throw it up in the chat. Did you guys trade that Apple move? Are you guys trading any of these news moves that are happening? We know a lot of opportunity it has been revolving around news-driven catalyst in this market. So again, getting involved and staying involved when the news comes out and the price action and the trade is all kind of in confluence for what you want to see. Are you guys participating in any news trades? Is that part of your playbook? Is the question. So yeah, maybe a poll for asking: is part of your playbook news trading? Right? Are you trading off the news? I know a lot of people strictly stay away from it, being like, okay, it's a little volatile. They might wait for price action to kind of settle down. There's that 205 reclaim on Apple. They might wait for price action to settle down before getting involved. But the fact of the matter is, I honestly believe some of the best trades in the market is when sentiment shifts. And that sentiment shift can be brought on by earnings, by intraday news, whatever it is. Those are some of the biggest catalysts in the market, in my opinion. And intraday catalyst being some of the best as well, because intraday, you can put the intraday float offside. You can also put the weekly, the monthly, a whole bunch of different participants offside if there's a true sentiment shift. Or I guess aggressive price action as well. So we're seeing maybe some of that here on Apple. 205 consolidation happening right now. So again, it's the first sign of kind of selling that did step in. But the question is, if we're actually going to push this range high in and around 205, sure, I think it's more than valid that we may take a little bit of a breather. But the question becomes, do we sustain these levels going into the close, and then more so tomorrow as well for a bit of that continued move, or do we just stay within range, right? Technically, as of right now, this is still within range unless and until it can reclaim that 205 with any sort of distinction. But the ES pushing to the upside as well. NASDAQ as well. We did get that bounce once again off of that 22,800. So keeping eyes peeled for the next opportunity. I want you guys to set it up in the chat. What tickers are you guys trading on a day like today? We know a lot of stocks were in play. Palantir, Google, I was definitely wrong on. Palantir, again, did not really show us that much of a continuation off of the open, but there's definitely lots of opportunity. We know a lot of people were also involved in that BMR, BM something.
BMNR?
Something like that. That one that's been moving around like crazy as well. So I gotta do a little bit of a deeper dive into that one later, because I guess some certain traders that I guess I potentially look up to definitely traded it aggressively today. So again, not part of my playbook, but more than willing to make things part of my playbook if I do suspect there to be some edge there.
All right, this is going to be, let's go look at who's made all of the here at Real Trading. So this is from Friday. So this is not today. This is all going to be in US dollars. We'll keep Apple up here on the side just in case all y'all want to see. I think this is much more than just a news play, man. This is like a momentum play right now on Apple. I mean, yeah, breaking that 203 level, you get news and you get the stories. The news and the momentum of a key level break. I like Apple. All right, so this is compare your profits. Oh boy, okay, I just saw what it was. Here we go. Man, we missed a day on Friday.
Oh boy.
This is why I was sitting there like, Neil, punch short, Obi, somebody. But there it is right there, man. Big trade alert all day on Friday here at Real Trading. This is not simulated funds. I can just speak for that because I know that to be the case. And we only post on here. Any numbers that we show are actual trades being made by real traders here at Real Trading, and not part of a competition, not part of like, you know, fake buying power or anything like that. These are real P&L top 10 traders right here. So we had somebody make 90 grand on Friday on the NASDAQ only. So that's probably,
I wonder what stocks that was on.
Same, Obi. And I actually will tell you it's probably not on anything you're thinking. But right there, NASDAQ, no, I'm being serious. I'll find out. I'll find out. But I'll find out if it was a usual suspect or not.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. That's what we'll tell the audience, okay? And then I'll tell you whatever.
Yes.
All right, so NASDAQ in New York, right there, 80,000. Another 42,000 on NASDAQ. Another 38,000, someone trading. Whenever you see Amex, it probably is SPIs, you know, or GLD or something like that. So, you know, watch FXI, something like that. And then Amex again, NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ. So I feel like 1, 2, 3, these 3 traders may all be attached at the hip or something like that, and which is fine, you know, whatever, trader's gonna trade. And then right there, Canada, Amex as well. So there must have been a big Amex imbalance. I was not here on Friday, so I don't know. And then NASDAQ, that's who's making. Money. All right, and that's a lot of money. That's a couple down payments right up in there. You know what I'm saying? That gets Sharif that SIBE finally right there. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't here, so that was definitely not me. But okay, and I've never put up 98 grand in front of everybody here. So that's
not yet, at least.
Right. Accurate statement, Obi. Okay, so right now, here we go, again, all the way up to highs. It's funny, if you actually rewind it, when we just dipped down there, I was like, this is a reload spot. Didn't do anything about it. 206 coming and going just as fast as everything else came and went. So there it is, man. We're now $6 in the money, and here we go. Huge move to the upside. Man, do I love trading. I love being here with everybody every single day. Bye-bye, Apple. Next time we'll put a 0 on the end of the shares that we're taking, and I'm being serious. I don't have any restrictions on my account whatsoever. So let's see how high.
How do I get an account like that, Sean?
Well, we already know how. Yeah. So, and again, what we do here at Real Trading is everybody has their own restrictions, their own stops. It's based on performance. We have and plus, obviously, I've been here 20-something years as well. And Obi has a big account. We're just playing around. It's just a matter of, getting comfortable. Like we said, I feel like I'm more comfortable now in bigger spots. And I'm just glad that we had put something on here and made this a little bit of a special afternoon. So, all right. So, wow, 206. Thing is, that story was so effing important for Apple that it's like, that's exactly what everybody's waiting for. Like, that's why their Apple Intelligence Day was such a flop, or whatever they had the other day. It was, or a couple of weeks ago. It was because they didn't announce anything like this. Everybody's waiting for this massive breakout. So for those of you that did not buy Apple in there around 200, now you got to pay 3% more. It is what it is. And if you don't buy it now, you're going to be paying 209 by close. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Apple as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. Chill. We'll see. Let's sit in the rest of this and see how far Apple can go. Hopefully higher than this.
Yeah, I think honestly, like if this momentum and this trend kind of continues, we still have 35 minutes left until the bell rings. And again, like you say, I think the move is much bigger. It's clearly showing us the grinding bid back to the highs can definitely put us within range of 210s even, if not today, within the near future as well. So I'm going to be watching that, but. Let's kind of continue talking about this crazy Apple move after we get back from Midday. 207s now.
Speaking of crazy moves, TSLA pushing here into low of days into the close. I'm not seeing any Tesla-specific news, but I do have one headline that might be the reason. We know in the past when Elon Musk has spoken negatively about Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill, the market has moved lower as a response, and that's likely because, of course, Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a very public alliance and friendship that then ended up having a little bit of a falling out. It's unclear what terms they're on right now, but what is clear is that Elon Musk still has issues with that big beautiful bill. 17 minutes ago, he posted on X basically saying that the U.S. needs a new political party that actually cares about the people and continues, continuing to not be a fan of this big, beautiful bill. This, again, I said 17 minutes ago or so it was posted, but it's really circulating on X within the last 5 to 10 minutes. So just keep an eye here on TSLA. Still hanging out near lows of days. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of said, just jokingly, like, we'll see you at 209, but I don't know where Apple's going. I'm going to get out of another 2% or something right here. I mean, I wouldn't thought that we came back here this afternoon and would see this. I mean, this whole trade started short right there, and then waxed out right there.
Flip game strong.
Flip game, very strong. Yeah, no, it is. It's pretty strong for sure. And I just think that that's part of the experience again, right? This is not like, you know, yeah, man, the futures love this Apple trade.
Highs.
Remember I was just talking about the disconnect from the futures and Apple?
Back.
Yeah, we're back. They all of a sudden are very connected. What the hell was I talking about? But yeah, no,
they heard you.
There it goes. Yeah, they were like, wait a second, this idiot is right. But yeah, there it goes. Trump and Netanyahu going to meet at the White House. That probably is not good. That's July 7th. Well, maybe it's good. Who knows? We'll see if there's some love between those two again, and we get some resolve. But I don't know. So I was away all week. Not away, but away from the news really all weekend with this baseball thingamajig going on. But I didn't really. What is going on with Iran now? Like I didn't see. I think it's pretty. Did they come up with I think they had that sort of ceasefire agreement there. I don't know if it got extended to a certain day or what, but yeah, that seems to be nice. Not nice, it's nasty over there for sure. But let me just go over to CL and we didn't talk anything about oil at all today. So let's just get a quick little peek here at what's going on. So oil right now down 1%. Again, yeah, so I think oil's doing the same kind of thing that I'm doing right now, wondering where that next step is, because just kind of floating around right now, crude at these levels. Excuse my ignorance. I don't know. There probably still is some. Obviously, there's tons of hardships on both sides, but I just only talking about that because I heard it in my ear that Netanyahu was coming to speak with Trump. So hopefully, I think that's better for the region. I mean, Donald Trump has already he used the F-bomb, talking about how.
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like you know.
Like, okay, he's getting serious.
Yeah, so I think that he's like, yo, let's wrap this thing up somehow and get this all figured out, because again, that's the big beautiful bill, you know, plus you know everything that Donald's been wanting to do. With Doge and with all that kind of cleaning up. This is just another sort of one of those feathers. Unfortunately, I hate that we're like judging it by that, but I think that that's what he would like to be known by, you know, trying to come up, solve this 12-day war thing there. Remember he said that though, the minute he takes office, the Ukraine-Russia thing would be resolved within days. So it's been 150 days, I think, since he's been in office.
Like I'm sure the issues are a lot more complicated than they're presented at face value. But the thing is, like, I don't really, to answer your question, I'm not really following anything too crazy. Like, yeah, I'll scroll through my feed, my feed on X over the weekend, but I'm not really, you know, registering anything too crazy. If something stands out to me that I'm like, okay, well, this can be a potential trade, then I'm really giving it some sort of precedent. But other than that, I'm not really following anything too crazy. I just want to, you know, spend time with loved ones. Do my thing.
That's the important thing these days, for sure.
I have a thing with whether it's mainstream media or any sort of media. I'm just like, I'd rather be not you know, influenced by anyone else's biases. Mm-hmm. I just want to trade my trades. That's all I want to do. See what Adara has to say.
Speed, we're here. PLTR dropping pretty violently. I don't see any news on this, but once we broke that 137 level, we have really not looked back. Currently trading around actually below 135. So PLTR, more weakness. I have no news on this right now, guys. Back to you.
A little bit of action. Okay. So we talked about that 138, right, Sean? And we were like, okay, well, there's sellers there. When do they show up, or if they do show up, when? It seems like now. Like sellers are coming in, again, no news like Adara just told us, but maybe something shows up a little bit later. But the fact of the matter is we could not effectively reclaim that reference price, and we got a little bit of continuation as well. Again, you can see that imbalance came out at the end of the day, but people were already selling right off of the open, as almost as if people had information from before, right? So it's just like, all right, well, aggressive selling, stair step down, aggressive selling, and then let's see how strong this selling is into this close, or do we make a higher relative low to that 130.31 from Friday? That's what I'm asking 206s and some change. 207s almost the high on Apple there. The market's taking a little bit of a breather with under 30 minutes left in the trading day as of right now here. So Reddit still kind of chopping and holding that 150 mark. So I'm kind of watching that one as well. Yeah, no, I think Apple is definitely one of the trades of the day. And yeah, it doesn't really show up till much later off of the list that again, as soon as it kind of breaks that trend on the day, I think I'll be starting to make some on Apple. But yeah, as of right now, we did get that little bit of a chop and pull back into 205s. I think that's well within range. Again, because that was that prior high. Definitely can be expecting some stuff there, and we saw some stuff. But again, look at that buyer step right back in and then push us a little bit higher. So the question becomes, can we print the next quarter? And by quarter, I mean 207 halves and then push into 210s. That's the question I'm asking right now. I think if we sustain pretty well over 205s, I think that can be within range, if not today, within the coming days for sure. So Apple going to be definitely one to watch out for. And again, none of the other Mag 7, I guess I'm not really watching Meta right now, so let's take a look at what that one's up to. Meta, nothing too crazy. Again, coming in with that pre-market relative volume, but kind of dwindling off and selling off of the open. How that relative volume just kind of gets clocked right off of the open, and we're back down to 1 times relative volume, doing about normally what it does on any given day. So Meta's got that going on. Futures back at their highs. I want to take a look at, you know what, let's take a look at TQ and see where we're at kind of on a bigger picture perspective here. So let's take a quick look. So hourly, let's go straight up to the 3 hour here on the TQs. And you can see, again, with the market bidding up, sure, the markets and the futures are at their all-time highs. This is a little bit of a leveraged product. So again, 92, 93s are the highs on the TQs. And then again, if you want to kind of compare that to the Qs themselves, again, obviously the Qs have already broken their highs. But you can see that prior high on the Qs was 539.83. Trading at 551. Nice little breakout continuation happening there on that one. It seems like this Reddit might be coming back above 1. Got to take a close look. Okay, so positively pup in the chat saying, Obi, look at Netflix. It's heading to the downward for sure. No, I don't know. Quick look. Listen, I don't know anything for sure. Maybe with some probabilities, perhaps. But again, I don't on Flakes. LX here in terms of a strong opinion. But again, you can see that over time, over the past, I guess, multiples of months, Netflix has been the trade to be in. Again, looking at this on the weekly, absolute strength. This thing is absolutely crazy here. And again, this bid coming in all the way from 2022, one of the strongest stocks since. We've seen some of the Mag 7 even take stronger pullbacks on this action, but you can see this since 2022, absolutely beautiful and clean trend to the upside. Sure, a little bit of a chop as we enter that 1,000 mark. Here we pulled back pretty decently all the way to 826s, but then nice reclaim. 1,300 last week, 1,350 almost within horizon now. I'm curious to know, Sean, is this going to give us 1,500? I think if the trend continues, that's well within range here on Netflix. You also have to remember, they were not affected by the tariffs. They were not affected by a lot of things. They were not affected by a lot of things that caused the markets to get as volatile as they did. And it just caught a steady bid up, I think. So definitely one to watch out for. So it's a good look there.
And if you're charting anything, I believe you should use the best charting software that you can get your hands on. And for me, that's eSignal. So make sure you scan that QR code below because we are giving you 1 month free of eSignal services. Completely entitlement based, meaning that you can go ahead, ask them for moon trading or blue ocean or anything like that, after hours stuff. You know, NASDAQ, NYSE, Amex. If you're only trading futures, man, grab the CME from them. Grab NYMEX, all that. So, you know, we really like it. We want to thank them for sponsoring. You have over 500 symbols at once, which is what makes their scanners just so much better than the rest. And with AI just improving every single day what's showing up over there. We also do have, of course, back testing. some of those tick replays. And then here it is right here. These are the scanners that we're talking about, the screeners. There's many options. I mean, we're just dropping down a little bit right there to show you what's available. And then all the columns too, like you can put anything up there, different news-based functionality here as well. I believe you can connect to Dow Jones Newswire, to Reuters, just to say a few. So yeah, get in touch with eSignal by scanning that QR code. And we want to thank eSignal for sponsoring the show here today. All right, so Apple, again, man, $6. I was going to say it looks like it's getting a little bit exhausted up here. We have a lot. This is our biggest area of outs so far here today. And what I mean by that is just, we took a lot out here at 205, right? We let it basically levitate from 205 all the way to 207, and that's where we started getting out ahead of this 207 area. So right now, in total, Obi, I have to report less than 7% left on this trade. So yeah, it's nice for now. Hopefully we can get some reload spots in there as well. But yeah, it's been a good one, man, and we'll turn our day green. We have a green day there today. We did sort of screw up on Amazon. I don't want to say screw up, but we did chase Amazon just a little bit too much there. When it came into that 221, like I thought there was going to be a hold there because at about 10:30, so we bought Amazon. It was working really well until it didn't, and we turned ourselves red there. Then we rebought it back on a 221. Was that 222 break? Yeah, 222 break. It went up to VWAP, which is 222 650s, 60s. We were able to get some out, and we were green again there on Amazon. Then it came back in. We reloaded it, took it out. That was all good. But then by that time, we still had a little bit more on. We're trying to make that one big, beautiful trade, and yeah, we averaged it back in there at 221 before eventually losing it and getting out at 220.75. So that turns out to have been a big, beautiful mistake going long, and Amazon really ate my lunch today as well. So that adobo chicken was pretty good, right? I told you that was a good chance.
It was great
for that to be good. So that was really good there today as well. Yeah, one big, beautiful trade. Yeah, that was pretty funny actually. Sometimes I surprise myself, but okay, so that's what's going on there. Good call out there on Netflix, and yes, I agree with you. I believe Netflix is a story to be told for a very long time. And Squid Game, not that the Squid Game is strong here or anything like that, but you do have new Squid Game season 3 is out. My son wants to really watch it badly, so we'll probably maybe try to catch an episode with him tonight. And that's the final one.
Okay.
So
right.
Yeah, I think
I've seen some of the first one. And I kind of
yeah, it was okay. I think everyone got real excited about it early, and then I don't know if I saw season 2. I thought it was appropriate with what to expect, but maybe it just didn't. It was so hyped up early. But what I'm saying is, anyways, Netflix has had Stranger Things, a Squid Game, a bunch of good things.
You seen that Alice in Borderland?
I tried to watch that. I thought it was okay, but I was just not.
I thought it was definitely my kind of thing.
Yeah. No. I like it as well, but I didn't get like addicted to it. Keep adjusting this watch, man. I don't know.
That was one where I think I just binge watched it.
Yeah.
I had a whole weekend, and I'm like, all right.
That's Chinese, though, I think. Or is it a Japanese?
I think it's Korean.
Korean.
Yeah,
okay, it's
Korean.
the same. I think Squid Game is Korean, right? So okay. Interesting stuff coming out of Korea, I guess. There.
But yeah, they're great storytellers.
And that's the other part about Netflix is really investing in outside content.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they do have a couple of things. Oh, I just started watching they own shipping, the Waterfront. Something like that. What's up, Adair?
Keep an eye here in PFE. CNN reporting that apparently a House committee is subpoenaing a Pfizer executive in a probe of alleged COVID vaccine delays. PFE is actually pushing higher in this, but either way, a reported House committee probe for PFE. Back to you.
Probes are fine, but not by aliens and House committees. And probably other things as well, but
unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for that little checkup or something like that.
206 halves holding pretty well here. Again, I think imbalances. Again, can't forget. Friday we did have those strong imbalances, but today is actually the end of the month. Right? Today is the 30th. So we definitely have to be watching some of these imbalances here going into the close, and that could potentially bring us some more opportunities Well, it's 3:41 right now, so about 9 minutes left until those come in. And Apple continues to hold its highs pretty well here. So again, I'm keeping eyes on this. I saw a few people in the chat talking about this BMNR, and I'm like, all right, well, today is day one. Let's see how it's doing, and let's see if it's holding up pretty well here. There's my alarm for imbalances, keeping me on track there, making sure that I'm doing what I'm doing and making sure I'm focused on the upcoming imbalances, because sometimes you can get a little caught off guard and be like, whoa, what was that? And those were imbalances. So I'm like, that happened to me a couple of times. I'm like, that's not happening again, and how can I fix that? Just throw on an alarm being like, imbalances are in. So with that alarm being rung, let's take a quick look at how some of these large caps are setting up. And the first ones that I'm going to pull up are the ones that had aggressive moves on Friday. So let's start off with a little bit of goggles, and then we can take also a look at Palantir here as well. But Google, you can see that nice little flush on that news, that Apple News, I think, gave us that quick little flush. But we reclaimed and kind of settled back in. Haven't really broken this prior low or this current day low just yet. Again, I was talking about that 75 level holding up pretty nice as well. So Google, definitely one I'm going to be watching. Palantir as well. Again, that one's selling off a little earlier. 135 is potentially catching a little bit of a bid. And again, Amazon was another name that had an aggressive push. Look at that. Nice little aggressive push going into the close, and then another shake and bake off of the imbalances for a total move within about an hour. Was about over 2.5% there on Amazon going into the close. So I'm going to be watching some of that with that coming in. And again, futures at their highs, 22,900 closing in here on the NASDAQ, and then was it 6,255 closing in here on the ES as well. So one to watch out for. Some of those stocks are ones to watch out for. So that's what I'm waiting for. And then Reddit as well, I'm also participating, keeping an eye on it. It's kind of consolidating and holding that 150 mark right here, and has given up a little bit of the bid from the morning, not as aggressive anymore. I did like that for a little bit of a backside push. Let's see if that'll come into fruition. But with this market being as strong as it is, I do have to keep keep things in mind and be a little wary. There's some selling coming in a little bit here on Apple.
Yeah. We just got more out there in the 50s. I'll show you.
There's no way that can be
400. Yeah, I think there should be more likes than that, man. 440 likes. I mean, come on, man. Nobody's job depends on this. We got to get more likes. It does not. 5,400 right there watching. If just
50%.
Yeah, like yeah. I mean, 2,000 should be attainable, but let's hit that. We want to say a happy Canada Day to everybody tomorrow. So we're still going to be here as July 1st hits. We'll still be here all day tomorrow. Usual show, and then it is a half day on Thursday, and I don't know. Sharif mentioned like they're only going to be on for an hour on Thursday. No, I think we're going to go 11 to 1 with the guys, and then I'll come back in and do a recap show from 1 to 1:30, and we'll move it on, because there's no it'll be like 3 hours of me and you, then 1 hour of them, then 1 hour again of us. We're tired of me, that's for sure. Maybe it could be you and Miami Joe here on the midday, but no, it should be a fun one, regardless of who does it. Yeah. It's a half day on Friday, and on Thursday, and then of course off on Friday for July 4th. So yeah, good so far, so good here today, as we're waiting for Apple to make their moves, and hopefully the move is upside into the close. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA, at AMD, at my guy Marvell today. There's a lot of missed opportunities, but focus on where your bread is buttered. And I even had Oracle up here. This is another stock. We're gonna go to Darren 1 second. I just wanna review this just real quick. Oracle had that huge bump early, and it's kind of been fading all afternoon. This could be a level, we're getting close to those imbalances now, so I'm not too worried about that. But if we broke through this 219, I'd say look out below there for Oracle. So if you're on this name, look out below. What's up, Adara?
9 OUST Ouster Inc. There's some speculation here on social media that the company will be partnering with Anduril. I want to clarify pure speculation, but nonetheless, OUST with a 10% short float is pushing to the upside. As you can see, pretty nice volume candle there. Back to you.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching this this Reddit here. It's kind of just chopping around this this 150, just waiting to see if it kind of pulls into some fresh highs. It's kind of grinding, nothing too crazy, like I said, and I'm sure because this is not necessarily where a lot of eyes are on. Again, a lot of eyes definitely on names like Apple or that BMNR that's been going crazy, right? Again, sub $10 to above was it 20? Or something like that now. Absolutely crazy, crazy stuff in this market. This markets are getting pretty euphoric. I mean, just over the past couple of years, the crazy moves that we've gotten and the stories we're hearing about certain traders making generational wealth. It's very interesting to me. Like, okay, the markets if the markets start getting this euphoric in a straight line up, which we've pretty much done, recovery from not only just COVID, but some other events as well along the way. Every kind of aggressive dip has been bought up. So again, interesting observation. We'll see where that kind of takes us right now here.
No, I was going to say, you're talking about making generational wealth. I was just trying to figure out, who here, as we ask Gemini, who are the most wealthiest individuals in the world. And you said that it's been interesting to see the stock market creating all of this wealth. Oh, no. Okay, hold on a second. I got to go back and show that because it scrolled to the top there for no reason. All right, so anyways, there's a graphic. I'm sure Adair has one. I could probably go find it right now. But anyways, everybody up there, it's Larry Ellison, stock market. It's Elon Musk, stock market. It's the LVMH Arnault there. Stock market, it's Zuckerberg stock market. Like the fact that the open market here, and most of those all Canadian, besides LVMH, so all American companies, creating an exorbitant amount of wealth and putting that back into the pockets of individuals who took risks, opened up businesses, and I mean, added to that list, if you go run through the top 50, it's probably most of them are self-made. And a lot of that is taking their companies public, right? So, yeah, obviously the stock market continues to, make people a lot of money. Okay, so we are getting ready for those imbalances to come through in just a couple seconds. So, all right. Oh yeah, no, I own it. What's up, love to trade, 100%. Money means nothing if you don't have family and health. I mean, and that, in my opinion, anyways. Like we saw Tim Cook, unfortunately. Not Tim Cook, Steve Jobs, unfortunately, passed away way too early for everything that he meant for the tech boom and everything like that. And yeah, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. That is, like Warren Buffett, just for example, would probably give back everything he owns to be 35 again or something and start that all over again. So thank you, Love to Trade, for bringing that up. That is 100% the truth. And
I think I find it interesting when people say that, because that is a very valid statement. But funny enough, you find that some of the people with the most money in the world are kind of very focused and driven in what they do. And I'm pretty sure, like, if you ask them, are you doing what you want to do? A lot of them, well, from the limited interviews I've seen from some of these billionaires, they definitely are where they want to be.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So, it's a really it's an interesting way how.
So, money also does have its negative. People make bad decisions. There's a lot of connotation. They have too much money as well, right? It's not necessarily the be all end all. Okay, so we do have right here some interesting imbalances. There's NVIDIA with 3 million shares to the buy side. Again, not reacting like anything sort of was there on Friday, but the momentum could pick up in NVIDIA. And again, 3 million shares into 133. It's not a huge float for NVIDIA there, 2.5 million. They can easily sort of absorb all of that. Intel's been on, hasn't been. But Intel was pushing 23. What the hell? This morning, when I looked at Intel, I was like, oh, $23, that's not so bad, huh? But now, yeah, rate to the downside right there. So that's not great. All right, so BMY with a nice buy. That might be okay. Ooh. Oh, Elliott Consortium or something. Trump's saying that apparently he does have something going on for TikTok. So TikTok bids coming through right now, so we'll see. But anyways, nice. We'll find it. If there's a story there, Daryl will get it. The only thing would be for the only company that I know that was public company that was talking about TikTok, I believe Oracle involved there. So, you know, if you're going to look for any sort of a news story coming through, I don't really see that much happening on Oracle. So I'm going to say it's probably a nothing burger. All right, Wolfspeed. Is that Wolfspeed? Is that only a 40-cent stock right now? Yeah, Wolfspeed. Wow.
Yeah.
What
Remember
a
that one.
crush.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me guess.
They were
If I go
over
look, and this is
$100.
a stock that Chamath brought to market.
Oh boy. Telling you.
Okay.
He's coming out with more SPACs, so the swing short.
Yeah, is he coming out with more SPACs? Okay, Joe, I need to figure out what's going on with the put game. Okay, so right into there, man. Yeah, lots of stuff going on here. Let's go over to Adara.
So I looked up the Chamath Wolfspeed thing. I haven't seen anything on that, but I do want to mention here Blackstone and Oracle on watch. These are the two names, I guess, of the companies or individuals involved in the consortium to buy TikTok. I was just hearing a report in my ear as Sean mentioned that it basically seems like these wealthy people that Trump mentioned buying TikTok are going to be the exact same group of people previously floated around. So again, individuals involved with Oracle, BX, and another company. Back to you.
Over the weekend, I think that was tweeted.
Yeah, it's right now. He said he has a group of investors. So as Adara had just reported there, yeah, a group of his wealthiest friends, most likely, lining up, and that's fine. I mean, he wants to. I don't. You know, you want to find a buyer for TikTok, find buyers for TikTok. I mean, I think that'd be nice. Keep it in the United States.
People were asking Mr. Beast to
yeah,
kind of,
I don't know if Mr. Beast has.
No, to run it. They were like, we'll fund the
TikTok.
Like we'll fund the purchase, and then you can kind of you know, investors were definitely hitting him up.
Wants that smoke. I mean, I think it's a lot of money. The only reason I say that is because like TikTok, I was thinking TikTok is just that algorithm. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Is they're looking for that. So I don't know exactly what running that would mean. I think it's just I think it's the data, right? The data centers. Like that's what Oracle's talking about. Like the more people that are downloading the app, you know, hitting these, uploading things, you know, gives them more traffic and yeah, yay for data centers, SMCI, Dell, things like that, server side, HPQ, HPE, and all of that. So, all right, so yeah, what was up with that Palantir dip? I just saw someone in the chat. Oh, by the way, man, get into the chat like ASAP. That was another thing. You can't be part of this unless you're part of this. Like we have a vote on here. All right, do you trade based on headlines? 62%. We have over 1,000. I might turn this stream off. 1,000 votes, 700 likes. Whatever. You guys like if you don't want to like. But yeah, right there. Based on, do you trade based on news headlines? I think whoever says no, the question's pretty vague, right? I mean, I think that we all somewhat trade on news headlines. It's more like that instant headline, right? Like that instant.
You trade
reaction.
Momo, boom.
Yeah, right. So I did trade that off of Apple. I traded it twice. I traded it back to back. Not only did I trade the news headline right here when I thought that some judge, they had lost, I don't even know the story anymore. So that was nice until it wasn't, and it broke higher. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh my gosh, you know, they might be doing a deal with Anthropic or Perplexity or whatever. And I was like, that's exactly what I want to hear. So I just punched in immediately, just like bang, like I had no idea what I was doing. Punched in there and then liked it so much I punched in again and then got stopped out and then bought it back and then had this run up as we start to come out a little bit now. So I have 2% left of this trade. I'm just going to get out of Apple right now. There's no point. There it is. Apple trade ended right now. Oops, I didn't get out of it all. I will now. And there it is. We are now out of everything Apple related and happy to be that way. So there it is. It's my biggest trade of the day by far. Right there, we are going to be positive on the day, well positive on the day. Thank you, Obi. I love that for us here. Obi and I hope have put on a good show. And let's go over to Adara for more news with only 4 minutes left.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her or their own hub, and inside one you'll find Trader Talk, a powerful Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm not huge green either today. I saw some people in the chat just posting up sort of what they were doing. So we make money back here on Apple. We get cleaned up ourselves. We lost. This is our only losing trade. Amazon, so that's 2 trades. Google we win on. Google we went long early, lost, but lost pretty small, then made back real good there on that Google short. Google, my number 2 P&L name on the day. Boom. That was huge, man. This was really a great trade there for me. Yeah, and then SoFi was great, so that's 3 for 4. And then the futures trade with what? Obviously, I'm just playing around. We saw this move here in the futures. So yeah, and that's a win. So unfortunately, we did get stopped out right there of our last little piece just as we came on air. And then, you know, the Apple news really shook the market a bit. So nice move there to the upside. And yeah, we'll have a 4 for 5 day today. So we'll take that and yeah, be slightly green and then just move forward with tomorrow's trade where it's going to be Obi and I again as Neil is camping. We hope that Neil has a dry camping experience because I know he's going to have a good time.
Yeah.
I just hope that it doesn't rain too much on him and his family. So shout out to them, and I hope Neil's doing well. You know, he'll be back next week for sure.
I think. Well, I didn't see the weather forecast where they're going. I have no idea, but I think this week is not too bad here. So yeah, definitely the weather's been getting a little warmer, maybe a little humider as well. Got out of that Reddit as we're pushing back up through 50 halves. I kind of covered most of it right here on this little push below 150. I'm like, all right, if we don't go now, then like I'm not really going to hold pretty much a majority of the position into the close there, and then I left a little bit on again just for the reps. To kind of to see what those imbalances bring us. But oh boy, we were talking about this a little earlier. We were like, oh, can these futures get back to the highs? Oh boy, did they. And maybe we needed a little bit of Apple to kind of do that with us. So again, Apple bringing in some of that market strength here. But again, taking a look at some of the other constituents, like look at what just happened to Softy. Boom, just slam back down to the downside right here. And then Amazon didn't really catch a bit. I was like, I'm going to be watching some Amazon. Look at this dead cat bounce on the day, pretty much giving back about over 50% of that move there on off of the imbalances on Friday here. And then obviously Google as well. Google kind of closing near its close as well. That VWAP rejection was, or VWAP hold was pretty nice here. Again, you zoom in, a little bit of a head and shoulders happening there, kind of showing us who is in charge on a name like Goggles here. So again, with only about roughly 30 seconds left until the bell, I think again a lot of trades happened intraday, a lot of trades happened off of the open, but nothing too crazy coming into the close here as of right now. But interesting stuff nonetheless. And I think it's a great primer for the rest of the week. Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so.
Yeah, we're excited for that. With only 15 seconds left. Yeah, thanks, Obi. I think, yeah, we're set up now. Hopefully some news. I think Apple will be definitely on watch there tomorrow. With only 10 seconds left again. This bell sponsored by Orogenics. So we want to thank them for that. 3, 2, and 1. There you go. Thank you, Adara, for that one. As you see the DXY, the dollar down today as well. I just noticed that on the end of the stream. So
the dollar's been hit pretty bad.
Yeah, the dollar's been bad.
Like stocks have been going up, but I'm like, you know what I mean? Dollar down.
I know exactly what you mean,
like,
man.
Oof.
I know exactly.
Little interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get into CAD hedged stuff.
Yeah.
You asked me earlier today.
Currencies are a great hold, yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, but a CAD hedged ETF. So you asked me today earlier, because I told you I bought the NASDAQ last Wednesday at all-time highs, because we had Michael Noss on today, and he was like, you know, sometimes buying things at all-time highs, blah, blah, blah. We talked about all that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, I'm in like a currency hedged, so net neutral NASDAQ on the TSX. So they just hedge out every day. So you might lose a little bit intraday on the move, but that's just because they're getting in and out of the currency, right? So if you have like a 1% move in the currency, they'll try to just trade that out against the price of the stock. We actually had a guy from CIBC on that's controlling a lot of those CDRs over there. So there's NASDAQ ones, Apple ones, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I see everyone wants to talk about XRP. XRP's on a nice little move back up to 230 right now for XRP. All right, Obi, good one. All right, we're going to get, I don't know if it's ever been Joe and Adara before together once.
I think last week, I think.
Okay, so this is going to be time 2 right now. Thank you, Joe, for filling in here. I can't do Mondays, unfortunately, but Joe just, this guy's amazing. Took it no problem. So thank you, Joe, for the cover here today. Obi and I back tomorrow. So thank you so much, Obi. Thank you to everybody for watching again today. Thanks to Dara, Joe, Sharif, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, who just got out of here, Brendo, who I haven't seen since 9:30. So what's up, Brendo? As well, I hope everyone's doing well, and especially to everybody who spent their time today watching us. So no matter what you did today, thank you for watching. Just make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. And we'll see you back there tomorrow. So same bat time, same bat channel. It is me and Obi and I tomorrow at 8:30 with the whole crew. So we will see you then. Until we chat, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here with us today. We did do this previously, Joe and myself. We were on when Oracle reported most recently, so that was a thing. Also, yeah, I mean, really quickly before we get into everything, there was a super chat here that I want to say thank you for. Kelvin GTS, can we get a coffee? Thank you for what you do for us. Thank you very much. I don't actually really drink much coffee, contrary to many popular opinions. I am just a medically tired person, so unfortunately sometimes I yawn, and thank you all for dealing with said yawns. But yeah, how are you doing today, Joe? How's it going?
I'm good. How was your day, Adara?
It was good. It was a day, and now it's done, and now we're ready here to talk with Michael Noss. We have one really small, kind of, I would say not, maybe inconsequential earnings report, but it has run in the past. It is QMCO, and it's already making a bit of a post-market move, though the report is not expected until 4:05 p.m. QMCO is called Quantum Corp. Unclear if they actually work in quantum, but we know with how these quantum name moves, it does not matter. We're expecting a earnings of $1.34 per share loss. So we're expecting them to lose $1.34 per share. Revenue, we're expecting $65.7 million. So again, pretty minor. Now we're also getting these monthly totals here for the indices. So NASDAQ officially for the month gaining 6.57%, S&P 500 gaining 4.96%, Dow gaining 4.31%, Joe.
Yeah, you know what, Adara, this move that we're seeing as of late in the market has absolutely been phenomenal, especially off of those Liberation Day lows. And I'm just talking about the likes of some of these big-time names, and that's going to be Robinhood. You know, I've been talking about this name for quite some time, and for it to put in a 12%, 13%, sorry, I stand corrected, day is just absolutely substantial. We know that what we got going on with the Genius Act, it moved stocks in the likes of Circle, Coin, and now Robinhood. To put in a 13% day and continue the move that it has been on since the Liberation Day lows, we're talking about a 187% move here off of those lows, Adair. So just a big time move in some of these fintech names.
Yeah, I mean, people are mentioning here some of these larger mega cap names are moving. I'm not seeing any catalyst other than the White House announcing that Trump is signing a memorandum aimed at simplifying the funding of energy infrastructure and critical mineral and material projects. Unclear if this would really move either Tesla or NVIDIA, which are two of the names I'm seeing mentioned. But either way, just keep an eye out here for some of these mega cap names. I'm still looking here for catalysts. But yeah, in terms of Robinhood, I think this was a really key event I was covering during this during the midday. If you guys saw, I think some of the biggest, developments that they announced include the tokenization of stocks for European traders. So if you're trading in Europe now, you can also trade indices like VOO and SPY. You can also trade stuff like Tesla, NVIDIA. They named a whole bunch of examples, but right now only 200 tokenized stocks. By the end of the year, they're aiming for over 1,000. And I think Robinhood combined with Apple, we had a lot of parabolic movers today. Were you watching Apple?
Yeah, I was watching Apple. That move was absolutely phenomenal. But just to touch on your point of the tokenization of some of these equities here, Adair, that's going to lead to the 24-hour trading, making it substantially easier. So I think that's another positive catalyst that we can add on top of all of this here. But yeah, Apple has been on a big-time move throughout the session. We'll pull this up here on our chart. And I was talking about it during the midday as well, too. It doesn't take much for this to get going. Now that we know that they're in talks with OpenAI and Anthropic, this is going to be an absolutely massive catalyst for Apple. Is it going to be the one that sends it towards those all-time highs? I don't think so, but we're off to a great start. There's no questioning that.
See, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit, I will say, agnostic towards Apple with this regard. They keep being slow in AI. You know, you guys have talked about it. Sharif calls it the dead one.
Yep.
I think that, of course, they can certainly get a move up, but I think that they seem, for whatever reason, to be unwilling to outsource their AI models. If they wanted to do so, they could have done that a while ago. So sure, we're hearing reports that they might get Anthropic or OpenAI involved, but this is something they could have done like years ago. Right now, I am a little bit skeptical. I also want to let you guys know, Quantum, QMCO, the earnings name I mentioned, They're not reporting. They actually delayed their fiscal 2025 10K filing due to an ongoing review of revenue accounting and standalone selling price applications. So keep an eye on QMCO to the downside, potentially delaying their fiscal 2025 10K filing. But yeah, I mean, I think that Apple in general, pretty good catalyst. What other names are you looking at today, Joe?
Yeah, no, you know what? I was just focusing on that throughout the day. I mean, I was looking at Robinhood and some of the other names. I was seeing if we could get a continued pop through some key resistance zones on IBIT, but we didn't get that move in Bitcoin. But that's okay. I think at some point we will break through some of these levels here. If I bring it up, we can go to a 60-minute chart, and this downtrend is still fully intact here, guys. Until we have the ability to breach through this specific zone and sit on top of it, I don't think there's going to be any continuation in Bitcoin just yet, right? We're going to have to be patient. But I want to add something to what you were talking about earlier with Apple and them being a little bit lagging in the AI race. Now with seeing the likes of Mark Zuckerberg hiring some big-time names and the likes of now having a share in a stake in Scale AI, do you think that Tim Cook is now like, a lot of these other hyperscalers are starting to allocate some of these names. Do you think they're going to play catch-up in this on that front and what we're seeing with OpenAI and Perplexity?
Yeah, truthfully, I think Apple has to get to the ground floor before they can get to, like, you know, the 10th or 20th floor. So I think one step at a time for Apple. But speaking of crypto, I know one individual who has been looking at some crypto names. We're going to talk to him about that. We're going to bring in, are we ready? Yeah, I mean, why not? We're going to bring in Michael Noss with us here. CMT, thank you so much for being here with us for this Trader Talk. I don't have the buttons, so here we are. How are you doing today, Michael? Thank you for being here with us.
I'm doing fantastic. Another good day to be a bull, and yeah, a lot of action. I've been listening to you guys. A lot of stuff going on, so it should make for an interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll certainly be exciting. Of course, a Canadian holiday, but certainly not an American holiday for the market. I want to talk to you about a couple different crypto plays that I know you had posted about on X. I'm going to start with Solana. You mentioned this breaking out of a downtrend channel. Is this something that you're looking at right now, and do you kind of want to share your thoughts on this further?
Yeah, for sure. So Solana right here at about $1.20 has been a pretty massive level, and this one's been lagging behind, but not nearly as bad as Ethereum that just kind of can't get off the mat at all. And every time it seems to bounce off this kind of 115 to 120, and I really like this kind of failed breakdown that we had here. To me, that could potentially suck in too many, sellers. It could suck in some shorts. That could be a problem. So when it put in this nice flag and that flag stopped right at 120 again, that got me interesting. So a little bit of a breakout here. For me, being just a pure degen, I kind of look at this as the meme coin version of the SPY. So, if you're looking at the SPY and that looks strong and you think that's going to break out, then you generally speaking aren't going to focus too much on the SPY. You're going to look for individual, more active, more volatile names that you can play off. And the same with Solana. If Solana moves, we know that's kind of the home of a lot of these meme coins. So what I'll do is I'll end up going down the list and searching for some of these meme coins that are established and look okay. Because if Solana is going to move, then these things are probably going to move with them.
And speaking of some of these kind of meme coin type plays, Michael, I do have a question for you as well. I know you'd posted about Fart Coin. Again, I have to say that cup and handle that you pointed out here on the daily chart it's certainly notable. It's pretty clear to see. Is this something, other than this breakout, what other targets might you have for Fart Coin? And are there any other kind of similar names you're looking at right now?
It always pains me to talk about this. I think that's why I think my tweet was like, you would just have to admit the chart looks good. Full disclosure, none of this makes any sense that this is a $1.16 billion coin. But it's part of what I'm looking for when I'm looking at these meme coins. I don't want the ones that have come all the way back down to retrace their lows, like Peanut the Squirrel. And again, this is just, it pains me to talk about all these, but have just completely kind of fallen apart. And yes, they might bounce and they might make for really good names. But when you look at something like this, it shows that it held up quite a bit. And full disclosure, I own an irresponsible amount of this, but the reason is because it didn't really participate in the sell-off. It didn't crash back down to 2 cents where it started from. It's been holding up pretty well. So that's the main thing I'm looking for. Now, when it comes to targets, if you do a measured move from basically the low of this base to the breakout, and you use a Fibonacci retracement, that, funny enough, sits around 420. So how fitting would it be if Farcoin breaks out here and goes all the way to 420? Again, none of this makes any sense to me. Don't invest in any of these things with any amount of money that you would be super sad if you lost. Again, it doesn't make sense. But as a technician, I just got to look at the chart. And I got to say, that's a nice looking chart, nice looking cup and handle. The target's 420.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect target for this asset in particular. Now I'm going to actually send you over to Joe for a question.
Perfect. Hi, Michael. How's it going? Joseph here. I just have a question about the broader market. And I heard you say the other day the market was looking for a pullback that it never got to experience. Now, with the NASDAQ being up 30%, from those Liberation Day lows, and then the likes of NVDA being up 80% as well too. Do you think that this move is sustainable, or do you think we're almost reaching a point where we're overbought?
Short term, definitely overbought, but one piece of data that is interesting I'll bring to you guys here, and I talk about this all the time. It's the Commitment of Traders report. So to summarize broadly, if you are investing in the futures market, you have to disclose whether you're a commercial hedger or a large speculator. Commercial hedgers are generally people in the know. Think about if this was a wheat contract, a commercial hedger would be a farmer. They are probably going to know a little bit more about what the direction of wheat would be than maybe just some speculators, some guy on the street. So generally speaking, we want to fade the speculators. You can go back through the charts and look at this. They're often wrong, and they're still short. And they've been short this entire time. So they are, according to this data right here, 63% short. And they've been shorting, they're this blue line right here, the whole time as the market has moved higher. So as opposed to worrying about how high we are and how much we have moved, I'm looking more at these guys. And as long as they are short, as long as they are net short, then every major dip that happens in the market, I believe, has to be buyable because they have to buy it, right? The beauty of having them be short, and also the fact that we're all-time highs, means that they're all wrong. We know they're all wrong. We know they're underwater. And regardless of whether you're a large institution or a small guy like us, if you are underwater this much, eventually the broker comes a knocking and comes to take your money. So in the short term, we're up like 6 days in a row. We have to give this back at some point, but I will be watching this prior breakout zone to see if that holds, and I'll be keeping a really close eye on that hot data that is updated weekly. As soon as they are no longer short, then maybe I think we could be in for a little bit more of a sustained pullback. But as long as they're short, I think we're going to keep squeezing them.
Beautiful stuff. And with that being said, one more question here, Michael. And just to add to your point, with the likes of Google, Apple, and Amazon slightly lagging, not necessarily hitting those all-time highs just yet, that could definitely drive some more momentum into this market too if they decide to play catch-up.
Absolutely. And I think it was Friday I came on and I showed all the stocks, well, a lot of the stocks that were hitting new all-time highs the day that the market was. And they were all like these weird, like Royal Caribbean, like RCL is hitting new all-time highs. And a lot of these banks, RCL hitting all-time highs. And then we had JP Morgan was one of the first names to hit an all-time high. And a lot of these names that we just don't expect to be the name that is moving. We expect the NVIDIAs and the Amazons and the Apples of the world to be leading us. But in this case, it's not. It's a lot of financials. If you go to XLF, that's breaking into new highs here. And if you go to XLI, which is your industrials, so think John Deere and Caterpillar and a lot of these names, they're also breaking into new highs. So if you're getting these breakouts in these names that aren't the traditional ones, then that shows that I think there's still room to go, because if, like to your point, if Apple participates and Amazon participates and all these big names, that's really going to juice the market, because these are large components to the market where, JP Morgan is something, but it's just not as significant as a lot of those big guys.
Yeah, I think certainly interesting points there about these names that are making, new all-time highs and the context behind that. And I think also in terms of one name that hasn't made a new all-time high in a while, I want to ask you a question, because we just got a news story here about Boeing apparently announcing a new CFO as of August 15th. We know this chart's been beat up quite a bit, but it's recovered nicely. Do you have any thoughts or levels on BA right now, Michael?
No, this is, and I'll be always say it when I think it. This is a mess, right? And it's one of those. If you're a short-term trader, yes, maybe a break of these prior high could look interesting. But as you zoom out, and maybe even just use a line chart here to make it more obvious, you're just kind of stuck in this range. And the question I always want to ask myself, especially with markets hitting new all-time highs, weird names like Fartcoin looking so well, quantum computers and drone plays and robotics and space. It's like, do I want to tie my money up in something like this that is caught in a range? And then also, I think there's still a lot of news risk with Boeing. It seems constantly that they're doing something wrong. So that kind of worries me as well. So when I look at a chart like this, I just think we are in kind of prime hunting season where we've just made fresh new all-time highs and we can find stocks that are really strong, looking really good, potentially could break out. Do I want to tie up my limited capital in something that's in a range like this? I just really don't think so.
That's a really fair point, Michael. And I also want to ask you, we're done the first half of 2025. So with that in mind, are there any stocks that you're looking at right now or any sectors that you're looking at, I guess, to start the second half of this year?
Yeah, I'm looking at the areas that are more speculative that haven't broken out yet. I've been very kind of vocal about psychedelics. I haven't been right on them yet. But I'm looking for names like this that aren't, nowhere near all-time highs. But PSIL, for those who are wondering, is a active traded, and that's important to note. So this isn't just a passive group of psychedelic stocks. It's an actively traded group of psychedelic stocks, and it has a major resistance point right here at about $15 a share, and holding up really well. There's some phase 3 trials that are coming out. I saw that one came out on one just a couple days ago. This kind of sector is interesting to me because my broad theory is, like we talked about, the large institutions are short or underinvested. So at the end of the quarter, they had to send letters to a whole bunch of their investors and say, the market's at new all-time highs, but I'm not. When you get that kind of environment in which there's so much of a catch-up trade to potentially be had, they have to go, you could call it dumpster diving or high beta fishing or whatever it is. They've got to go to some of these names that have the opportunity to potentially catch us up, but haven't quite moved yet. And they plow some money into that, because if they're right on these trades, they double or triple these lower float type names, then they can make up those returns that they've lost, puking out at the bottom and not getting back involved. So I'm looking for a lot of names. This is just one that I traded recently. It's just to show you guys the look. This is Owlet. I just know about the company because I bought a lot of they do baby heart monitor socks things for my kids. But this kind of name where was beaten up, has gone nowhere for 2-3 years, and is now breaking out. F-Tech being another one. These are, again, something that no one's ever heard of that makes, they clean up coal plants. But a lot of these, the point is these names that essentially have been beaten up and have gone nowhere for years, they've put in that nice low base and are now breaking above that low base. I think that might be the next play, because if I'm a hedge fund manager and I got to catch up, I'm going to start buying some of these names, the psychedelic names. So if your audience is looking, just find something that hasn't gone anywhere for years and then look at them to wake up. So Rivian's another good example, right? This thing has got killed from 160 down to 10 and then has gone nowhere for 2-3 years. I want to buy them as they're breaking out of that base, but I think it's worthwhile going through and doing your work now, setting your alerts so when these things break out, you're able to catch some of them. And if I'm right and they go after those high beta names, these could have kind of explosive gains.
Speaking of breakout, too, there is one name I want to ask you about as well, if you don't mind. Robinhood had their event today. This is, of course, obviously a little bit hard to get into where it is, but I guess what are your thoughts on this chart? And are there any other stocks kind of in this general sector, which you know has been really hot right now, this kind of, I guess, fintech space that you're potentially looking at or avoiding?
Yeah, I love Robinhood, full disclosure. Right? I'll always tell you when I'm in a bunch of Robinhood from around this 42 area. And the reason, just like we saw on the fart, that this is just a nice cup and handle. So the reason I think we should take a second, demystify kind of these cup and handles. They're not magic patterns, but what it means is, like I talked about with the Owlet and the F-Tech and the psychedelics, is you're looking for stocks that have just got absolutely hammered, but then go nowhere for a long period of time. And as they curl back up, they create these little bull flags that you can get involved with on the way back up. So I bought a little bit in this area and still holding that now. And the point is that instead of trying to buy them on the way down, you wait for them to find a point in which value investors think that they're a good value. And then as it itches up, then you can get a good price there. The other one that I'm in as well, but I think fits the same mold is Coinbase. So if we just flip back and forth between these guys pretty quickly, you can actually see my Coinbase entry was right there. The idea is the same kind of cup and handle, but Robinhood actually performed much better than Coinbase did. So I think Coinbase actually has some room to go. If it breaks this kind of 350 area, we could see 4, maybe 500 on this name, and that wouldn't surprise me. Lastly, in the space, I think we got to remember Webull. Now, this chart is just wild. So yeah, I posted there's only 9 million shares in the float. So we kind of, I think, have to ignore all of this action, this IPO, and then it went to $80 and then crashed back down. It's pretty much sitting right at its IPO price. And although it hasn't existed long enough to put on a very long low base, it's been basing now for a couple months here where it hasn't gone up, hasn't gone down. So this one's on my short list too. If we can get above $12 on this one, I like it. Under 10.50, right? That's where you're going to go. But the idea is that $80 was probably way too much for it. $10 is probably too little. So you probably have a lot of investors loading up in this area. So if it can break this, if it get to 15 or 20, that's an amazing return. And it's in the same space. Webull's a pretty close Robinhood competitor.
Yeah, those are all really solid comparisons. Thank you for going over those. Is there anything else that you're looking at right now that either just gotten into or you're considering getting into that you want to tell our audience about?
Yeah, so there's the MindMed and the FTech and the Owlet and all that stuff. But from our systems, because I'm a systems trader at heart, we've actually had a couple names here trigger today, so we can go over some of those. And a lot of these are just looking for pullbacks in very strong overall names. So this MRC, for example, I don't know what these guys did, but they had a big gap up on Friday, and I'm trying to buy pullbacks in these gap ups for short periods of time. SERA is another one. I actually did a video on my channel about this one that had a pretty wicked day on Friday and is starting to pull back. The reason that I think these are good plays specifically right now is because we are in this momentum environment. So it wouldn't shock me that this stock that doubled on Friday and pulled back a little bit today can continue its gains, because people have this very risk hungry. So they're like, oh, this stock that was $4 yesterday is $3 today. I want to get involved in it. So anything that's made a recent surge, I'm looking to potentially bid at an AVWAP or a lower price somewhere inside that candle, because I do believe that as long as we're in this risk on environment, any pullbacks that we can get are pullbacks to be bought until the guys cover. And then once the big guys cover, then we'll have to reassess everything.
It makes a lot of sense. I think we have one more question for you from Joseph, Michael, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Last, final question here, Michael. And I seen you talking about the likes of Robinhood and Coin, and just not necessarily chasing these underlyings all the way up here. And I kind of want to make an options reference here. If you don't want to chase, I just want to know your thoughts for those traders who may not be aware as well too. What do you think about selling cash secured puts at specific strike prices where you own the underlying asset at the price that you want and not necessarily chasing some of these highs here?
I love that, because you're right in a couple scenarios, right? I think so. Hack. Let's look at this. This is one that I own as well, but this is a cybersecurity ETF. I think I've talked about it before. And when we broke out of all-time highs, we can kind of compare this to how Coinbase and Robinhood and these all-time highs look. You can see it went nowhere for a month and a bit. So it would have been frustrated, if you were buying calls to try to get that leverage to the upside, but also if you just owned stock and you were just sitting on it for that period of time, just would have been no fun. So, what's being referenced is if you sell puts, then during this period of time where the stock's doing nothing, you're actually still getting paid. You're collecting some premium on it. I like that. Also, when we mentioned Boeing, there's the trade I did recently on just doing just that was just UNH. When we were just kind of completely falling out of bed there, I was doing about 250 or so puts. So for the audience, the idea is that if it goes under 250, I have to buy it at 250, less the premium I collected, right? If it goes and rallies from here to the moon, I only collect the premium that I've sold. If it does what it just did, right, where it bounced and then go nowhere for a period of time, it doesn't matter how high above 250 it goes, I still collect that overall premium. So this is something, I know we don't trade like Buffett here, but this is something that Buffett does all the time. If you like a stock at 10 bucks, as opposed to just putting out a bid at 10 bucks, which eats into your buying power, if you sell a put at 10 bucks, then if it gets there, you're going to buy it there anyway. And if it doesn't get there, you're going to make a little bit of money while you wait.
Yeah, perfect stuff. You're speaking my language there, Michael. Exactly what I was thinking. Great stuff as always. Michael Noss, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
So yeah, thank you so much for Michael Noss for being here today. And yeah, I think honestly, now that we had some awesome talk there, let's kind of round up some of these stories. And I do want to talk about what happened to our earnings report, which we were supposed to get from Quantum Corporation. They do not do Quantum, guys. They did not actually report earnings. Unfortunately, they did file a notification of a late filing on their Form 12B25 with respect to their annual report on Form 10K, basically delaying this report for the fiscal year and also for Q4. Now, this what does this remind you guys of? SMCI, anybody?
I was just about to say, Adair, we've seen this before, and it wasn't a good look for an extended period of time for Super Micro, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's hope for Quantum Corporation it's only this one quarter because SMCI just got. So it's not the vibe, to be sure, for Super Micro. People were mentioning as well in the chat some drops here, and I believe Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, just right after the close. I haven't seen any news on anything really post-market, so nothing super huge. But I mean, to kind of end things off, we've got a couple minutes left here, Joe. What are you going to be looking at or putting on your watch list for tomorrow morning?
You know what, Adair, I'm going to be looking for the continuation in strength with Apple here. I mentioned that this could be the spark that lights the fire, that where Apple starts to play catch up to the broader market here, and it's just the start. So if we continuously get that snowball effect where things are just accumulating for Apple, then I think we can continue to climb. So I'm going to have my eyes on Apple and also UNH. UNH is a different play. I know that's a fan favorite of yours there, Adara, and it's looking like I'm going to zoom out here to a daily, and I want to play this, and I'm glad that Michael Noss touched on it as well too. But if we decide to break through this key resistance zone right here, then I think that we can eventually head into this gap and look to fill parts of it there. So UNH and Apple are going to be on my watch list for tomorrow.
I mean, for me, I think Circle has been something that I've been looking at for a while. I've been pretty open about that. CRCL today was like super range bound. We got to like 194 top, or not even 193 top, bottom here around 178. I think if we break out of this range, that could be interesting. But even if we don't, I mean, I think there's some levels within it. I think this 178 kind of lower highs, this point of triple bottom was of interest. So that's something I would be watching for sure. There's also our friend Flakes, Netflix, as Obi calls it. This thing's still at new all-time highs. It kind of sold off earlier yesterday or today in the morning, then around 11:30 we popped. So this is a name that I have made the fatal error of not looking at every 2 seconds. It's something I want to be looking at a lot more closely tomorrow's session. MSCR2, I noticed this one. I kind of just pulled up. Unfortunately, didn't pull up during the day, but this is definitely a breakout on the daily. I like that we're back up at 400s. If we do a little pullback to those high threes, that could potentially be a long from there. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. It is 4:30, Joe. Any last words for the people?
4:30. No, fantastic call out there on Netflix, Dara. We're up 62% off of those Liberation Day lows. The market has been on an absolute monster run, and just look for, as Michael Noss said, just look for the continuation in strength until otherwise, right? So if these big names start to play catch up, and I'm referring to Google, Apple, and Amazon, then we're going to continue to see new all-time highs in this overall market, Dara.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it, guys. We're going to do a quick little roll call before we let you guys go. We have put your names in the chat there, throw it up, and we're going to take our time to thank you guys all for being here every single day. We have Fav SP, we've got Notorious Dingleberg, Cap Pow, Austin Dachis Productions, Save Man Woman. Pretty light roll call today. Damian Tarza, Juan Padilla, Farm Trader 916. We've got the Roaring Griffin, Andrew. We've got Realist, KK. 14M, Sports and Stonks, RS, we've got Donkey Trader, we have Charlie Taff, we have Ryan O'Day, Rajesh, Trendline Tycoon, Market Stevens Johnson, Shorts versus Longs. I mean, isn't that the market, guys? Daryl Flinch and Blip Blorpus. Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for being here. And why don't you see him off here?
Oh, that's it, guys. They're leaving it up to me. I hope everyone had a fantastic trading day. Don't forget, we got bright and early, 8:30. Show starts again, guys.
See ya.
Yeah. Good stuff.